Good morning, everyone. We're ready to start another big day. So we had a big day yesterday, a long day, and we need to, and we've got just as long, if not longer, actually, day to day. So what that tells me is we need to stick to time in terms of the submissions. A couple of things. If you are a submitter and you use up the full 5 minutes that you have, then unfortunately there can be no questions for clarity. If you leave a little bit of time, there may be a question or two that councillors want, and that also applied to everyone. Welcome though, thank you very much. We appreciate the fact that you've written a submission, and we appreciate the fact that you've taken extra time to come and talk to us personally, and it does make a difference. We really do appreciate being able to get some greater depth into your submissions through these verbal submissions. As I said yesterday with the hearings, we know that people feel strongly on a range of issues. It's really important that there is respect on both sides, so that councillors, we will pay full and direct attention to the submitters. No talking across the table, no use of phones, those kind of things, and trying to concentrate as best we can because they've only got a little bit of time. And submitters, we are asking of you to show the same respect to council. So there should be no name calling or impolite language at all. There is no need for that in any submission. So with that said, I'm looking forward to today. We got a lot out of yesterday, and I'm sure we'll get a lot out of today. So I will just now look at my list and we'll get into the day. It's quite long. I think first up we've got Thomas Andrews, please.
Before we start, I'd just like to say, why have we got people downstairs stopping, support people, coming up here to...
hang on a minute.
Health and safety
Hang on a minute,
issue.
Mr Andrews, because it will go into your time if we're not careful. You are allowed to bring a couple of support people up, but not a mass room, because there is not enough room in this chamber to accommodate everybody. That's the way we've decided it. Please carry on with your submission.
I come from a state house home in Melville of 7 children and no money, and lived in a shed. I have lived in Hamilton all my life. Today I stand in support of the elderly, the beneficiaries, the low and middle income earners. The substantial increase in rates will have an extreme impact on people in our community, specifically the people mentioned above. My submission today is motivated by the effects that increased rates will have on people in our community. As you know, there has been an increase of inflation and cost of living crisis. Up to 50,000 people will be severely affected by this. For these people, increasing their rates means that you will need to choose between buying food and turning on their heaters this winter. For the council to decide to increase rates by such an extreme amount is just adding to the hardship that many residents and ratepayers in our community are facing. Our residents will need to make tough decisions like selling their homes and moving into cheaper accommodation outside the city. Some will need to make harder decisions like selling their houses and moving into caravans and buses. I allow already people to park on my land in self-contained buses and campers, and have noticed the number of people choosing to live in this situation long term is increasing. This will continue to increase should the council continue down the path of unreasonable rates increases. Some people will be driven to worse consequences. My daughter's friend has just lost her husband. Due to stress and pressure and financial issues, he hung himself. This council today needs to stop and think about what they are doing. The decisions that the councillors make have extreme impact on people's lives. Stop committing to millions and millions of dollars of projects that our community does not need or want. When times get tough, households look at cutting costs. This is exactly what the councillors need to do. Stop looking at recommendations from council staff and what they want. Ask challenging questions. What does your community need? We are now paying $100,000 plus per day in interest costs. The manipulative council says it's only $5 per resident. The costs are not about water and rubbish costs, it's about reckless spending over the last 5 years. Now you want our money, so they increase the debt to $2.5 billion. Our children and grandchildren will be lumbered with this debt. There are a lot of good people that work in council. There is also some that think they know best. Our Chief Executive, Lance, he is out of his depth. Being a long-term council employee, he keeps doing the same silly stuff, the same stupidity, and eventually he just walks away.
Mr.
like-
Andrew, please remember, we asked for respect both sides
I
of
am
the table.
giving
So no. So the comment that you made about the Chief Executive is inappropriate. Just stick to the other facts, please.
And eventually the executive just leaves us with the consequences. Our mayor says she is listening now, but she hasn't listened for the last 4 years. I have previously sent emails and ideas and advice. Not one single reply or acknowledgement from her. Business people in this community need to be listened to. 2 years ago, your clever glass Greg Carsoons showed his true colours of extortion. My money went out of the city.
Mr. Andrews, I have already made it quite clear that you can stick to your issues, and you're making some very good points, but you will not attack staff and call them extortionate or any other assertion. Just please stick to the financial facts that you want to share with us.
When the stupidity starts, the money walks. I have stopped tens of millions of dollars worth of development. I didn't wait for this meeting. I realised 2 years ago. The videos that council are making are sharing on social media. They are spending ratepayers' money on these videos. You are begging for more money. We do not want our money spent on advertising campaigns directed at convincing us that you are doing a good job. This video makes me sick. Residents do not feel like they can complain. They believe that the council decisions have already been made. To belittle the amounts, saying that it's just an increase of $1 a day, is misleading and confusing to ratepayers. The consequences of yours, you and Tim, Andrew and Emma, don't go along with this. You need to be thinking hard and making hard decisions. Listen to your community that voted you into the position. Seek advice from successful people outside the system. Don't just accept information from council staff. Some of the younger councillors one day will be ashamed of your actions. The Mayor and Chief Executive have driven this agenda, and in my view, it is naive. Maxine, the leader of funding, you call it scary, get another job. We need to be...
Mr. Andrews, please focus on what you would like council to spend on or not spend on, and not the individuals. The council makes a unanimous decision by vote of all of us, and I do not want you criticising individuals in that way. Thank you. Please proceed.
Some of the councillors have short-sighted visions and will result in outcomes they cannot imagine. They have lost morality. I say to the Mayor and councillors, you will not be forgiven.
Next up, we have Diane Andrews. Good morning, Diane.
Hi, my name is Tony Hamlin and I'm here to make a submission with my mother, Diane Andrews. We have some serious concerns about the state of our city and the continuous roading changes that are being carried out at a ridiculous cost to ratepayers and taxpayers. The changes are not consulted well with residents and they don't feel like they have a voice. These changes are not what the community wants and are costing us millions of dollars. It appears that a lot of this work is aimed at removing cars from our city, or at least making it difficult for cars to move around. We don't have time to talk about all of the concerns that we have about parking being deleted to make way for cycle lanes, parking costs being added to residential areas, raised platforms being installed and tight roundabouts being built, all of which are at a huge expense, waste of money and unwanted by a large portion of our community. What we do want to talk about today is our concerns over the in-lane bus stops. When I've spoken to council previously, we've been told that the in-lane bus stops were needed to help the buses keep on schedule. Our concern is not around the schedule, but around health and safety. Imagine a time when someone needs to call 111, a lady is having a heart attack, the ambulance needs to come, a bus is stopped at the in-lane bus stop, it needs to unload a person with a mobility scooter. Traffic islands have been installed to narrow the road, and the traffic is backed up on both sides of the road. So the ambulance cannot go round the bus. The ambulance sits in traffic for up to 4 minutes, which is what we were told it could potentially take to unload a mobility scooter. Are these extra 4 minutes the difference between life and death? Now stop and imagine that this is your mother or relative. What if those 4 minutes were the difference between living or dying? Are we still okay with installing these bus stops just to keep the bus on time? In-lane buses coupled with raised platforms and raised crossings in the city, emergency response times will be affected. I read in the Waikato Times that the fire crews in Hamilton are concerned about response times and damages to their fire engines. It now looks like we're getting 2 new in-lane bus stops on Rifle Range Road. Why are we still building them at a huge cost to our residents? Have ambulance and fire service expressed any concern? We ask that you stop building in-lane bus stops in our city, including the ones that are currently being built. Please remove the bus stops that you have already built. The risks that we are creating could be life-threatening.
Can I also add too, my concerns with Rifle Range Road, I have a grandson going to Frankton School. Now that you have removed half of the car parking down by the school, yes, you've moved it from one side of the road to the other, but still now half of the car parks are available. I have been to drop off my grandson. It is extremely dangerous. You have to double park now and tell him to get out and run. It is very dangerous. Also, what is happening outside St Columbus School? I don't know whether that's I thought it was going to be a pull-off bus lane or a drop-off for school kids. It's far too narrow. It looks like another very short cycle lane. We're yet to find out what exactly it is. And also, has anyone actually monitored how many bikes use that bike lane? I drive up and down Rifle Range Road fairly regularly. I have never seen anyone in that cycle lane. Thank you.
Just one Thank you. Just one question from me. Are you aware that there are no new in-lane bus stops proposed? In fact, we've created a completely new process and we stopped all the work that was proposed, and Angela has put in place a new process to go through with the community in deciding about these projects. You're aware of that, aren't you?
It looks like there is still an in-lane bus stop being built outside of St Columbus School, where Mum's talked about the weird-looking footpath, and there also looks like there's one going at opposite Frankton School.
We will find out about that.
So you've already got a hugely congested piece of road with people struggling to park outside the park and outside the school, as Mum mentioned. You've narrowed the road so that the driving lanes are actually more narrow than the cycle lane, so nobody can turn right into Aberdeen Drive without stopping.
I'll get some clarity on what's proposed there, but thank you. It was useful to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. We now have, look at the wrong list here, we have Leonard Gardner. Good morning, Leonard. Good to see you. No stranger to these chambers, are you?
No, not at all. Thank you, Mayor Paula. I'm tēnā koutou katoa. I'm called Leonard Gardner, Taku Ingoa. For those who don't know me, I'm a director of the Foster Construction Group and Foster Develop. I'm also trustee of the Bridge Trust. My own property, just all these disclosures because conflicts of interest are important in this place. I just wanted to share with you very briefly something that drives me in terms of a person. I've got a bit of faith, and there's a bit of wisdom that comes out that says, build houses and settle down, plant gardens and eat what they produce, seek peace and prosperity of the city to which I have placed you, for if it prospers, you too will prosper. So just a bit of context in terms of who I am and why I'm here. In terms of Foster's, our purpose is to create a built environment where communities thrive. Again, just the lens that I look into things. So I'll repeat a short presentation which is on the screen here. One of my esteemed clients behind me. So if you just walk through that, I'll just give you that's it. Cool. The walking and cycling bridge, for me, I supported that, reflecting Hamilton's transition from a functional to a livable city. There's a $10 million spend which leverages $31 million of central government contribution. The connections and just bringing up an area. Obviously we are building a theatre at the moment, and this helps, in my view, create place that increases the livability of Hamilton as a city. I did notice in the submissions that the under 40s were overwhelmingly in support of it, but the over 40s were against it, which is really, really interesting. Again, I won't dwell on these things, I'll just keep moving through. The Community Infrastructure Fund, a big part of my heart is for community, and putting together a theatre, you learn how difficult it is for these sort of things. So putting together a fund focused on this is important, recognising it does come with a rates burden for people. But I guess in terms of community infrastructure, my question for the councillors is, who are you partnering with? Are you the big boss or are you a partner in the process of delivering community infrastructure? In terms of development contributions, these do have a material impact on the way that we do things and what we can do through the city, which I'm sure you've heard from a number of others. There's been, over the last 10 years, probably 15 years, so much conversation about models and costs, and from my personal perspective, I'm sort of not really interested in arguing about costs and things, but actually what I'd like to say to the council is your job is to almost accept the costs that are in there, but work out how do you balance the costs with growth. And that becomes, what's the strategy that you're following? What's the tactics that you're using to ensure that development gets underway? The way you can do that is to provide remissions to areas of focus and growth, to unpack things. An example is the DC remission for the CBD that has helped existing development. It was when that was brought in the first place where I was running around the city thinking, actually, we've got to do something here because everything's so fragmented, which was the seed of Union Square getting underway and developing. There's a clear vision there of creating a place where office workers can experience better. It wasn't just because the DCs were in remission, but it got me thinking. It said, actually, this is important to the council, therefore we should be, as a company, working out how we align and support, and this is something that we've done and invested into. I've got an example of Peacock's DCs, again, just to give a lens around what the difference between strategies and tactics in this space. I have no interests in Peacocks, which is fantastic, because it's one of the few examples in the city where that is the case. There's a significant infrastructure spend that is in place and a big loan to the government on that, which was put in place 6, 7 years ago, but it was on the back of a strategy to open up 8,000 sections. On the strategy was about affordable housing being delivered. My concern is that we've got DCs there now at a level which don't enable that. In fact, it stops the sections being developed because no sane developer is going to develop them. If it was me sitting around this table here, I'd be going, what do I need to do to incentivise that growth? And it'll be something like, over the next 6 years, you know what, 60% of those DCs will be remitted over the next, any titles produced in the next 3 years. 33% of those DCs are remitted for the following 3 years, so that in 5 years, we're better off to get 1,000 sections and get some money in the door than to have no sections coming through the door. That is a clear strategy that was developed 6 or 7 years ago. It's been funded, which is great, to deliver some city infrastructure. Your job is to work out how to get the money in the door and to enable the development and the growth that was occurring. I know it's nothing's in a straight line. Times have changed. I'm in business. Times have changed. It's a lot harder to deliver Union Square than it was 3 years ago. But we've got to keep going and got to keep sticking to the strategy. Can I give us something a little bit positive? The theatre's looking great. The team is making some massive progress on site. And for me, it is an example of a collaboration to deliver public infrastructure. You know, so proud of. I was going to say bloody, that's inappropriate. It's hard work. It's hard work, but we've just got to keep going because it's actually a part of a strategy of opening up the river, of bringing life back into the CBD. That's why it's so important. As part of that process, there's 3 private parties that have actually contributed more than the City Council. That isn't a stick at the City Council, but there's people in our community who are dedicated to this thing being a success. I just need the council to play their part. You know, I do get feedback about discussions about things like the maintenance fund that's been approved being cut back and what have you, and I think, oh man, we're delivering something special here. We need to make sure it's special for the long term, not just on the opening day. And that's City Council's role, is to assist with that process. The next one I've got there, sorry, all these things are close to my heart, is Age 3 again. I've said a lot of things around the countryside. Age 3 operates well. In fact, it operates exceptionally from my perspective, because I see a lot of the other ones around the countryside. The team that you've got there is special and does a fantastic job. We're a part of, obviously, delivering the Clawlands Event Centre. I've got time, is that right still? Of delivering it, so it's something we're incredibly proud of, and we support wherever we can. For $48 million, which is our construction contract, to deliver that these days would be $150 million. And that is the risk you face when you push everything back too far. The costs don't go backwards, they go up.
So I'm not using your time, but if you would like questions from the floor, you'll need to leave a little bit of time for that, if you
Finished,
want.
Paula, almost finished.
Excellent,
Sorry,
thank you.
Paula.
That's all.
I guess just again, that benefit of economic activity that comes through. Again, a clear strategy by a leader at the time to deliver this facility for Hamilton. The other one on my mind is Hamilton Gardens. It is our crown jewel in the portfolio of Hamilton's properties. It's a world-class facility here in Hamilton that we all benefit from. The council does a great job of maintaining it. We have developed it as jointly together, and I understand there may be cutting all the development funding going forward as an option. From me, part of the garden story is that continued development of such a special space. So my concerns for Hamilton is loss of city vision and aspiration. And again, I'll draw on the Peacocks example, as that was a vision to deliver affordable housing and working out how to do it, creating a strategy. We are in the process of it. Don't lose sight of what that vision was. And that's just one aspect. There's a whole lot of things. The gardens are the same. Certainly recognise there's a challenge around base infrastructure. That affects us in terms of how we develop as well. We've just got to keep talking and working out how to do it. There's a cost to fund growth. A major concern I've got is cost cutting leading to the loss of key people and knowledge within the Hamilton City Council. I understand the need to tighten belts, and that's definitely happening, and it causes pressure. It happens in business as well, but we've got to make sure that we retain key people and knowledge, because you do have some fantastic people working within the City Council here that we need to look after as well. We've got a lot of knowledge and vision, carry vision from a lot of councillors' terms. Is that the right one? And the other one for me is Hamilton City is a key part of the Waikato region and has a leadership role in the Waikato region to help draw things together, which is where I'll be speaking to in about 3/4 of an hour. I'll leave it there for you, Mayor Paula.
I've got just one quick question. I'll leave time for the other two. In terms of what you were talking about with Peacocks, and you're aware of the CBD remission and the success of revitalising parts of the CBD off the back of that, which you've been part of, are you suggesting that something similar could apply in the Peacock subdivision area to kick-start that more affordable development? Yeah, that's what you're saying. It's a very similar model, right?
Yeah, it's good. It's a tactic, yes.
Thank you very much. Ewan.
Hey Paula, Leonard, thanks for all the work you do. Foster's is well regarded. My question is in regards to Peacocks, but growth in a broader sense. We're growing on multiple fronts. We've already seen DCs decreasing in our projections, and Peacocks is a little slow off the ground. Do you feel we should be growing in so many fronts at the same time, and are we potentially eroding demand for Peacocks while opening all these new areas in light of the Peacocks DC costs?
Is that in regard to residential or commercial or variety?
Residential.
Yeah. I'd have to have a chance to think about that more fully. Councillor Ewan, before I respond to that.
Okay.
In terms of the CBD remission, would one submitter put forward the idea of shrinking the size of where it applies in the CBD because they felt that we should focus on a smaller area? I'm interested in your thoughts on that. And in terms of Peacock, I'd be interested in your thoughts on if we were to have a DC remission, whether you would support the idea of a targeted rate in the Peacock area to pay over a longer period of time for that infrastructure rather than it being all picked up by the rates generally.
Would like to. No, I don't want them not answered, Sarah. Though, bear with me. Leonard, would you be able to put some thought to that and just share it with us? You know, some kind of
At a future date, sure thing. I'm more
like
than
you
happy.
know, maybe just have it circulated, a small email response to Sarah, and Sarah can catch up with you too, because I think they were good questions. But I've got such a list to get through. So thank you very much always for taking an interest in our city. And of course, you're one of the leaders who's developing our city. We thank you for that leadership.
Thank you.
And next we have Nick Green. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Paula, councillors. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak with you today. My name is Nick Green. I am connected with the Waikato Housing Initiative, co-chair of Community Housing Aotearoa, trustee of the Bridge Trust, and connected with the Waikato Community Lands Trust as well. And a bit like Leonard, I just wanted to make sure that we all had the right hats and whatever on as we speak to these things. I am sure several of my colleagues will speak to you later today, but I'm here today to speak to you as the CEO of Habitat for Humanity Central Region. And we believe in a world where everyone has a decent place to live, so very focused in this submission on the housing component of the LTP and the development contributions. I just want to acknowledge the difficulty of the situation that you have all found yourselves in. It's not easy, and I think that goes across council and in business and in households in Hamilton City, and wanted to acknowledge the work that you as councillors and staff have done to try and make this workable for everybody. It's an unenviable task, I am sure. Firstly, I wanted to speak to the rates increase. Habitat opposes the scale of the rates increases and the impact that they will have on the most vulnerable in our city. Affordability is often indexed to 30% of household income, and we've all heard that number before. But to give some context to that, the Better Homes, Towns and Cities National Science Challenge modelled affordability on a residual income basis. This showed that households who pay more than 30% of their income on housing costs are forced to make daily decisions about what they forego. This is not the, oh no, I won't have a latte today kind of decision. This is food, power and healthcare that people are not being able to afford, things that lead to social decay and distress in our communities. Hamilton hasn't been 30% affordable for over a decade, and I think we all acknowledge that, but we were at least better than the national average. We're now New Zealand's fastest growing city, and Hamilton affordability is tracking in the wrong direction, both for homeowners and for renters. The pass-through of costs and the pass-through of the rates costs for renters in particular will drive the housing crisis into a stark reality for many. We completely understand the council has pressures, but so do the citizens of our city. You can't take from an empty pot. Basic economics suggests that we need to spend less and earn more, and we can see that you've made an effort to get that balance right. I would suggest that the speed of change, however, is as damaging as the dollar amount. People can adjust over time, so I would implore you to take another look. Don't let the would-be nice projects sneak in, and work with the community to balance the books over the 10-year horizon of the LTP. Second thing I wanted to talk to was inclusionary zoning. Habitat strongly support the introduction of inclusionary zoning as part of the LTP. Council, as the local authority, has key levers to capture value uplift on land associated with the change of zoning. That's in your hands. The value uplift does not belong to the landowner. It doesn't belong to the developer. It belongs to the community. And as the community and the representatives of the community, you have the ability to do something about that. And I would strongly encourage the continuation of the inclusionary zoning work that you're doing. I understand the risks of going this alone. Queenstown Lakes Council have had their moments, and I think we acknowledge that. But they've been brave enough to push through. Community Housing Aotearoa is taking up the cause and is wanting to support councils across New Zealand in enabling this affordability mechanism. They and we as the community sector would be delighted to continue to work with the council in this matter. I think it's essential that we keep affordable land made available for community housing. Development contributions are are a vexed issue, and you heard Leonard just speak about this. There is a view that supply is the remedy to our housing crisis, and I do agree with this in part. There is definitely more housing needed, but it needs to be the right type and at the right price. And you have a role in shaping and a desire from the ecosystem to support what that looks like. I think as we battle with what affordability looks like and the development contributions themselves, we do oppose the scale of those. I think that it's going to be counterproductive. As Leonard just spoke to, the market is already depressed and many developments are being paused and cancelled across New Zealand, but also here in Hamilton. Housing is a long-term investment. Injection of costs kill the feasibility of much of that pipeline, and predictability is essential to making these projects stack up. We conditionally support the Central City remission. I think that it has had some benefit and it's actually, it's delivered what it was supposed to deliver. But we do encourage some affordability criteria to be associated with that. When you can compare that remission for residential to the community housing remission, which I'll talk to shortly, it seems disconnected. There needs to be some way of making sure that the value that's generated again by the community is passed through in the form of some affordability. We conditionally support the social housing DC remission. Unfortunately, in its current form, though, it's pretty unworkable. Even the Community Lands Trust, which is an entity that was initiated by and is funded by Council, would not be eligible for the remission in its current form. The way in which it's constructed doesn't work for the sector. I understand and applaud the intent of the remission to provide more social and affordable housing in the city. It's very much needed, but the delivery mechanism needs work. And two key areas for this, from our perspective, are the fact that it needs to be a chip is convenient but not workable. If you are an entity that has a charitable status for delivering affordable housing and with my char hat not on, and a relationship with the peak body for all community housing providers, then that's the mechanism, rather than a chip mechanism which is governmental around accessing government funding. So I would strongly encourage you to broaden that, that criteria. With the Bridge Trust as another one that would not be eligible at the present, but is doing great work in the communities in which we operate. And the second criteria, which I can understand the intent of, but is ill-defined, is to be held in perpetuity. That, again, is unworkable, and there is no entity in Hamilton City at the moment that is set up to operate under those restrictions. There are many other ways to achieve the same outcome, or even just define what perpetuity means from a council perspective. For example, with Habitat, we are a community housing provider, so we would be eligible on one part, but within our portfolio of assets, we currently don't have a mechanism that would hold property in perpetuity, other than the fact we're a charity and we must apply our assets to charitable purposes. So how that functions and what you're trying to achieve aren't necessarily well connected. Across New Zealand, where we operate, there are other mechanisms available. We've done work in Taupo where there's a requirement on the title that if we sell the property, those funds are reinvested back into the Taupo Council area, which again would achieve the aims that you're seeking without holding something with a 999-year restriction that the banks probably wouldn't lend on and the projects would not be feasible in the first place. So that's the extent of my submission, Mayor Paula. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the good work that you're doing in the housing area. We really have appreciated it. Anybody got quick questions? Councillor McIndoe.
Not so much a question as a request. Nick, thank you. That's a very detailed submission, and of course it goes well beyond your written submission. Would it be possible to have a copy of your notes, please? Because there were aspects of what you were talking about in the latter part of your oral submission that I'd really appreciate being able to read.
Please circulate that. That would be useful. Councillor Bidder.
Nick, can you put a rough figure on how many houses we are currently short of in Hamilton?
So the WHI has done a lot of work in that space and are in the process of updating that data. I think what the headline figure is a Waikato-wide 75,000 household shortfall over the next 50 years. So it's a big number. When you boil that back down to Hamilton City, it's in the thousands. And I guess coming back to what I made the point about earlier, it's not just the number of houses, but it's the right sort of houses. The market is providing for the market, and we've seen what happens when the heat comes out of that. But we need at least 20% of that new supply to be affordable.
Thank you. We will get an answer to that question, Andrew, in time for our deliberations. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much. Appreciate you taking the time with your written submission and also adding to that with your verbal submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to Carol, because Oliver is having technological issues in the background. So we'll go to Carol Jarman, please. Good morning, Carol.
Good morning. Good morning, I'm Carol Jarman. I'm here on behalf of the Friends of the Library. And this is probably an unusual submission because I'm here to talk about something I think the Council is doing really well. I think we have fantastic libraries in Hamilton and they are an incredible community resource. And I think they just give to the community in so many ways, excuse me, and it's important that they are protected and it's not seen as an easy target for cutting some money from the budget. I think when people think of libraries, one of the first things they think about are books, and the books collections are fantastic. And when we think of the government emphasis on improving literacy, especially for young people, it's fantastic that the libraries can support that. But I think there's two other areas that are not always thought of that are really important as well. And the first of those is the whole access to digital literacy. We know that there is poverty in the community and we know that there is a housing shortage. But one of the worst sorts of poverty is data poverty, because it is almost impossible to apply for a job or perhaps apply for a benefit if you don't have access to digital technology. And if you're an older person and the world seems to be moving very fast and you're not entirely certain how to keep up with it, because what are all these interwebby things? The library is a fantastic place for those people to go and get that support. And there are also disabled people in the community who are really supported by that. Another thing that the library provides, which I don't know if people think of immediately, is that it is a warm, safe place to go for everybody. When I talked to some people about what they valued about the library, they said it is the only place in town that you can go and sit and be warm and safe without being expected to spend some money. And I think it is absolutely fantastic that the Hamilton City Libraries support all those things, and I would really like them to continue so. I don't think we always appreciate how good the libraries are. Recently, the Friends received a donation from a professor from Idaho who had been in Hamilton on sabbatical, and he was living close to the Central Library here, and he absolutely loved everything that the library provided. So when he went back to America, he decided that he would like to make a generous donation to the library. And I think it really reflects to the quality of the services provided. I hope that you all know that 2 branches of the library have set up sections of the library to support people who are living with dementia in the community and their carers. They are absolutely amazing places for those people, and the Friends was really happy to support that by being able to gift faux cats to those sections. So I'd really like you to think how much the libraries give to Hamilton and how important it is to continue them. Thank you.
We really appreciate it, and the thoughtfulness and the really good concrete examples that you've given of value have been very helpful. Has anyone got a question? I guess I do. Oh, you do. Go.
Sorry.
You know you do it.
Carol, thank you for your submission, and I absolutely appreciate what you're doing and the passion you speak with it. As you know, we have to make some very, very tough decisions as a council. If, and I know neither of these options will be popular, but I'd just be interested in your view, if it came down to a choice of either closing a suburban library or perhaps restricting hours across the existing libraries, so that St Andrews was open Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Chartwell was open Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, which of those unattractive options would you think was better?
Well, they are both really unattractive.
Yeah, I hear that.
I don't know if you are aware of the fact that often when people are buying a house, they do look to somewhere near a library. And so I would be really sad to see the any of the suburban libraries to go. So maybe a reduction would be better.
And I appreciate you don't want that.
Yes.
I hear that, but we need to consider these sorts of things, among many other tough choices.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now out of time, but we do really appreciate you coming in today. Thank you so much. Oliver Boyd is with us now. He has managed to get on from Somerset Holdings. Hello, how are you this morning?
Good morning, good thanks, and sorry, I was having some technical difficulties.
Happens to us all. Off you go.
Kia ora and good morning, councillors, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to Somerset's submission on the proposed 2024 Development and Financial Contributions Policy. For brevity, I'll call it the Contributions Policy from here. By way of introduction, I'm Oliver Boyd. I'm the General Manager of Acquisitions and Development for Somerset in New Zealand. In my role, I have operational oversight for all of our new villages from before we acquire the land through to the start of construction on site. I appreciate there have been many submissions on the policy, and you have other submitters to hear from today, so I'll keep my presentation brief, and I'll assume you've read the submission that speaks in more detail to what we're seeking in the contributions policy. I'd like to introduce Somerset and explain what we do. Somerset's New Zealand's second largest developer and operator of retirement villages, which makes us one of New Zealand's largest home builders. In fact, in March 2023, we were ranked second largest residential builder behind Fletcher's. Somerset has 38 villages completed in development across New Zealand and provides a range of living options for more than 8,000 residents. Somerset has a proven track record of over 30 years in building and operating high quality comprehensive care retirement villages. And I would just like to draw that distinction between comprehensive care retirement villages and lifestyle villages, as it's relevant in the context of living development contributions. Somerset builds only new comprehensive care retirement villages, which means we provide the full continuum of care on site, as opposed to lifestyle villages, which may have minimal or no care provided. Given that care component, our comprehensive care retirement villages attract an older cohort. Now, New Zealand's facing a housing crisis, including retirement living and aged care, and Hamilton City is not immune to that, with a city forecast to have very high growth in the next 30 years, and particularly growth in that 70 years and older cohort. Population growth and demographic change will result in even further demand for retirement villages and aged care, and so it's vital that the regulatory environment recognise and provide for that development that is required to meet the growing demand, and that funding for infrastructure is done on a fair, equitable and proportionate basis. Turning to the policy now, for comprehensive care retirement villages like Somerset's, the per unit occupancy is reduced when compared to a typical household unit. Somerset's average occupancy in its independent units is 1.3 residents per unit, and in the care units is 1 resident per unit. So in addition to recognising a unique population discount for comprehensive care retirement villages, the development contributions policy should also recognise a further reduction due to the unique low pattern of demand as a function of the elderly cohort occupying our village and the extensive amenities provided within the site. So I've just talked to both, I guess, facets of the discount that we're seeking in the policy. One being the lower actual occupancy, and the other being that older demographic and the on-site amenities, reducing demand on civil amenities and facilities. In our submission, we draw your attention to the recent Tauranga City Council Development Contributions Policy. Through years of our industry submitting on their proposed development contributions policies, Council finally acknowledged that it needed to undertake its own independent review and assessment of the unique demand factors of retirement villages to inform its DC's policy. That review was completed in 2023, and Council have now proposed to adopt the discount factors noted in that report in their latest DC's policy. A copy of that independent assessment was appended to our submission, and we consider Tauranga City Council has proposed a fair, equitable and proportionate development contribution through their proposed discount factors, based on the expected demand from their independent study. We therefore seek that Council adopt those demand factor rates proposed for transport, water, wastewater and stormwater by Tauranga City Council as outlined in our submission. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and I welcome any questions on our submission.
Thank you very much. The submission itself was very clear. I will see if there was any questions. Otherwise, certainly you've given us a very well set out argument to talk about in our deliberations, so we do appreciate that. Looks like there aren't any questions, and I think, Oliver, that is because you were very clear about what it is you're seeking and why you're seeking. So thank you for that, because I think that will lead to some rich debate later on. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Have a good day.
And you. So that now brings us to Vanessa, who's also no stranger to these chambers. Hi, you guys.
Good morning, Mayor Paula and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the HCBA written submission today. We submitted on a range of areas impacting the CBD. However, today we would like to reinforce from our written submission 5 key topics: the walking cycling bridge, streetscape, parking, safety and events. So as you all know, the financial viability of businesses in our central city has been significantly impacted, with some unable to recover, leading to increasing retail and commercial vacancy rates, loss of on-street customers, shortage of staff and difficulty paying rents. Pedestrian counts have not returned to pre-COVID levels, and CBD spending, when adjusted for inflation, is going backwards. Figures quoted from Council in an article in last year in June showed Hamilton's central city supports 21,400 jobs, has 2,650 businesses and generates $3.2 billion of Hamilton's GDP, so around 25%. So we just want that to be recognised, and that the CBD property and business owners representing the above figures are also facing this economic downturn, both as businesses and as rate-paying households. We would like to reiterate, as you all know, that spending is using money for expenses, whereas investing is building for future wealth. So when confirming the LTP, balancing the here and now with building for the future to ensure the role and functions of the central city are both maintained and enhanced to provide support to the growth projections that are out there. So to the walking cycling bridge, infrastructure spending is a powerful tool for economic recovery. We will quote a figure that says within a decade, every dollar spent on infrastructure generates about $2.70 in return, according to S&P. As you know, infrastructure helps recovery by creating jobs for a wide range of industries, targeted spending in specific areas, and building assets that support Hamilton's future growth, such as constructing a new wastewater treatment plant or a bridge, which leaves behind long-term assets that improve locals' lives. Well-planned and well-executed projects will help economic recovery in the short term and the long term, and it will help Hamilton thrive as a place to live and work. So what council should do? In light of the current economic conditions, HCBA would like to see the walking cycling bridge deferred to the second or third year of the LTP to allow for some bounce back on the current economic conditions. However, if funding was dependent on the bridge being started in year 1 of the LTP, HCBA would support this investment rather than losing the opportunity for the bridge altogether. Due to the significance of the walking cycling bridge investment, HCBA would also align a bid expansion into Hamilton East to coincide with this development. Streetscape. The Central City continues to be let down by the council investment in Streetscape. The goal of Streetscape, as you know, is to create attractive places that increase shopper numbers, provide pleasant places for communities and boost local economies. A recent study asking shoppers for the most important elements of a main street garnered the following: number 1, cleanliness; number 2, safety and security; and number 3, parking. High quality streetscape includes quality paving services, water features, artworks, plants, trees and landscape features, providing a pleasant and distinct character for a precinct. Customers strongly attach the quality of a physical environment to the quality of the stores within it. Investment in the public realm should encourage and will encourage property and shop owners to upgrade their buildings to match the aesthetic of the environment. What council should do: allocate new and renewal budget to upgrade priority areas in the Central City to include rubbish bins, street signage, furniture replacement, layout, lighting and planting. We'll also say at this time the Celebrating Age Centre, which is an eyesore that has been at the south end of town, covered for far too long. We would like to see that completed, and I understand that is a project that has been recently earmarked. Parking. What businesses don't need at the moment is another thing making life harder at a time when really good decisions are needed to support growth and ongoing recovery. Another parking change implemented now will make life harder for businesses. What council should do: let the new registration system and technology bed in, and then look to review the 2 hours free parking offering next year. So look at it leading up to the year 2 of the LTP. So to have the review happening then. It's not just the cost of parking, it's the confusion that is happening at the moment around the implementation of the new kiosks and number plate registration. Let that change happen and be understood, and ensure that the enforcement with the new technology is in place and operational before making or looking at yet another change. At the time when a review is taking place, there's a number of options that could be looked at to create more efficient streets. This could include introducing angled parking on different streets, one-way systems at temporary times of the day. I think there could be a complete overhaul that looks at creating better efficiencies in our drivability and parking of the Central City. Safety. Nearly at the end. Safety. The Central City, as you know, continues to be plagued by antisocial and aggressive behaviour, and we do have a congregation of groups that engage in negative behaviour, and particularly in our public spaces. And this is a threatening environment for our retail shops in particular. What council should do, we would like to see new ways of patrolling the city. So with the City Safe team, could there be the opportunity of looking at some of them being put on scooters and going around the CBD a couple of times a day to assess what is happening in a more urgent matter or in a more urgent way. Being very proactive and looking for people sleeping, looking at housing structures that are being made around the town, or engaging in antisocial behaviour, but just creating a bit more urgency in their ability to go round and about, as well as the walking patrols. We'd also like some permanent sites to be looked at for patrols. Being a resident of Business and Garden Place, we see a lot of the activity and behaviour there, and we think there is warranted actually a permanent station of somebody being there. What we're just suggesting is perhaps a few more changes to disrupt the current behaviour that we're seeing with the resources that we have. We would also ask, and this is somewhat underway, about convening a group from the business community to actually workshop some ideas from their actual perspective of what they're dealing with on the ground, to address some of the key issues that are continuing to be faced. And finally, in events, the creation and promotion of events has become a critical component of urban development strategies across the globe. Major events continue to be a huge drawcard for the Central City, particularly in sports, culture, creative activity, alongside business conferences, driving many economic benefits for the Central City business community, particularly in regards to hospitality, accommodation, retail and domestic tourism. The contributing organisations and the events that are created help celebrate a city, and it makes us unique and supports the HCC priorities of shaping a city that's easy to live in, where people thrive, where people love to be, and with lots to do. What Council needs to do is recognise the city need for events and activations and the organisations that support them to stimulate visitation, economic prosperity and vibrancy in the central city. Thank you.
Thank you. Good amount of time for questions.
Did I leave time?
Angela is the first question.
Because I don't have the thingy.
You just never buzzer.
I have two really quick questions. Thank you for a really detailed submission. What impact would a reduction in City Safe have on the CBD businesses?
I would not like to see a reduction in City Safe. The ability to have somebody to call in situations that can be somewhat daunting or distressing. The City Safe team is certainly somebody that I look to regularly call, and I know a number of businesses that do. So we would like to see that
Great,
continue.
thank you. Second question, one of the issues you brought up was the look and feel, the streetscape, I mean, we look after footpaths, etc. But how do you and us as a city get around the buildings where landlords aren't interested in tidying up the front or the facades or anything like that? Because that's also an issue, right, and has been for a very long time. How do we deal with that,
I think that's
Mike?
a joint discussion. And again, council needs to play its part in that. But I mean, if we had a street where you said, hey, we can do an upgrade, this is what we're looking at, we're quite happy to go to the owners of those buildings, talk to them about some things they could do with their building. Again, it's all got to be cost effective, but that's a joint partnership between council and the owners.
And so are you confident, I was with Vanessa a few weeks ago opposite the theatre at the moment, there's a stretch of buildings there that look pretty derelict, to be honest, opposite the new theatre. Are you confident that
Well, one owner's just spent $1 million doing theirs up where the subway and what Patrick Plate was. I've spent over $1 million doing that building up in recent times. So there are things going on, and maybe council's not always aware of that. But if there are particular buildings, we're happy to have that discussion with them.
Good.
Sarah's questions off the time, but make it straight to, please, Sarah.
Okay. Fortunately, Deputy Mayor asked one of my questions. The other question I had was around major events versus, I guess, investing in some large major events versus more smaller events. Is there what's more beneficial if we're looking at how we prioritise event funding?
And I'm going to give you one of those 50-50 answers, because I don't think that one is in lieu of the other. And I did use the word major events, but actually the smaller events, the cultural events, the creative events, the recognition events, they all play their part in actually making people feel welcome and introduced into the city centre. So we've had extremely successful events that might only have 50 kids running around, but their families are a part of that, and I think that they are as important as the major events.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, and of course, thank you very much for all that you do for the CBD. You're a fierce champion, the pair of you are fierce champions. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Raymond, hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I woke up this morning.
That's a good start to the day, at least, isn't it?
Good for some.
If you leave a little bit at the end, we'll have questions. If not, we don't get question time.
No, that's fine. We'll see how it runs.
Excellent. Thank you.
Well, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Raymond Mudford. Been living in this community I've come back to this community, been here for 23 years, had multiple roles, and I guess the commentary we're going to make today is more about information I've received from the community, and some of it will obviously be my interpretation of what they've said, but I felt it was important, given the nature of what council are proposing, that this information shared with you. So to start it all off, collectively you've managed to reach the dizzy heights of achieving 1, community anger, 2, dysfunction from our perspective in terms of the setting rate process, 3, continuing to ignore the community and what impacts it has on the city and what's important for the city. And the last item, ongoing destruction of community-paid assets. The many rates proposals clearly illustrate the significant knowledge gap between yourselves and the economic plight of a large number in our community through increasing average rates from $2,862 to $6,000 in just 5 years. That's doubling the rates. Then the media, we hear the scare tactics, cutting rubbish collections, closing libraries, long grass, and the list just keeps on going on. And I guess it hasn't stopped. The other thing we hear about is private developer agreements, free parking, discounting development contributions. At the end of the day, who pays? The ratepayer and the renter. We also hear about contracts being let without contestability, rental on cones, and hello, no work being carried out. Observing roads being repaired 3 times, and a regional theatre that doesn't seem to have the money to complete. The question over who benefits from the success of spending clearly is not the ratepayer or the renter. And there's also a question as to those who are making decisions, do they actually live in the city? And are they impacted by the decisions that are being made? Some of the stories that we've heard over recent times, in fact, interestingly, every 3 years we hear the story about balancing the books. It's every 3 years, it doesn't change. And we start off with a high number up here, then it comes down, and then it comes down. One wonders why we just can't hear the truth. Why didn't we start down here? Why do we have to hear the descending numbers? We've moved from land-based rating to capital-based rating. And a good idea, we introduced SUIPs, the idea to flatten off the impact of those who are particularly in the higher rating scenario. Now it's called a targeted rate, but I can't see a target. So is this actually legitimate? 3 years ago, we talked about 3 waters around this table, and the proposal was for a 4.9% rate increase to address 3 waters. A discussion that was never ever qualified by the government at the time, and yet it got implemented, and it's been there for 2 more years. Going back a little bit before, I think, all of your time, in 2024, the regional council rate collections are around about 5 million. That's still being collected, that's being collected by the regional council and continues to be collected by this council. There was never a rate deduction to take into account the 5 million transfer. And of course it's been compounded over the period. The bigger one, you advised us that the rates in the first year would be risen by 25% after removing 30% of the business. That number doesn't stack up either. And again, we need to hear the scenario. We need to hear the context of what's going on and the reason for the status quo. The other element that we observe is that construction projects never seem to actually be completed on budget. And it's not just small dollars, it's big dollars.
Time, if you want to just
I've run out of time, have I?
Yeah, if you just want to make your last point, then.
Okay, well, I guess that that's okay. I mean, one thing I'd like to mention on top of that was that the Honourable Simeon Brown has instructed councils to get back to spending on essentials. And this plan seems to be far removed from that statement.
Thank you. Thank you. We have your written submission. Which
Yeah, it's quite different to that.
Yeah, but it adds something. So thank you for the points that you've raised, and we will, if you would like to leave the notes that you've brought to speak to, then we will circulate it to all councillors. Yep,
happy to do that. Also happy to have a roundtable discussion on it as well.
Excellent.
Because as most of you are aware, I actually represent, or I'm involved in the community. I'm actually on the board of an organisation that represents 900,000 people in this country. And, you know, this sort of stuff is hard to actually swallow when you're talking about people who are earning $20,000 to $30,000.
Thank you. I'm going to have to move you on though. No, if you just give that to the staff, please don't take that, Tim.
Okay.
It will be circulated
Done.
through the appropriate channels. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you very much, everyone. And we are coming to Kerry Goulter. Welcome back. Lovely to see you again.
Kia ora koutou, Mayor and councillors. Lovely to see you again, and thank you so much for this opportunity to make this submission to you today. I'm making a personal submission as a former founding CEO of Hamilton and Waikato Tourism. 5 minutes is not long, and I am known to go off script, so I will try my best. But just picking up on a couple of points from Vanessa's today, and the importance of the CBD to Hamilton as a destination, and the need for more people in the CBD. Tourism brings more people into your city. Those additional people bring more money, $1 billion to the city. This supports the vibrancy and the prosperity and well-being of the city and its communities. Your investment in HWT is a smart investment, and for every ratepayer dollar spent, it returns $1,400 per visitor spend. Tourism works as a system, and RTOs play a crucial role in that system. They are the glue that brings the public and private sector together and connects them to tourism opportunities. Since I left HWT in 2016, I've worked at a national level across New Zealand's RTOs. HWT is a dedicated and high-performing organisation, and since its re-establishment 13 years ago, it has represented the city and region extremely well, both nationally and internationally. During this time, Hamilton and Waikato's position as an attractive and worthy place to visit has grown considerably due to the sustained hard work of a talented HWT team and partnership with the tourism industry. Hamilton Waikato Tourism is also a critical partner of HCC, working hand in hand with your team and your visitor assets. Your venues, the zoo, the gardens, the museums, the galleries, the events. It is a team approach. The funding provided is a very small portion of the capital value of these assets and the revenue that they generate. The proposed 50% cut will have a serious impact on this partnership and the ability to maintain and grow the share of visitors if HWT is downsized and underpowered. Tourism is about people and place, and it's an expression of identity and love of our place and our willingness to share it with others. The proposed cut devalues this and will be seen by the national and international tourism sectors as once again a lack in belief in the city and its worthiness of attracting visitors. It also erodes the confidence of the private sector's willingness to invest. This is not the time to be cutting funding and undermining investments, such as the long-awaited hotel developments, the regional theatre, and the possibility of new airline services. This region has a checkered history in tourism. When Tourism Waikato was disbanded back in 2006, it left a gaping hole. It was a significant task to re-establish the RTO, and fortunately, through your leadership and commitment, and through HWT's passion and hard work, the city and region has rebuilt a tourism sector and an RTO that you should be proud of and celebrate. It is hugely disappointing to be sitting in front of you today having this conversation 15 years ago after I first had it with you. Any reduction in funding has serious consequences. It risks the collective commitment of the region's other councils and challenges the effectiveness of HWT and ultimately their viability. My fear is that history is about to repeat, that this is the start of a downward spiral that played out in 2006, that took 5 years to re-establish the RTO and another 13 years to get the positive position you're in today. It's a long-term game. With my national hat on, I appreciate that local governments right across New Zealand are facing incredibly challenging times. My plea is that you honour the last 15 years of hard graft and that you retain your investment in HWT at the current level. This is an investment, not a cost. For every ratepayer dollar, it returns $1,400 per visitor spend. The investment flows back to HCC tenfold through the jobs created, the business rates paid, the entry fees to council assets, all of which lessens the burden on ratepayers and strengthens the prosperity and vibrancy of the city as a great place to live and a great place to visit. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kerry, and thank you very
8 seconds.
Yeah. And your submission to us, the written one here, which I'm looking, is very comprehensive, and so I guess you're suggesting that at a time of fast growth that the city's into at the moment is the time to let the wider world know what is going on in Hamilton and prepare for those visitors. Is that's...
The tourism industry is growing strongly. You need to be fighting for your share of it. There's very little room for cut there. It's a lean organisation. It's operating at the lower echelon in comparison to its peers. You'll lose talented IP and talented staff if this goes ahead. Now is not the time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in.
I've spent 30 million on tourism.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, we've got John Walker now, I believe. John Walker, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Your Honour, councillors, everyone here. I've been living in Hamilton for 45 years, living and working here. I've been retired for about 10 years now. I've put it in a submission because I'm rather disturbed with the council's idea of having this kind of table. What I dislike about this table is that I did how my house where I live, and it came down to only 3 years. So this is kind of, I feel it's false advertising in a way, because I continued it down, and I find that my present rates are 3,200 and something, and by the year 28-29, it is $7,000. So therefore, it's more than doubled. Now, I may be just above the medium, but there would be many people in my region of where I live in Glenview. So there's that. The other thing is that on this sheet here, it says that the year 24-25, the increase is $11 a year. It doesn't go further than that, but each and every year, the rates with this table increase by over $1 a year. By the end of 28-29, it amounts to $18 a week. $18 a week, which is well over $900. Out of that $7,000, I took 15% of that $7,000. It came to about $1,000. $1,000 of GST does not come to the government, the council, it goes to central government. Therefore, I think this table is incorrect by alluding to this $11 a week without further reference to every other year. And I find that this is rather deceptive marketing strategy. And I think it could have been done better. My other thing is that there was a park meeting with the public at Norton Park a few weeks ago, and the feedback there at that meeting, I get all the emails from council, was unpalatable. And I hardly agree with those people. I think this at the moment is totally unpalatable, and I wholeheartedly agree with them. There was analogy of the cost of the rates and power. People have the power to change their power company or do both and also economise on electricity. With rates, we do not have that luxury. So with rates, we are stuck with whatever is decided upon. Right, following on from that, strongly agree with reducing things. As the next item is no more cycle lanes and paths. We have enough cycle lanes and pathways in the city at present. No more humps and bumps in the roads. No more raised courtesy crossings. These courtesy crossings are very deceptive when people are crossing. The driver doesn't know whether to stop, the person doesn't know whether to walk. I feel that we should have controlled crossings, zebra black and white crossings, or refuge crossings with a median in the middle, which are safer for public. I think we need to look at street tree planting. In years gone by, a street tree was planting at nearly every roadway and every house. The street tree maintenance is very expensive, and I think it should be budgeted for. If you put 1,000 trees in, it's going to cost a lot of money. I go along with 4 cents for major emergencies for both sessions and for swimming pools. My last
You are out of time, so one last statement.
okay, my last piece is a summary.
If you have the summary, it can be provided to us. That would be good, because we are now out of time.
Yes, okay, I'll just hand it in at the office.
Brilliant.
But I think my point is that people are finding hardship, and at present, I've just walked around the city here, there are many shops already empty to let. And I feel that this money would be taking discretionary money away from people, and the CBD will be less vibrant because people will not have that $600 and $900 to go to a restaurant to eat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Thank you for your time today, and also the very clear way that your written submission was set out. So you will get a response, of course, to that comment around the GST and the data. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Well
time.
done, Charlie. Well done, mate. Very good. Excellent, mate. Thank you very much, Charlie.
Gus Sharp from the theatre, please. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi. So I just get to it?
Yes, and if you leave time, there's time for questions. If not, then there isn't. Thank
Fantastic. So I'm here to speak more broadly about the value of arts, events and general activity to the city. I understand that times are tough, and in my submission I note with sadness the depths of cuts, within your own organisation as well. I think that what's being proposed is a continuation, as I said in my submission, of the do more with less mentality, both for the arts and community services. And I think standing still in an era of, inflation, cost of living, all the rest of it, is already doing more with less. I think that if we cut that down any further or move from multi-year to single year, then really what we're doing is saying do more with absolutely nothing. And the value of that to the council and to the financial situation is pretty negligible against the impact. And it sort of reminds me of, if I'm honest, of being told not to eat smashed avocado to buy a house. And I just don't think that, while we need to do things, we all need to tighten our belts, and, putting off capital projects is a great start, although we'll have to do it later. I think that one of the things about arts and culture is that it relies on momentum. And we lose that momentum when we stop. And I think that it's going to be very hard to get that momentum up and going again. And the theatre is a great example of what momentum can bring, both to organisation, but also community momentum. So I just want the council to think very carefully about the value of those savings against what it risks losing. And I don't really have much more to add aside from that, just to reiterate that, you know, I just don't think the value's there, personally. So, any questions?
Are there any questions from councillors? No, because you were so clear on what you had to say, so thank you, and we appreciate
Great.
the work that you're doing
So I
in the
won?
theatre and the creative and the creative sector.
Cool.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now our last submitter before we get a cup of tea is Mark Bunting. So you're standing between us and a cup of tea, Mark. You love that.
That can be,
Don't you love that spot, right?
I do. I have to confess
Welcome
to being a bit
back to
nervous.
your old haunt.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. It's nice to be home. Wow. How great to see you all again. Thank you very much. Oh, it started. Okay. This scares the crap out of me. We've got ribbons. This really frightens me, and it actually says a lot that we've got a ribbon between our council and our public. You do realise that if someone actually did want to slap you, they could come over the ribbon, don't you? It's not going to save you. I've been watching these submissions with great sadness, not missing council one bit for these last couple of days. And people are saying some mean, nasty stuff. They always do. It's almost an annual sport in Hamilton now. I call it Kriegerfest, unkindly, but this year you've put ribbons up. The bottom line is hurt people, and this city is hurting, and we're seeing that. But hey, chill out, it is fixable. And I believe that this group is the group to fix that. I really do. I think you're the right people in the right place. So with the benefit of 6 years in your seat, 2 magnificent years of hindsight, I present the world according to Bunty. You've hit them with an unprecedented price rise when they can least afford it, for less service as well, and for good measure given them speed bumps. But more on that later. You're asking the community to pay more and get less. It makes sense at a time when they're hurting more than ever already. They are angry, they are hurting. But are you making the cuts yourself? So here are a couple of little challenges I'd really like you to think about. To my mind, the opportunity for a great turnaround actually rests with this governance wing here. You have a massive opportunity to orchestrate the greatest local government rescue with the support of the community, but it's going to take courage. I believe that the problem is actually debt, and it's sitting around this table. Money used to be cheap and now it's not. We get that. And just like households like mine whose mortgage payments have doubled, so council finds itself in a similar position. The key to my submission is a real challenge to your thinking around debt. I've made a fairly strong challenge in my written submission to look closely at the Municipal Endowment Fund. Is speculating on hotels and housing developments really more important than the general well-being of your community? And I'll test that a wee bit later on. So for the benefit of those watching, the Municipal Endowment Fund is essentially, I might be wrong, a $40 million fund that accrued based on the sale of city assets and was there for the purpose of co-funding economic projects that didn't really stack up, to speculate as it were. And Mayor Hardacre many years ago paid down debt with this because money was tight. And a couple of terms later, we put that fund back into debt and into the kitty to play with, and debt shot up accordingly. No worries, money was cheap, but just tick it up. It hasn't actually achieved anything since then. To quote my very good friend Councillor Ewan, there are no protected species. We need to be looking at this species. Yes, you can put up a myriad of reasons why we can't do this, why we can't put it back on debt. It can't possibly be done, but it's been done before, and I challenge you to do it again. I challenge you to at least have the discussion. And if you can't bear getting rid of the thing permanently, loan it back to yourselves. And when debt goes down soon enough, reinstate the thing. It's there to be used. Now the need is on debt. Have the discussion. Be bold. Think differently. This is one of the few things I agree with Margaret Evans on. There are a few operational tweaks I'd like to talk about. Charlotte Chuen pointed out yesterday that the proposed cutting of community grants and 100k per annum flies in the face of council's stated intent of being a fun place to be and a city where people thrive. And I tautoko that. Do you like that, Jeff? I got it from an app. For many years, the community sector has been the easy target for cuts. Let's trim library hours, let's trim back funding, let's tweak the way we fund theatres, etc., etc., etc. Meanwhile, we rack up huge capital debts. That's where the problem is. Again, the turnaround rests with you. The cat neutering fund, I don't need to bring cuddly toys in, but I share Mr Mulder's view of yesterday that cat management is essential. And Louise, please keep up the fight. I really appreciate what you're doing there. Otherwise, meow, meow, munch, munch, it's time for lunch. Goodbye, tooies. Now's not the time for my beloved pool dome. I agree with that coming off the table, and I think the new bridge is great, but not now. Use that time you're not building it and generating community funding. Transport, I could blare on about that. Everyone else is going to do that. Central government needs to help you. Now, I agree with former Councillor Pascoe's idea that GST on rates needs to come back to council, and that government buildings ought to be paying rates. But it's more than that. You need to lead central government and help them make it easy to make cuts. For one, the Remuneration Authority. And here's a big challenge for you. Reduce the representation pool bulk funding by 20% and then cut councillors by 2%. You're expecting staff to do the same, match them yourself. I think this council is overweight at the top. This council has been brutal on staff. Their morale must be through the floor. Are you willing to take the same hit? My challenge to you is for every staff cut you make, take the same percentage of cut yourself. I think you're paid fairly. I just think there's too many of you. Drop the Māngai Māori. I think it's a luxury we don't have, and if anyone's going to pay for it, I know we should be paying for that right now. But I think that's where there's a major saving to be done. So look, in summary, there's so much more to do. You are blessed to have the opportunity to make a real positive difference, and what a tremendous opportunity each of you has over the next few weeks. All it takes is real thinking, real courage and real leadership. So I'm off to save the world. markbunting.co.nz. Please check out my website. Haven't got time for questions. Sorry, going to run from Ewan. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mark. As always, good that you're able to inject a little humour along into our lives. And councillors, we're having a break now till 11:15. Thank you, everyone. We've got a whopping quarter of an hour. for your written submission and attending in person. We appreciate it. If you do happen to leave a little bit of time at the end, we'll be able to ask questions. If not, because our schedule's so tight, we'll have to move on.
Yeah.
But thank you.
The S1 Owners Group welcomed the opportunity to provide feedback on Hamilton City Council's draft Development Contributions Policy and Growth Funding Policy. My name is Robert Stephen Dole. I'm a Regional Director with Colliers Project Leaders New Zealand Limited. I confirm that I am authorised to make the presentation on behalf of Colliers Project Leaders and the SL1 Consortium, consisting of 8 landowners located within the emerging area of SL1. In general, we strongly oppose the proposed level of increases in development contribution fees. We anticipate the proposed significant fee increases will negatively impact Hamilton City Council as follows. There will be a significant reduction in planned affordable and new housing. If the proposed charges go through, we do not believe Hamilton City Council will hit its forecasted revenue returns, as development within Hamilton City boundaries will be significantly impacted. The increase will halt or cancel residential, industrial and commercial projects in Hamilton. It will signal to the market that Hamilton will be closed for business and investment. There will be a reduction in the number of businesses and employment within the city boundaries, and it is alarming to see that Hamilton's DCs will be some of the highest in the country. To address our concerns, we recommend Hamilton City Council pauses their development contribution policy and instruct council officers to work closely with the private sector on a development contributions working group who are to collectively agree on the terms and references and issues and work through a wide-ranging set of development scenarios so that economic impact is fully understood by elected officials. The Insight Economic Report that is heavily referenced throughout the information provided to elected members relies on and incorporates the outputs of 10 feasibility case studies provided by council officers. The 10 case studies provided are small-scale residential developments and had no representation on medium or large-scale residential developments or any commercial, retail, industrial development scenarios, which makes no sense whatsoever. We have not been able to find the development feasibility assumptions provided to Insight Economics for the basis of their report. Given the staggering increases proposed and the detrimental impact it will have on the economic viability of Hamilton City, we would have thought the feasibility assumptions would have been made public. As an example, Colliers has recently completed an industrial development in December 2023 for a client within a neighbouring territorial authority immediately adjacent Hamilton City. That business was based in Hamilton City. We undertook a wide-ranging market expression of interest process and then ended up moving that development outside of Hamilton City. The building consisted of a warehouse office of 5,500 square metres and a canopy of 1,200 square metres. The development contributions on that project were $89,000 and was based on the infrastructure demand assessment of the client's existing potable water and wastewater usage within a similar sized building that they tenanted within Hamilton boundaries. To highlight the impact of the proposed contribution charges, development contribution charges will have on affordability, the same development located in Te Rapa would now generate development contributions of $1.2 million and a staggering $2.4 million if it was built in Peacocks. Based on the project feasibility undertaken, it would simply not be viable to develop this building within Hamilton City. The net effect will be these projects will either be lost to the region in total or developed outside of Hamilton City boundaries, which would further impact the entire viability of Hamilton as a modern functioning city. The schedule of assets is a critical component of the DC policy. The infrastructure items and their costs drive the total DC charge for each catchment. The outputs of the model are only as good as the accuracies and the assumptions and the integrity of the inputs. Errors, incorrect assumptions and other issues of the scheduled assets can unfairly increase the total DC charges. It's been very hard to assess the schedule of assets. There's a lot of items there, and we can't actually, the development community can't assess what's in behind those and driving those schedule assets. So again, we think that there needs to be a working group to work through that in a more deliberate manner to make sure we understand what is the impact of the proposed increases. Another issue, the moving towards requiring development contributions to be paid at consent stage creates uncertainty around what final costs will be. There is no reason to change the current norm in New Zealand of having development contributions or financial contributions paid at code compliance or the titling stage of a project. When looking at the example I noted earlier, if we had development contributions of 1.2 million and that development contribution was charged at the building consent approval phase, it would generate $80,000 of interest during a 12-month construction period. And essentially that is money going to Australian banks and is not being retained in the New Zealand economy. To address our concerns, we recommend Hamilton City Council implements a development contribution policy which specifies the trigger for development contributions to be levied at co-compliance or titling phase. Look, we know it's really hard at the moment. Every family, every business, every council and the governments around the world are struggling with this cost of living crisis. But to think that council officers can solve these problems themselves without engagement of the wider community just doesn't make any sense. So we need to work together to make sure we don't affect the viability of our wonderful city. Yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We do have time for questions. Councillor Casey Cox.
Kia ora, Rob. Thank you. Just a question. I noticed in your submission you mentioned that there should be an allocation of affordable housing remission. I just wondered what you meant by that exactly. It's different to inclusionary zoning.
Well, I mean, look, the cost of developments is going up. The cost of materials have gone up. So, but we're still needing to hit affordability targets to have a healthy city. So, you know, within the emerging growth area of SL1, for instance, for the affordable housing, our view is that we should have a housing pool that's available for teachers, nurses, police, fire people, factory workers who can buy affordable housing. So if the DCs are going to have to go up, which probably they will need to, there should be a remission on affordable housing if a threshold of delivering a house below the average house cost in Hamilton can be reached, there should potentially be a remission for those builders or land developers providing those housing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you, Rob, for coming in to present. I've got a couple of questions. First one is, in terms of the DCs in the Peacock and wider area, what are your thoughts on, for example, if those were reduced, then introducing a targeted rate which spread the cost of that infrastructure but targeted it to that particular area and those households?
My view is, the costs have to fall where the costs have to fall. And I was president of the Property Council when we requested that other areas within Hamilton shouldn't be subsidising, one area shouldn't be subsidising another area. So the costs have got to fall where they've got to fall. But the proposed increases in Peacocks will mean that whole growth sale will not go ahead. Because I just don't think anyone can afford to pay another $100,000 a section. Obviously, there's been a lot of money borrowed to enable that development. It's whether right at the start, council officers actually recommended that area should have proceeded, you know. So, and again, nothing's happened in that area, so there's holding costs that council currently has, and that's compounding on this DC issue.
Your concern is for SL1, assuming that, you know, if that goes ahead, then you'll be negatively affected by DCs too. So I think areas where they've large growth sale areas that are developing it and putting a lot of that infrastructure in and entering into developer agreements can probably ring fence their DCs to a certain degree because they're paying for that infrastructure. But when council's having to front for that infrastructure and at the sort of the cost you've had with Peacocks, that's you know, there's a significant issue there that needs to be worked through. And I don't work for those developers, but I appreciate they would have significant concerns with the proposed increases. Okay. And thank you. I appreciate you've said essentially, though, to delay things and set up a working group. So in terms of development contributions, is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And in terms of the affordable housing remission, I note here in your written submission, and you mentioned as well, providing housing for essential workers. How is there a way that that housing could either be retained so that it remains affordable when someone who buys it moves on, or at least that capital gains within it, some of it are reinvested or something, so that there's sustainability and not a windfall for just the one first person to purchase
Yeah, I
it?
think Hobsonville's been a good example of where you've tried to address affordability, and then the people have bought an affordable house and sold it quite quickly and made a lot of capital gains. I think even like with apartment cycles in Auckland, every cycle there's a maturity of the product that's being developed, and so the first round of affordable housing we got it wrong, and so the development community and councils and government need to come up with the solutions to make sure that those houses remain affordable as for as long as possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Over time at this point, so thank you very much.
No problems. Thank you very much.
It was a very thorough submission. Thank you for your questions. I've got Jen Palmer now. Please. Good morning, Jen.
Oh, red light means it's on. That's very counterintuitive. Do I have an ability to control the presentation? I just have to, we're going to flip through pretty quickly. I'm mindful that I feel like I was just here the other day, and you're probably fairly familiar with the work of Bridge Housing Trust. So I'll just highlight a few of the more important parts of my submission. Before I do that, I just wanted to acknowledge Rob's presentation earlier, and interesting in how much alignment we have between our presentations and how much we agree, particularly on, for example, engaging with the sector on development contributions and bringing that to more of a workshop idea. And a few other things as well. So I just wanted to acknowledge that the sector isn't that far apart when you talk to developers and those in the affordable housing space. If we could just we'll flip through the next sort of handful of slides. We might land on I'll just give a very brief overview of where we're up to with our Hamilton development. Just quickly, we are still charging ahead, so we're almost there on the final issue with our resource consent application, which happens to be a protected tree owned by this council. So we're just working through that with the arborist, but we should be almost there. And we are expecting an offer for the last bit of finance that we're missing in the next 2 weeks. So we're really on track, and we're really looking forward to giving you a proper update in due course. So if we just go to probably the last 3 slides. Just wanted to touch on probably the most important parts of our submission. And I know you would have heard from Nick earlier today, and we're really echoing each other's submissions, and likewise with the Lands Trust who will be presenting tomorrow, and the Housing Initiative who were here, I believe, yesterday. So just want to support the remission for the Central City intensification, but our view is that there has to be a requirement for affordable housing if a developer is going to be able to enjoy the benefit of that remission. So we think that's a fairly obvious and easy win, and we would like to see that added. The social housing remission, the change to community housing, we also support that. We would like to see that definition broadened, and this is something we've said a number of times. Keeping it, isolating it to CHIPS is probably a fairly easy thing to do, but it's not really the right thing to do. What's important is the impact and the outcome, and that can be achieved by community charitable trusts as well. So we're well set up to provide exactly the same impact as a CHIP. We just do it in a slightly different way, but I think it's more important that you restrict it to those bringing the same outcomes rather than the type of entity it is. And we put some suggestions in there around, for example, registration with Community Housing Aotearoa, which we are. So yeah, a CHIP is just one vehicle, but I think it excludes even the Lands Trust that this council set up as well. And then the last thing is just our support of the inclusionary zoning discussions, and we very much would love to be part of that ongoing conversation. It's not a silver bullet, but we think it's certainly one step in the process. So yeah, that was just a quick run through. I just wanted to bring those key ones to the front from our submission.
We have a bit of time, and we do have a question, Councillor Wilson.
Jen, thanks for your presentation. Always good to see you, and thanks for all the work you do. An earlier submitter suggested that we shouldn't have a municipal endowment fund. And of course that would mean funds that we've suggested to provide your worthwhile project would not be able to go ahead. Can I have your view as to how important a municipal endowment fund is, and how you would feel if we had to revoke that offer?
Yeah, it's unbelievably important. It's such a unique facility for projects like ours who have really limited means. And I've said this many, many times that, you know, even with gifted land, even with, you know, rebates on DCs, even with concessionary interest rates, it's still really, really difficult. But if you take out one of those pieces, the house of cards just falls apart. So the impact of that fund is vital, and I think it would have really negative impact on the sector and other projects, not just ours, but certainly other projects as well if that wasn't available. And I think, you know, it's such a win for council as well. It's a wonderful opportunity to have both financial returns and, you know, social impact as well. So yeah, I applaud that and would hate to think that it's at risk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Just a question. I noticed in your submission you did mention the potential of an affordable housing fund that could be set up, not immediately, but into the future. I just wondered if you might reflect on what the value of that would be for Bridge.
Yeah, and likewise, similar to the Municipal Endowment Fund, there are very limited opportunities for us to be able to develop access development finance. I mean, of course, we have bank funding, but you know, we've seen through Trust Waikato and Momentum Foundation trying to set up this affordable housing fund that enables developers to genuinely build affordable housing. We've been lucky enough to have, as you know, free land and other concessionary rates, but any lever that we can pull to offer both financial and community returns is vital.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time, and thank you also for your submission that we've.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
We are now on to Maxine Campbell. Welcome, Maxine.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for providing the time and space for our voices to be heard here. And I should perhaps preface this by saying I am not looking specifically at individual things the council is doing. I am coming from a point of view that suggests there is more to balance than simply the books, and have my particular opinion, which I consider to be an informed opinion, as to the things that we might want to be considering. Now, I noticed in my written submission that I chose to move from Invercargill to Hamilton with my children in 1990. And I did that because the city offered a good range of opportunities for my family, and they were all contained within an area that would allow, for example, this single parent to travel to and from her 5 children's different Saturday sporting activities without blowing a gasket. The practicalities of everyday life were much easier here than in Auckland, where I had grown up. So more than 30 years ago, I found what would today be called a 15-minute city, and I'm sorry if that triggers anybody. On arrival here, I was baffled by Hamilton's byline as the Fountain City. I have never taken visitors to Hamilton to see our fountains. I have long thought that a much more fitting title for Hamilton would be The Greenery, and I take everybody to see our gardens, our parks and our river paths. Simply driving through the city up many of the streets, if you raise your eyes above the roofline, all you see is greenery and trees, and you get the impression that Hamilton is built within a forest. And in fact, last week, Anteno informed me that council looks after more than 30,000 trees. These 30,000 enduring assets benefit us in multiple ways, from beautification and well-being to addressing climate change and environmental sustainability. They also speak to the values associated with the generations coming behind us. We know that Gen Z champions the environment and climate change measures, ethical business practices, and social justice. For them, dollar values, while recognised, do not override these personal and communal values, and we need to keep that in mind. I don't claim to support everything Council has done. Even as a cyclist, I have some reservations about some of the speed bumps. Te Araha Street is particularly brutal. But Hamilton has done many things well over the decades and continues to do so. We make the most of funding from external sources, but also work to help ourselves. Council works well with both national and local partners such as central government, businesses, community organisations and philanthropists. Our response to the COVID lockdown, especially in regard to food security, drew all those elements together in ways that made me proud to belong here. But that was a matter of crisis, and it's not simply a matter of addressing crises. All around the city are projects benefiting the arts, playgrounds, sports and the local environment, which have materialised because we have partnered to achieve them. And I'm sure that will continue. And of course, when times are tough, we need to focus on the essentials first. Water, roading, rubbish and infrastructure need to be maintained and future-proofed. But I implore Council to stand firm on matters that will align with the values of the coming generations. And those are primarily those which address the health of our planet, our city and its residents. I know there has been very vocal opposition, for example, to the development of the cycling network, yet it will be essential in years to come. I have avoided engaging in online conversations about cycling and so forth because there is so much vitriol thrown about and none of it ever achieves anything productive. The proposed rates rises will cause many of us to struggle, including me. My years as a single parent taught me how to survive struggles, but I couldn't have done it alone. People were generous. And people are still generous, and that may hold the key to assisting ratepayers who will struggle too much. But like Gen Z, we must recognise values purely beyond monetary boundaries. We must also face the consequences of our historic underinvestment and look to building a sustainable, well-serviced city.
Maxine, you're out of time, but if you want to make your one final point, that would be
The
great.
coming generations will inherit what we choose to do now. They will share the costs of what we choose, and hopefully they will enjoy the benefits of it too. We owe them our best.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the detail in your written submission and the fact that you've come and highlighted some critical elements for you. We appreciate that.
Cheers.
We now have Craig Stephen, please. Good morning.
I also have some slides that need to be flicked through. I'll try and be brief. Kia ora tātou. It's a pleasure to be able to submit to you guys today. Just by way of background, my name is Craig Stephen. I live at 36 Jellicoe Drive in Hamilton East. I'm a non-paying ratepayer. That means I stopped paying my rates a little over a year ago when I was observing large SA in excess within council. I informed the Mayor at the time and asked her to inform the councillors of my decision to stop paying my rates. I'm an economist by trade. I did my undergrad at Waikato University, my postgrad at Lincoln University, and studied at the Wharton Business School at the University of Pennsylvania. I'm a former CIO, Chief Investment Officer for a number of listed companies. I helped put Fonterra together. I developed the capital structure, the credit rating, the debt facilities, and the risk management policy framework. I have some experience in infrastructure funding. I've reviewed all the publicly available information on the LTP, a community wellbeing budget, and I seek to present my analysis to you today, and I hope you will find my findings a little useful to you. I'm also a member of the Institute of Directors, a former board member for the Institute of Financial Professionals in New Zealand. I'm a certified finance and treasury professional. Thank you. You know your revenue and financing policy well. There are a couple of elements in here that I'd like to focus on. Firstly, the key principles being that growth will pay for growth. Secondly, affordability of rates will be considered. And thirdly, to ensure a prudent financial position is maintained. Council is projecting that the city's total assets will increase from 6.3 billion in 2024 to 13.6 billion in 2034. This results in more than a doubling of total assets over a 10-year period. This is a massive change and the most significant investment in capital that this city has experienced in its lifetime. It warrants more detailed analysis and more detailed review. Of the $5.1 billion of capex funded over the next 10 years, 2.9 billion of which is projected to fund growth, and 2.2 for LOS and renewals. The analysis that I've done shows that just over $1 billion will be funded from development contributions and from new ratepayers. This means the balance of $1.9 billion and $2.2 billion for LOS and renewals is to be funded by existing ratepayers. This is not growth paying for growth. This is existing ratepayers subsidising new entrants. Additionally, the forecast capex plan is well in advance of depreciation allowances, further demonstrating how much of the capex is for projected growth. I have reviewed historic financials of Council together with the prospective financial position, mapping operating costs, capex, population growth, inflation, asset growth, and how these assets have been funded. It shows that operating costs increased 36.5% over the last 5 years, while the population only grew 8.8%. When you normalise it for population, operating costs have increased by 25% on a per capita basis, whilst cumulative inflation over the same period was 16%, a 10% gap. Why the gap? Looking forward, costs on a per capita basis are projected to increase by a further 70.6%. Why such a substantive rise? Normally, as a business grows and utilisation of assets improves, the unit costs of delivering products or services reduce. It's called economies of scale benefits. We have seen no scale benefits in the past, nor are these projected into the future. If we are not getting more efficient in the delivery of our services as we grow, why do it? Over the last 5 years, capex has increased 122.4%, while the population has increased only 8.8%. And over the next 10 years, we are projecting a further doubling in the annual capex, despite projected population growth being 18.8%. Something is wrong. The Council's proposed solution does not work. Council's current proposal will see debt per capita in the city increase from $4,400 per person to $11,000 per person, while the balance sheet equity ratio will fall from 84% to 80%.
Afraid you're running out of time. You have run out of time, actually. I wonder if you're able to leave the slide set with us.
You're welcome to.
Oh, they're already on diligent. That's good. So if there's one final point you want to make, and then we need to really come to the end of your time. It has to be a short
It's
one.
easy to throw stones and easy to lob grenades. The harder part is coming up with solutions, and so I'm here to offer some solutions. The existing approach shows that the system is flawed. It's broken. And everything we're trying to do is about reallocating of a pie, a relatively small pie. The issue that we need to deal with is the demand side equation. We need to earn the right to grow. We have to demonstrate that our systems and our processes, our framework works. Trying to build and expand a city on a broken infrastructure is flawed. So my view is stop. Stop. Don't do anything more. We haven't earned the right to grow. Stabilise our existing framework. Then when we've demonstrated that we can do that efficiently, then grow.
Thank you. Clear point made. Thank you very much, and thank you for the detail that you've provided in your submission and coming to speak to it personally. We do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Logan.
Thank you, councillors. We'll also be joined by Morgan Jones today as well.
Hi.
Hi.
We've got split vision, but that's good. Thank you. Property Council.
Yeah, very good. Kia ora koutou. My name's Morgan Jones, and I'm here today as the chair of the Property Council Central Regional Committee, and with me on the screen dialing in for advocacy from the Property Council is Logan Rainey. So I've got a couple of pages to read through, and then hopefully we've got time at the end for questions as well. We're here to speak both on the long-term plan and also on the development contribution and growth policy. By way of introduction, and you'll have our detailed submission that we submitted during the period. Property is the second largest industry in the Waikato. The Property Council champions the property sector, and we represent 86 member companies in the Waikato, which are across private, public and charitable organisations. So thank you for having us here today. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you and share our thoughts and our industry's concerns for the future of development and housing supply in Hamilton. I'd like to start by acknowledging that the Property Council understands and sympathises with the financial challenges facing Council. We understand why there's upward pressure on rates and debt. As you are no doubt aware, those in the property sector, whether it's private, public or charitable, industries are also facing significant cost pressures, and a collaborative approach to meeting these challenges together is critical. Right now, the property sector, again, as you'll no doubt be aware, is undergoing one of the toughest periods of market conditions for a number of years. We're broadly supportive of the direction of the long-term plan. However, we're extremely concerned about the proposed DC policy of raising rates by up to 131% in some cases. We can't emphasise enough that this will have a massive impact on housing supply and affordability in Hamilton. We'll start with the long-term plan. And we have a few key messages to pass along to you today. While we broadly support the direction of Council, we also wish to champion the use of alternative funding and financing tools. The Property Council would like to see Council implementing new funding approaches to take some pressure off rates, DCs and enable new infrastructure. Examples of this include SPVs or special purpose vehicles that are now being implemented under the IFF Act and other tools like public-private partnerships. The IFF model has been with us now for almost 4 years, and it's been utilised by other local authorities across the country, including Tauranga City Council. We strongly encourage and cheer on the prospect of a city and regional deal or sub-regional deal for Hamilton with central government. We all know the importance of having central government come to the table and help prop up and fix the funding shortfalls that we have. We, like you, would like to see a sub-regional city deal providing locked-in, depoliticised and long-term thinking and commitment that we need. In terms of the BID, or the Business Improvement District, we favour the expansion of the district that is aligned to the proposed delivery of the walking and cycling bridge. And just quickly, in terms of the rates review, we are interested in the scope of this work and would like the opportunity to engage with Council further on this matter. Now I turn to development contributions, which is our members' main concern. The number one thing to be aware of with development contributions is that they can either stifle or enable growth. The Property Council in principle supports the use of development contributions, and Council has a really important role in funding and front-end delivering core infrastructure for growth. We strongly believe that this is important to equitably distribute the costs of new infrastructure. However, there are elements of the proposed DC contributions policy. I'll start with the ones that we do support. We welcome the extension of the 100% city centre DC remission for 6 stories and above. This is critical to ensure that new development in the city has the best chance of being financially feasible in the current and foreseeable market conditions. We also favour the 50% DC remission for all CBD developments. We welcome the standardised stormwater charge for residential developments, and when it comes to cap charges, we recommend retaining cap charges for non-residential developments of all sizes to help encourage a range of developments across Hamilton. Now I turn to the issues. Make no mistake, the staggering increases in the proposed development contributions will add to what has become a perfect storm in the property market at the current time, resulting in a range of harmful outcomes to Hamilton. As you're aware, some growth sales are now breaking north of $100,000 development contribution per home, and there'll be consequences right across the spectrum. These will look like tens of thousands of dollars being added to the cost of a new home to be paid for by buyers, groups like first home buyers. Planned new housing becoming financially unfeasible, leading to developments being postponed, mothballed, or re-evaluated. Denser projects that carry more cost, more risk, longer timeframes and require more pre-sales will become abandoned for years or permanently. Less affordable housing typologies may be built as developers are unable to feasibly produce and the market is unable to purchase affordable types of housing. It was only several months ago that Hamilton overtook Tauranga as the country's fastest growing city. Information provided to us yesterday by Tauranga City Council indicates their completed homes in the last 12 months have dropped from a high of 1,500 per annum to close to 500 in the last 12 months. We're deeply concerned that Hamilton will become unappealing and an unfeasible place to develop new housing. Lower development contributions in Waikato District and Waipa District will mean that development moves there instead, ultimately diverting capital, opportunity and investment outside of Hamilton itself and creating distributed urban sprawl. Elected members, we'd like to stress to you today that we believe that there are problems with this approach that's been taken to calculating development contributions. Under the Local Government Act, DCs must be fair, equitable and proportionate to the total costs of capital expenditure to service growth over the long term. Our members advise us that there are issues with the schedule of assets. They are layered with over-design and unnecessary cost contingencies and escalation, which have resulted in the increases and the capital program being higher than expected. We also are concerned that there appears to be the over-provision of infrastructure in some circumstances above and beyond what might be expected in the current economic climate. In this economic environment, we should be focusing on essential core infrastructure and pausing on the nice-to-haves. Our members cannot understand how, off the back of a significant interest-free loan from central government and significant funding contribution from NZTA, that DCs and greenfield growth areas are now some of the highest in the country. In the development contributions policy, Council is proposing to increase a high degree of discretion to determine the milestone at which development contributions are assessed and levied. This is offered as a positive move, but in real terms, it means that a developer may need to front fund DCs earlier than they would have otherwise at a time when a project has no impact on infrastructure. While we welcome flexibility in the policy, creating uncertainty or bringing forward costs is counterproductive. While we've outlined a series of concerns, the Property Council also has a clear pathway forward to share with you. We strongly believe that it's time to hit pause on the development contributions policy. This will give time for Council to work with the private sector and review the proposed schedule of assets. These need to be critical and aligned with developers' intentions for each area. A pause would also give time to supplement the use of development contributions with alternative funding and financing tools. Once these actions are complete, if there still needs to be increases, we'd like to see them staged over a 3-year period, which has been done elsewhere in the country. There is clear precedent for this, with Council having previously phased in increased development contributions over a 3-year period in 2021 for Peacock 1, Peacock 2, Rotokauri, Rototuna and Ruakura. The phase-in would have 2 benefits. It will give the development sector time to adjust to whatever new development contribution fees are, and it would also enable emerging projects that might be close to resource consent or investment decisions now to continue on without adverse effects or being mothballed. Both of these would help ensure additional housing supply over time, helping keep house prices and rents more affordable in Hamilton for Hamiltonians. To wrap up, I'd like to thank the elected members once again for the opportunity to speak to you about the long-term plan and the development contributions policy. We value the strong and honest relationship that we have with Hamilton City Council. To reiterate, we broadly support the direction of the long-term plan, but the development contributions policy is a major risk for our sector for the future housing supply and affordability in Hamilton. It's time to hit pause and rethink the approach to this. Both Logan and myself welcome any questions, and again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have just over 5 minutes for questions. I've got 4 on the board, so councillors keep your questions quite direct. Angela's first.
Thanks very much for your submission. Always look forward to Property Council's contribution. I just have one question. You touched, and it's on the question around when DCs are required. You said that the Property Council welcomes flexibility, but I heard you then say that there is concerns around what we are proposing. We heard yesterday and today some concerns also, but the submissions were about 50-50. Were about 50-50 on who supported and who didn't. Those that supported it said the policy would be more transparent. Can you comment on that and what that might mean?
Logan might be able to add to this because he sits right across New Zealand, all different local authorities that have a range of different policies, some that work well, some that don't. I'll start by saying early on in a project, if a development contribution cost is brought forward, generally every dollar on a development contribution equals, in round numbers, maybe $1.50 or $1.55 to a project once you account for cash flow, finance costs, development margin, risks, all those layers that are added to it. So every dollar that's added to development contributions has a ripple on of 1.5 times in round numbers to the final version of a home. The key things that we're looking for is certainty of that charge. So when people make investment decisions up front, that the charge is held. But ideally, the model would allow for the later payment of that when it's closer to actually having an impact on the infrastructure. So whether that's issuing of titles, building consent or otherwise, but that it's actually paid down the track. But when investment decisions are made, that number's locked in.
Yeah. Logan, did you have anything to add?
Just that we've, as outlined in our written submission, do have some concerns around how the policy is currently written, would align with sections 201 and 202 of the Local Government Act, which in our view specify that triggers must provide a high degree of certainty to developers when they will be levied the DC. And just to reiterate this point around the cost or the consequence to a developer of paying that cost up front can be quite significant when you look at something like a project feasibility, especially in the current market conditions.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Bidder.
2 very quick related questions. Should growth pay for growth, and are our infrastructure costs way too high?
I'll direct both those two to you, Logan.
Thanks, Morgan. We've always maintained an approach of supporting development contributions as a contribution to the cost of infrastructure as per the Local Government Act. We think it's really important that developments pay their fair share, but that contribution is fair and proportionate. Infrastructure costs, I mean, if you look at them in a macro sense, infrastructure is expensive to build, always has been, and is going up further. We think it's really important that when you look at funding infrastructure, you look at the full spectrum of tools in the toolkit. One of those tools is development contributions, but that's only one of many tools. And as you would have seen in our written submission, we support a range of alternative funding and financing tools, such as special purpose vehicles, targeted rates, public-private partnerships, and so forth, as other tools in the toolkit to help spread that cost in the most fair and equitable way. So just to reiterate, we support the premise of development contributions as a contribution towards the cost of infrastructure, and we also stress the importance of funding infrastructure with the full spectrum of tools in the toolkit.
Wilson.
Should we as a council continue to fund infrastructure in areas of growth on multiple fronts at the same time when we already know Peacocks is beginning to stall?
I can answer that one briefly. Growth is occurring right across the city, greenfield areas, infill areas, city centre. It will continue to do so. There's probably less line of sight across major urban areas in New Zealand to where that will occur, given the changes around our planning legislation and frameworks over the last couple of years. I know we have that on pause here at the moment, but what that does is that frees up the market to deliver more housing quickly where the market decides to deliver. So that is a challenge for council to align infrastructure. The term we've used in the past is just-in-time infrastructure. So in the locations where it's needed, when it's needed, rather than building it, holding it, and having that latent capacity and cost, but not being paid back. So the simple answer would be yes. Try and figure out where the market is providing that housing, have a really good understanding of your housing system or development and property system, and provide the infrastructure where it's needed and at a time it's needed.
Thank you.
We're out of time by 6 seconds, so that's not bad. Thank you very much. Thank you, Logan, and thank you, Morgan, for keeping the conversation alive between us and your organisation and ourselves.
Yeah, very good. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now have Jamilian Tamaki. Did I say that right? Good, thank you. Kia ora koutou. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Tēnā tātou. Kia ora koutou, we're from Te Papanui Indaloo Community Centre, and we're speaking with Jamili. So today, we are from the most deprived community in the city, and the second most deprived in the country. Not a good stat to have in this beautiful, beautiful city that we call our home. So we've got two things, and very important things that we want to talk about today. One is rangatahi and one is our build. I'm doing the rangatahi. So we are, as Te Papanui, we are committed to building and shaping our future Hamilton. We are committed to thriving people and communities. In order to support thriving communities, we need to remember to include everybody in the community, even our rangatahi. We support Fern's submission around a rangatahi/youth strategy. There is a need for a youth strategy to align with the different stages of whānau. Data indicates that our rangatahi of our city are not thriving and are not destined to become a thriving future of our city. To better support our young people, it starts with implementing active programs that support whānau to see active, meaningful change. There needs to be more focus on our rangatahi, especially for communities like Te Papanui. We are a community of need. We need support, we need guidance, and we need space to deliver what our community needs, which brings us to our next important thing today, our build.
Kia ora whānau, Joe Kuti is my name. I'm the manager of Te Papanui Indaloo Community Centre. I sit here on behalf of our people, our whānau, our community. Currently we sit in the unfunded section, which can be funded through the community infrastructure targeted rates and council relocating funding. Our community is growing and our housing development by home order and the community is increasing, therefore our current club rooms is not fit for purpose and it doesn't cater for our needs. Improving our facilities at Te Papanui will ensure our most deprived area can enjoy and benefit from the shaping of the city where our people thrive. This funding is an investment into shaping the city where our people can thrive and a fun city with lots to do. Our community is struggling through the increased costs of living and the decreased government spending. Demand for our services in our community is increasing. We need to do better fund and to be better funded to support our growing need.
Tēnā tātou, Jamaline. To conclude our verbal submission, Te Papanui Community Trust would like to thank Hamilton City Council for the recent installation of our lights in the community park. It's a minute detail, I know, in comparison to larger council projects. However, the installation has made a significant difference in our community. Some other things that happened. Back in 2021, we also did a verbal submission about a safer community. Since then, we have received lighting around the community centre as a part of this Safer Communities. We've also received the vibrant colours painted on our playground, a minute detail, but you only have to see the looks on the faces of our tamariki to know how appreciative they are of the small details. The Martin Road shopping area has a new crossing. It's a significant difference for our community. In conclusion, again, Te Papanui Ndili Community Trust sympathises with the financial challenges faced by Hamilton City Council, and we acknowledge upward pressure on rates and debts. To address financial challenges and help alleviate pressure on ratepayers, we recommend making use of alternative funding and financing tools, as well as pursuing a city and regional deal with central government. Te Papanui Ndili Community Trust thank Hamilton City Council for the opportunities to submit. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And we do have your written submission here, which gives a great deal more detail. So thank you for that. I was a bit surprised that you only had the 5 minutes time, but we are now out of time. We will come back to you if we have any questions off the back of your submission. But do want to thank you as a team for what you've done off the smell of an oily rag, because you really have. The way you took an old rugby club room and made something quite special out of it, even though it's not fit for purpose, is credit to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Suzanne Rouse. Close? Sorry? Yeah, yes. Yeah, Rouse.
Yeah.
From Te Rongopai Community Trust, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
E ngā tangata o te kahunui o Kirikiriroa, tēnā koutou. Tēnei te mihi mai oa, kia koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou, ia koutou atawhai te whakarongo, kia mātou kōrero I tēnei rā. To the councillors of Hamilton City Council, greetings. This is a warm greeting to you all. Thank you for your kindness and listening to us talk today. Kia ora koutou, ko Ramon Sorensen taku ingoa. My role at the community centre is a youth mentor.
Kia ora koutou, ko Suzanne taku ingoa. Hi, I'm Suzanne Rouse and I'm the manager at the Good News Community Centre.
Kia ora koutou, ko Jess taku ingoa and I am a mentor at the Good News Community Centre.
We'd like to take this opportunity today to thank you for enabling our organisation to support the people of Crawshaw, Norton and surrounds through the community grants over the last 10 years since our community centre was built. These grants have been essential in enabling us to see growth and support in our community, whether it be through the after-school drop-in program, te reo classes, rāranga classes, cooking classes, free kai store, older persons program, youth mentoring, youth employability programs, sports programs, community games and meals, events and more. A busy community centre seeing 100 to 400 people through the doors every day of the week, as well as youth supported at our 3 local high schools, Ngāta Te Wharakura, Te Kopaku High School and Fraser High School. So thank you for your contribution and support in enabling us to make a difference in our community. We hope you see it as dollars well spent. With demand increasing year on year through increased population with the expanding local boundary into the Rotokauri area, intensified Kaionga order housing being built with 96 new homes in our suburb, and the cost of living hitting people hard, as well as greater complexity in whānau needs and situation the pressure is on for our services. However, the funding available to support our community is under severe pressure. With greater need, lower financial resource, and rising costs on our organisation, it is no longer possible to provide the same level of service. This leads me to raise our main point of the submission, that the grants budget should be increased, not decreased, as outlined in the long-term plan. This is a small budget in the scheme of Council's expenditure, but does make such a difference to everyday lives of Hamiltonians, including some of the city's most vulnerable. We believe the return on Council's investment through community grants has a worthwhile return. For example, the research value of one of our programs was for every dollar spent on the program, there was a $4.20 social return on the investment. Council's funding of these community organisations often has a ripple effect. For example, through your investment, we're able to combine that with other community grants, volunteer power, and other donations to have a much greater input than the Council could ever achieve on its own. As the fourth largest city, we fall short in terms of community grants. We're ranked 9th in terms of our allocation to community grants in terms of dollars per resident. We believe a funding increase can be achieved through considering how funds received through development levies and building consents are then allocated. Money is used and invested for core infrastructure, such as pipes. But without the people, we're not a city. So how are the funds allocated to see infrastructure for the support of these added people? We are also favourable on the Council being more accountable with their spending. The budgeted increase in staffing costs, for example, even factoring in reduced staffing levels that have occurred, shows the Council is not in control of its expenditure. Extreme contractor increases over the last 10 years also shows something is not going right, and perhaps the grant application process is much tougher than the average council tender, even though the grant is likely to be for far less. When times are tough, more people reach out for support. Right now, we're seeing a huge increase in people not able to meet their weekly bills. Unemployment is increasing, household costs are increasing, and the financial strain that households are facing is very real. Money to pay for bills has to come from somewhere, whether this be the food budget, restricting children's extracurricular activities, or their spending with the city's local retailers. We believe the planned 19.5% rates increase plus potential additional targeted rates is totally unaffordable for our local community, whether they be homeowners or paying rent to a landlord who is sure to pass on this increased cost. In this time where we will see growing community need caused by increasing rates, but at the same time you are planning to reduce the funding allocated to community organisations such as community centres.
Our second key point is we seek to raise the profile of youth. Youth development is a key part of our organisation's work, and it's important to remember that we are the youngest city in our country. Our Youth Street mentoring program supports youth one-on-one to ensure a smooth transition from school to the next stage of life. We would now like to share one of the stories of the young people we've been working with, so as you deliberate and make decisions surrounding the long-term plan, you may consider the impacts of every decision on this young person's life and other youth in our city.
Thank you. We've been working with this particular young person for 5 years now on the Youth Street program, and what we started with was a 13-year-old young person, highly free-spirited, had no consequences in terms of he didn't want to go to school, didn't want to listen to authority, and 5 years later, I'm happy to say, through our program that we support at Te Rongo Pai Trust, he's now got his learner's driver's licence. He's now, although it hasn't been smooth all the way through, I'll be honest, he did go through residence last year, but we supported him through that process, and the outcome has been that he's actually a better person for that experience. And I'm happy to say our program provides that opportunity for our young people in real need and does make a difference. One of the strongest things is he's increased his mana. So his mana and self-worth has gone from really low to now where he's reconnecting with his whānau and his marae, iwi and hapu. So thank you for the opportunity.
We believe that the lack of a youth plan in the city shows a lack of care and a lack of vision for our future. We believe a youth plan that incorporates the idea of narrative, consultation, correction and resourcing is essential to ensure the longevity of our city.
And we've got more detail of that in our written submission. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the community advisors for the wonderful job they do in connecting and networking community organisations. We're really grateful for their support, and it has been great to see the growing collaboration and working relationships between organisations in the city, and believe together we can achieve more. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of, well, we only have a minute. Councillor Thompson.
As quick as possible. Kia ora koutou, thank you for submission. And Suzanne, I just wanted to ask, you've noted, I guess, opposition to the proposed rates increase, but you've also asked for an increase to the community grants funding. What would be your priority out of the two of those?
So I think there's going to be rate increases of some sort, and so we're going to see further demand. So therefore, I think we need to be supported accordingly.
Okay, so you'd say the priority would be the grants increasing because it's more targeted support. I'm just trying to understand because
targeted support into our community. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Your colleague Sarah asked exactly the same question that I was going to ask.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the time you've taken to give us a thorough submission and then coming to speak to it. We really do appreciate it and the work that you do for our young citizens in particular.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Deborah. Hello, welcome.
Thank you.
I was going to say good morning, but it's actually good afternoon now.
Indeed. Kia ora, Hamilton City Council. Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. I'm Deborah Nuds. I've lived in Hamilton most of my life. I've been a business owner in the hospitality industry for many years, and for the last 10 years I've been the manager of the Meteor Theatre under the One Victoria Trust. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak to you today. I presume you've read our submission and have a solid background on the One Victoria Trust and the Meteor. From this reading, you will know that we consider the proposed reductions in community grants and event funding to represent a tiny percentage of savings in the current deficit, far out of proportion to the impact of these cuts to the many community organisations the funding is intended to support. We understand that in tough economic climate, we all have to tighten the purse, but you must understand how much we are all already sustaining our operations and tightening our budgets. We're all proud that our city is growing fast, but if you fail the small organisations now, what's going to be left to deal with a bigger, younger and poorer population as these lean months stretch into years? Multiple studies show that arts and culture build social cohesion, resilience and well-being in communities. Arts and culture contribute to the Hamilton City Council's vision for our city directly to 4 of the 5 priorities, and we would say that funding support for creative activity and community spaces is a cost-effective investment for a council that no longer owns any theatre infrastructure, but will have to service access to arts and culture if any of us fall over. Gifting of the theatres to the community were great decisions by council. They're run by committed trustees, staff and volunteers who believe in the mission and the value of arts and entertainment to connect and build community through shared experiences. It was great for council too, because repairs and maintenance, insurance, compliance and earthquake strengthening costs all went to those community organisations. And the city got a revived and thriving arts and cultural scene, a fun city with lots to do, where people love to be. Hamilton has transformed. Don't fail us now with penny-pinching tweaks to community grants and events funding without addressing some of those bigger levers for the budget, like developer contributions. Council must contribute a fair share to the sustainability of creative spaces and organisations that do contribute to so many ways to your strategic priorities and responsibilities. Charlotte outlined yesterday the devolution of Hamilton City's arts policies over the last 10 years. Funding to any of the creative organisations has not increased in that time, and now for the Meteor and Clarence Street, we have no certainty of funding to maintain our buildings, operations and services. We look in envy at other councils around the Motu that consider arts to be a fundamental partner in a great city. The arts sector works together, and we want to work with you. We urge Council to consider service level agreements with key creative organisations that provide arts and cultural activity and services to the city. This would provide certainty to maintain infrastructure and sector capability, ensuring access to creative experiences that are increasingly important in a time of growing social unrest and isolation. Shared arts experiences are just as identity and connection building as sporting ones. While arts funding is always the poor cousin to sports, most community arts activity, and the performing arts especially, is a team sport, with the performers, the flashy back row, the technicians, the dependable forward pack, and the directors and producers, the coaches, trainers and managers that get the team to the arena. From the costume department washing the kit to the stage manager helping out with set pieces, there are countless volunteer hours that go into the creation of an arts or community event. Thousands of people every year that work as teams that participate in making culture and community happen. Connective, cohesive activity that builds resilience and a sense of place. So, a theatre is a bit like a sports clubhouse, especially for Riverlea. A theatre is many things: a business, a creative space, an arts hub, a community events venue, an entertainment centre, a social service agency. A safe space where people gather to tell and listen to stories, the most basic of human needs that extends across all cultures and communities. Our theatres cannot be any of these things without your support. In the past 2 months, the Meteor has presented stories told by St John's and Sacred Heart Colleges, musical theatre by Della Productions, who've come from Riverlea to do their first professional show, The Sun and the Wind, a powerful piece of touring Māori theatre, Helios, a touring fringe show for rangatahi, stand-up comedy, Shades of Shakti, an Indian and jazz fusion band, a season of a local original theatre, and we're just packing in Chris Williams as the rug as we speak. We've also hosted the Waikato Secondary School's Improv Heats, All Sorts, a youth improv networking project, community workshops and rehearsals. Our gallery has featured exhibitions by Chinese scholar Mia Ma, Julia Prendergast's Ake Ake Ake, in a commemoration of Orako, established artist Paul Darrah, and currently Ashley Emiko for her first solo exhibition. Ashley is a photographer who'd never printed out her work before and spent 8 hours installing the taonga of her work in our gallery space recently. She's just been invited to show in New York. Consider the hundreds of hours of work by hundreds of people that have created these events, and the cultural experiences of many different communities shared with hundreds of audiences. Add this to the work of Riverlea and Clarence Street Theatres, Creative Waikato, Boone Art Trust and the Hamilton Arts Festival, and you start to see the personal investment in creative activity that people of Hamilton make every day. The arts community is passionate and committed to the cultural life of our city and have submitted to the long-term plan to express their views on the importance of opportunities to engage in culture for people across Hamilton. Today, we urge all the elected members to also consider this in your long-term plan, to put people at the heart of all your decisions and to enable us all to contribute to a thriving, fun and active Hamilton where people love to be, a creative and innovative city of the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We have Yep, we have some questions. Councillor Hutt and then Angela.
Thank you so much, Deborah. I really appreciate that you're here. In your written submission, you talked about a desire for a service level agreement rather than contestable funding for the Meteor. Do you think that's a shift the theatre sector should move to with council?
I think that funding that sits outside community organisation funding would be appropriate to have, like we do work together as a sector. It would be great if we had an input into how our funding was allocated according to most need at the time.
Cool.
Yes.
Angela?
I'm just looking for some clarification. In your written submission, you said that the Meteor Theatre what you inherited, HCC was losing $75,000 a year annually. But according to the HCC Theatre's review report, the net loss was $336,000 annually. Do you know where you got the 75 from?
That was mooted at the time as the amount that council were spending on Meteor.
I think it was all, because it was all wrapped up in H3, it was difficult to extract specific data for each of the spaces.
Oh, just because I just don't want your submission to be incorrect.
Yeah, look, I think I can answer that. The 75,000 was the first gifting grant. So it was the cash that went with the gifting of the theatre to help get you operational and up and running. So that's where the 75,000 was. But the
net
the
loss.
Deputy Mayor's figure of 336,000 was correct.
Right. Okay.
Then to communicate that between ourselves. So. Any other questions? You've got 33 seconds. Any other questions? Anybody? No? Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation and for your strong advocacy for the arts.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Next up we don't have Mike because he's not, something else has come up. So we've got Hamish and Steve for Adair Group, right? Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good. Thanks for having us. Adair's submitted on the draft long-term plan and the draft development contributions policy, so submission points are interrelated. So my following comments pertain to both submissions. Massive DC cost increase will stifle growth. Adair owns 190 hectares in Peacock, including the 105 hectare Amberfield project, which itself could ultimately provide for over 1,400 residential dwellings, the local centre at the heart of Peacock Structure Plan area as well. Development of Amberfield will require hundreds of millions of dollars investment to complete the earthworks, the civil infrastructure, the open space amenity and the local centre. The draft DC policy proposes a substantial cost increase for Peacock. The DC levies are proposed as high as $134,000 for a family home. I'm not aware of DCs anywhere else that high in New Zealand. For the Amberfield land alone, that represents an additional DC cost of over $70 million relative to the current 23-24 policy. This now makes DCs the highest single cost in developing the Amberfield land. This substantial cost increase has detrimental implications for the feasibility of Amberfield. The cost increase is so significant that it compromises Adair's capital and debt funding structures. Simply put, Adair cannot advance the development of Amberfield without passing a substantial amount of the additional DC cost onto future homeowners. Given the backdrop of a soft housing demand, high borrowing costs, high capital material costs and a recession, the Hamilton purchaser market will not be in a position to absorb the substantial DC cost for a very long time. Adair is not alone in this view. In the wider Hamilton context, other developers are in the same position. Approving the new DC policy will stall development, house prices will increase, and Hamilton's housing affordability issues will compound significantly. High DCs will compromise the city's aspirations for more affordable medium density housing. The successful delivery of medium density housing relies on delivering housing at more affordable price bands. This is a function of the purchaser market's deposit and their ability to borrow. High DC costs will push those prices outside of those price bands, making medium density product more unaffordable. Sales volumes will drop and developers will revert to delivering traditional standalone housing. More expensive houses, and mainly that's because that sector of the purchaser market can more readily absorb that cost increase than what the lower market will. In simple terms, council's aspirations for more housing and more affordable housing will not be realised. No confidence in the schedule of assets. The schedule of assets that supports the draft DC policy and the LTP is very large, it's very complex, and it lacks transparency. ADARE has attempted to interrogate the schedule, which is no simple feat, and has found a number of errors, inconsistencies and questionable assumptions which council officers have not been readily able to justify. As a result, ADARE has no confidence in the accuracy or the appropriateness of the schedule of assets. For instance, $18,000 per Huey, so almost half of the DC increase in Peacock, is attributed to citywide infrastructure. Based on the projected yield of Peacock, this equates to an additional $135 million of cost being loaded against Peacock for infrastructure outside of the Peacock catchment. That wasn't there a year ago. How much of that DC increase is a result of Council's response to Plan Change 12, the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, or the Medium Density Residential Standards, and the fact that the city's existing infrastructure can't cope with proposed intensification? Are greenfield development areas now expected to fund not only the infrastructure required for their own growth cell, but also fund infill intensification across the city? This concept is materially unfair, and it takes the growth pace for growth mantra a step too far. Developers need certainty regarding the trigger for levying DCs. Council's insistence on reserving its discretion as to when it levies DCs, so either at resource consent, building consent or service connection, creates substantial uncertainty for ADARE and other developers. This uncertainty comes with a risk and at a cost, the cost being compromising pre-sale values and providing uncertainty for feasibility and debt funding. This cost and risk will further erode development feasibilities and developers' ability to secure equity and debt funding to allow developments to proceed. Postpone the LTP approval and withdraw the DC policy. The draft DC policy and its underlying assumptions, particularly the schedule of assets and the levy trigger, must be revisited. This review should include a reprioritisation of Three Waters and transport projects in particular. The focus needs to be on critical must-do projects and not the nice-to-have projects, as well as avoiding gold plating. Council should resolve to extend the time frame for adopting the LTP for a further 3 months, in accordance with the Water Services Acts Repeal Act 24, and resolve to review and amend its LTP. Council has more flexibility with the review of the draft DC policy. Under the LGA, Council is required to review the DC policy every 3 years. Council's last policy took effect in July 2023. Council can and should take the time to revisit the draft policy and the schedule of assets. Hamilton appears to be opting out of implementing the medium density residential standards across the city, and PC12 is to be restarted in the coming months with a more focused approach towards locations for intensification. It is also probable that government policy will change the infrastructure funding landscape. As you'll be aware, the government's already struck an infrastructure deal with Watercare in Auckland. Why is Council not taking the time to review the schedule of assets and await the outcomes of PC12 and the government further policy announcements before approving the new DC policy? In conclusion, if Council approves the draft DC policy, it will only serve to unnecessarily stall development in Hamilton and increase unaffordability, and it risks driving developers out of the city. New growth areas like Peacock will not be delivered as planned, and Council will be left with a funding shortfall because expected revenue from DCs will not materialise. Thank you.
It was very clear. We've got some good time for questions, actually. So we've got a question from Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and the data you've provided. It's very insightful. I have two questions. The first one I'm trying to grasp, I think you've articulated, but I'm trying to grasp the magnitude of the risk that is facing Peacocks currently as a growth area in light of all the things you've articulated. As a major player in that area, what is the threat level?
The threat level is extremely high, and you've got to put that in the context of the existing economic environment. House prices in Hamilton are already 13-14% below what they were in the peak of the market in 2022. Now, in terms of a development like Amberfield or any large land development project, that drop in house price is directly reflected in the revenue line. And that doesn't correspond to, say, a 13% reduction in land value. If you wash that through a feasibility model, that will correspond to more like a 30 or 35% reduction in residual land value. So when you're in these downturns, your land values are taking an absolute hammering. When you add a cost like this DC increase of $55,000 per Huey onto that, that comes off the bottom line as well.
The final question is, if Council was inclined to provide a remission process to enable a more affordable DC's approach to Peacocks, after all, we've invested a couple of $100 million so far, so we're embedded in the process. How could we ensure that that flows through to affordable housing outcomes? I.e., what safeguards could you advance that the developers and the builders don't pick up the margin and the ultimate owner still pays the higher price? Could you just walk me through what safeguards?
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, I mean, the market pays what the market does. However, in my experience, I've done a lot of large land development projects. I've also done a lot of apartment projects as well. Apartment projects, particularly suburban apartment projects, are notoriously difficult to stack up. The feasibilities are a lot tighter than they are for land development projects. So the market needs to be in a really buoyant position to successfully deliver those types of projects. They're hugely capital expensive as well compared to land development projects. So any incentivisation towards density, apartments in particular, but also medium density product, really helps with delivering that project, where you have surety around what your cost inputs are going to be, and if you can reduce your cost inputs, that allows you to operate in a greater range of market conditions.
Final question, if I could, Mayor, because he's right. You had a time frame for the implementation of the broader project.
Yep.
Can you give me an insight as to these potential changes, how that may affect your appetite for risk and timing versus what you had originally planned? I'm just trying to understand, are you likely to hold longer as a result of the change so we get less houses on the market? Just walk me through those ramifications.
Yeah. In terms of how the overall program's going to change, I think it's more going to affect when the project actually starts, when it's actually feasible to start. But the higher costs, if those have to be passed on to homeowners, is going to affect volume. And that is going to turn a project that was potentially 10, 12 years, could be out as long as 20 years if we can't move the volume. So it's going to slow those projects down.
But it also could defer the start date because it's going to take longer for the property market to get to a place where it's able to absorb the increased DCs and those increased costs that ultimately have to be passed on to the end user for the most part.
Thank you.
A couple of other people sort of whiz through these next ones, Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Yeah, that staged remittance thing was something I was going to cover, but I won't. You mentioned the fact that alongside the whole issue of actually stalling development, there's also the kind of perverse outcome possibility where instead of medium density housing, developers will go back to bigger.
Default back to large
bigger.
lots. Yep.
Do you see that as something, it's not just a Peacock thing, do you see that as wide around Hamilton, something that could happen?
Yes, yes, I do. And the thing that pushes developers from a financial position into the medium density space is it's a more efficient use of land, and as a consequence you can hit wider sections of the market, you can bring your house price pointing down, you can move volume, and at the end of the day, commercially it tends to perform better than standalone housing as well. So if you add a substantial cost into that mix, like I said, what it's going to do is price point you out of those price bands, which are very tight when you're talking product that's sort of sitting in the, say, $600,000 to $900,000 range. People that can spend that much money on a house are usually constrained by how much their deposit is and how much debt they can borrow. If you suddenly lift that by 10, 15, 20%, then that's going to price those people out of the market, and that's going to drop volume. So developers are not going to be able to sell the number of houses that they need to, and they will default back to a risk-averse position, and they will deliver more traditional housing.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Paul. I'll defer to Sarah. I had a couple of others, but
Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks so much for your presentation. In terms, say, if there was a phasing or remission of DCs, generally the ratepayer then picks it up in the general overall debt and rates going forward. So what solution would you see as being viable in terms of having growth pay for growth with this model if DCs are reduced?
I think first of all, there's a number of questions in that. First of all, I mean, if a development causes a need for growth, it has to pay its fair share. We don't object with that, but whether it's paying everybody else's share as well is another thing. That's probably the first thing. But in terms of, first of all, I think the biggest problem sits with the schedule of assets. There's too much in there, it's too expensive. That's the first thing you've got to do. You've got to drop down that capital expenditure. Then the second thing you need to look at is mechanisms in which you can incentivise development. Because if you incentivise development, developers will deliver earlier and worse economic conditions than what they normally, than they would necessarily. But it also incentivises them to deliver density as well. Yep. So things like ramps and that can work, they help. While council is sitting on this this trigger issue of deferring to building consent at the moment, that's not going to help anybody. Yeah, indexing, that's another thing that could be considered as well.
Okay, thank you. And just very quickly, would talking about incentivising medium density affordability, would you support remissions being targeted toward certain typologies?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much for your in-depth submission and having some time for those really useful questions. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Next up, we've got Des Ratima. Good afternoon.
Kia ora koutou, talofa lava councillors and staff. Just a little bit about myself as a short intro for those of you who don't know me. I'm Des Ratima. I came to Hamilton to study at University of Waikato, so I did a law and BMS degrees. Last year I did an honours degree in media arts at OneTech, but my husband and I, along with our 3 children, have been here for many years, and I've worked in the arts and culture sector for many years for a very awesome local arts organisation. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission. I just want to remind you that I'm speaking as an individual, and the views I represent are my own. Like many in the city, I come from a family of migrants who came to Hamilton originally from Tokoroa. My mum's family in particular had very little resources but worked hard for the future of their families and to give their children what they didn't have. Growing up, I struggled with my sense of identity. I was actually ashamed of my Pacific culture and tried desperately to fit in. I distinctly remember one instance where my mum came to my class to talk about Samoa, where she is from, and I knew it took a lot for her to do that, English being her second language, and she was very nervous. I noticed a couple of kids had strange smirks as she spoke, and my 7-year-old self took this to mean I was different and I was embarrassed. I decided then that I would not reveal this part of myself to others and to blend in instead. It wasn't until I became involved in Pacific dance that I felt part of something bigger, a sense of connection. There was no judgment, just pure fun and joy. The arts helped me to understand myself. It was that initial introduction that helped me feel better in my own skin. I now see my culture as my superpower and my mum as my superhero. I can now see the joy in my own children as they explore their identities freely. They are very lucky in the city, having many arts, culture and creative activities at their disposal. These are often run by community and arts groups that work very hard to ensure people have meaningful experiences. It is unseen but incredibly important work. My kids have experienced shows in our local theatres, such as the Meteor on Clarence Street, expanded their minds in galleries, seen the inspiring murals of Boone Street Art Festival, participated in Zine Fests, art classes, Toi Māori and other cultural events and many other offerings. In this world of social media and quick likes, it are these experiences that they can tuck away in their memory bank and use as a comforting blanket when life hits them. Yes, economic vitality is important, as is having the essential services that help the city run. However, the arts and creativity are essential. In the not-so-distant future, and it's already happening now, we will require more than ever people who have the ability to look at complex issues differently and create something new and unique. Who are these people that have the skills? They are creatives and artists. As Hamilton City Council is a key enabler of cultural wellbeing, there must be provision for communities to express themselves and connect and to be involved in arts and cultural offerings. There are also arguments for economic vitality, the obvious one being future residents and visitors who look at the social and cultural fabric of a place and choosing where to visit or live. The vibrant community we have now with all the amazing cultural offerings and activation didn't just happen. It has been years of countless hours and hard work, a building of momentum from arts and community groups at the coalface. Hamilton has now become a cool place to live and work. We in the arts have always known this, but it has been due in large part to the combination of both hard and soft infrastructure, meaning people and services, working in tandem to provide what are now some go-to places to be and see for both residents and visitors. Artists and creators have been a core component of making this happen. If you take out the soft infrastructure, you take out the soul of Hamilton. I ask you, please don't forget about the people that have worked very hard to drive the vitality of this city and provide the support they need to create experiences for everyone.
Thank you. You have a bit more time.
That's okay, I'm done.
That's fine. Any questions? Thank you very much. I think it was very useful to make the distinction between hard and soft infrastructure. So that'll guide some of our deliberations. Thank you so much. We now have Benny. Good afternoon.
Oh, sorry, I missed the chair. There we go. Right, kia ora tātou katoa toi te ara, ko Benny tōku ingoa, ko marama tōku ingoa ko Pitangata, te matawara neo I te ara vei I a koutou katoa toa. Firstly, me te kamata, thank you, elected members of council. I already recognise some of you as strong supporters and collaborators of the arts already, and some here who I hope to see at an arts experience, be it one of our spaces or at one of our festivals. A little bit about me. I'm a playwright and actor proudly based here in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton, and I've also had the privilege of creating theatre here for many years. And I'm here because I'm an artist, and I'm here to speak on the importance of the arts to build a vibrant and livable city, and why the collaboration with the arts community is so vital. I've seen firsthand the magic that happens when the arts are continued to be supported. I've seen firsthand the good that can come from an arts community that is vibrant and engaged, and I've seen firsthand the culture that grows from an activated arts community. As a playwright in our creative community, my career has benefited greatly from being supported by and collaborating with local creative organisations. It's only because of the existence of the Meteor Theatre that I've been able to present original works, some solo, most through collaborating with other artists. I want to acknowledge my whānau from the Meteor here, who has spoken more eloquently on this than I ever could. It's because of the Hamilton Arts Festival, Toi Ora Ki Kirikiri Roa, that I've been able to collaborate with other like-minded artists, all to present works on a massive scale, being able to engage with communities that otherwise wouldn't be platformed. It's because of organisations like Creative Waikato that I've been able to grow professionally as an artist, particularly through their Whiria Te Tangata initiative, which I was grateful to be a part of, continuing with the work I do to collaborate with Māori and Pasifika Tamaiti, looking to theatre as a way to share their stories in positive ways. I also want to acknowledge my Creative Waikato whānau who are here as well. Speaking to that, it's through Creative Waikato's program that I was able to create Iana Pasifika. It's through this that I've been privileged to facilitate the building of relationships between young Indigenous and Pasifika writers who are now on their way to creating works for themselves here in Hamilton. And through the potential reduction of funding to these organisations, they run the risk of being unable to support artists like me looking to create and present works here and to continue to activate our community. They run the risk of people like me wanting to platform our diverse youth. They run the risk of losing important ways to collaborate with other artists. Through the potential reduction of avenues such as major event sponsorship and general community funding, there is a danger of reducing the access us Hamiltonians have to arts experience, because there's a domino effect that occurs when you remove one seemingly small yet significant element from this track, isn't there? If venues and organisations are unable to support local artists, then access to avenues to present locally created high-quality arts experiences here become difficult. If we miss out on the opportunity to present these arts experiences we've created ourselves, then we lose the ability to pass on those experiences to our youth, our Tamaiti here in the city. And if we lose those Tamaiti, who are meant to be inspired by our locally grown artists, then we lose what makes our community so vibrant. Right, me take mata, elected members of council, thank you again for providing space for me to have this kōrero. The arts, like all cultural experiences, are best experienced together. Created together, presented together, viewed together. The arts are a collaborative experience, so I implore you, please continue to collaborate with us. Kia aka mei take koutou e kia manuia.
Ooh, we've got a minute for question, Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. Kia ora, Benny.
Kia ora.
You spoke really well about the pipeline of how you've become a creative and different organisations you've interacted with. I'm just curious, do you have concerns for your own future in Hamilton in terms of what some of these cuts might represent for your personal creative development?
Oh, absolutely. Given the cost of living increasing, our spaces have had to increase their costs. So if they're unable to support through like doing us a solid and cutting us some discounts, then I lose the ability to be able to present, and I lose the ability to be able to help present, help our youth sort of present works. So, yeah.
Yeah. Do you see that as a sector-wide issue of losing creative professionals who live here?
Oh, 100%. Like, it's no secret that there is a creative brain drain that happens here in the Waikato. We lose our people to Auckland, to Wellington, because Hamilton isn't a sustainable place for the arts to survive. So it's through the Meteor, it's through Creative Waikato, it's through the Hamilton Arts Festival, it's through Clarence Street that they're able to stay here and understand that this is a city where you can grow creatively.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you for the, all that you do in the creative and artistic sector of Hamilton. You're always there somewhere.
Always have, thank you.
Okay, we now have Te Awa Lakes. We have Ben. Do we have Ben? We have Lale. You don't look like Ben, so. And not to put too fine a point on it, Lale, it's just you between us and our lunch now. But I can assure you that we'll give you our utmost attention. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, mā rō lava le soifua maua me Langima mā. Thank you very much. I won't take too much time. I will try to make your lunch taste a little bit better on the way through. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you again. Te Awa Lakes. We've been involved with Te Awa Lakes for almost 10 years and have presented to you as a council for probably that period of time, and some new faces at the table. So maybe just a quick history for that, because I won't speak to the submission as it sits. I'll leave that as presented. Te Awa Lakes is Hamilton, Kirikiriroa, Waikato's first master plan mixed-use community. It has the ability to integrate in a key area of the city, being the Gateway, a mixed-use master plan typology. So our first opportunity to actually have designed standalone units, apartments, terraces, duplexes, and commercial amenities all at the same time, as opposed to after we've actually done something. And so the ability to create from the start a master plan community that incorporates affordability is one of Te Awa's biggest targets. So I have the privilege of representing our partners. So you will recognise Simon Perry as being one of our key partners in that space. He has a big interest in regard to affordability in itself. Pat Peoples, as part of SHIC Construction, has a massive interest in our community generally and has talked about building from the ground up in this space. Together with Richard Coventry and myself, our opportunity is to actually deliver what it is that many of you have heard me talk about with another hat on. As the co-chair of the Waikato Housing Initiative, very hard for me to talk about that which is affordable if I'm not doing it myself. And so we also have a few different hats in that space where we've represented homeless in this space all the way through the continuum with our Pacifica whānau, our iwi whānau, our council, government and private sectors in that space. Knowing that the private sector controls over 90% of the housing stock, we talk a lot about the 10% that has a very little ability to deal with the big levers. And so Te Awa Lakes being part of that big lever, we believe we have a massive opportunity to contribute to affordability. And not just affordability, but integrated affordability. That position to be able to build communities around the products that we want to see together, as opposed to seeing them retrofitted into areas that maybe don't suit that opportunity. In respect to the policies that Council are working through at the moment, and the DC specifically, Te Awa Lakes in itself has produced and provided infrastructure because we are embarked on a private plan change ourselves. So it was out of sequence, therefore Council left the responsibility of infrastructure to ourselves. In doing that, we have the lowest DC of Hamilton City. So we started at a DC of some mid-20 odd thousands and now is proposed to move to 40 odd thousand. And that is largely due to city contributions rather than the fact that we're providing infrastructure specifically to open the development itself. That one move adds a circa $60 odd million to the bottom line. And as you've heard from previous developers, in this space. They're not small numbers to deal with, especially when we're bound to also deliver affordability. Now, I'm not using that word lightly, because one of our partners who was part of the Eden project, who had a 10% affordability component, he's no longer there at the moment. And so we're the last of the large SHAs that move through a private plan change to incorporate affordability. I would say if we didn't have the partners that we have, we would probably not be able to continue the development. So we want to find a way to work with council in order to be able to bring DCs to a position of being able to be able to be delivered within the way that we are looking to put our development forward. We are not just coming to council to find funding, we are also talking to government, we're also talking to other private funders in that space. We believe that Te Awa Lakes is key to being able to telegraph the village type communities and master plan communities that we want to see in and around the region. So our hope is that we'll be able to see some transparency in the DCs and how they are pulled together, that we'll be able to find a way to work with council in respect to being able to pay our fair share as well as leverage our own contributions. And we do not want to move away from our ambition to integrate a development that incorporates affordability at its heart. And when I talk about affordability, let me just quickly define that for you. Affordability to us is 90% of the mean average of housing if you are looking to purchase. That's the North Pole. The South Pole is, as Chris Bishop has now identified, 5 times household earnings, which in a lot of cases is still not affordable. And so it's more tenure rather than ownership at that southern end. Our opportunity is to find products and deliver products within the North and the South Pole of that definition. And that is provided by our ability to co-locate the right types of products in the right location as controlled by the developer. So we're looking forward to being able to continue to work with you in this space. I know it's a challenging position. I'm not stepping in here telling you what you already know in that mix. But as developers, we, in our focus for affordability, just want to be able to be transparent and open in our discussions to find a collective way forward. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Oh, goodness. There's 3 minutes, team, and we've got three people with questions. Councillor Taylor is first.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, mine's slightly peripheral, so you may pull me up on it, Paula, but I'll have a crack anyway. Lale, when Te Awa Lakes first sort of got the go-ahead from us, the water park part of the project was what sold me, and one of the reasons I supported it. And then when the housing went ahead, it suddenly disappeared. That part of the, is it still going to happen?
Yes, it is. So we've been working on the fact that as we keep looking at our land within the Hamilton city boundaries, the less developable land has been able to represent itself in other places co-located to Te Awa. So there's a landfill over the other side of the river that the city owns, of which we're going to move some of that community amenity across to, but the majority of it will stay next to Fonterra in that park space.
Okay. When's it going to happen?
Well, as soon as we can sell some homes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Wasn't that far off being. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Lale, for your presentation. In your submission, you said ratepayers should not pre-fund infrastructure without any certainty of housing provision and the benefits of an increased rating base. So that's just very quickly, like, how do you see that playing out when there's a very large piece of lead infrastructure like a wastewater treatment plant or a bridge?
Sure. So when we look at a master planned environment for the city in that space, the ability to identify where the types of products that you would like to see should be developed would give a good indication as to where and what support council could give to those developments. That should telegraph early whether they're going to put affordable products in or not. And so a lot of developments have moved forward without being clear early that they intend to move towards affordable developments.
Okay, cool, thank you.
40 seconds, go.
Thank you. Quick question, would you support council delaying the introduction of our DC's change in policy for 3 or 4 months to enable us to do more work with interested parties trying to land it correctly?
I think it'd be prudent, Ewan, on the basis that the market is so cold at the moment. Government is just moving into setting some new policies in the space. And so we're all in a bit of a learning curve. And so a little bit more time would help.
Final question. From a development point of view, do you believe it's appropriate to approach critical infrastructure like Two Waters?
Yes.
That council is the only provider of that solution? Or would you support more innovation where developers create microsystems themselves? I'm just trying to get an expression of interest in terms of, does it have to be one or the other? Or
I think they're mutually inclusive in the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to end of time, and councillors, we are still going to come back at 1:45 because we've got a whole list of others.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lale. isn't it? And we're doing our very best here. So first of all, we have Rob Gray, please, on the combined community houses. So what a good way to do it, but thank you very much.
Good everyone, nice to be here. We submitted on behalf of Waimarie Hamilton East Community House, Good News Community House in Norton and Glenview specifically, with input from Western and Te Whare o Te Ata in Fairfield. So speaking to those and our own house submission, for us, we're certainly more concerned about cuts than rate rises. To be frank, the vast majority of ratepayers will be just fine, including us who don't earn that much. When cuts are made at council level, they're often felt unevenly, with the poorest often missing out. I saw this firsthand when I lived in Waitakere many years ago. The poor are already living in areas that are under-resourced in our city. Cuts will affect them more than most other people. So I want to make that point first. My second point is that your community team at council is amazing. They are brilliant people, and our hope is that they will receive no cuts at all, and that you'll support their work. And also the community services of the city, including community houses, are the ones that play a vital role in helping the city stay connected to each other, to be a place to belong, to offer vital services, and to resource people to be good neighbours. We see this in Hamilton East. Simply by serving helps make people better. When times are tough, which they are right now and will continue to be for a few more years yet, the more we are needed. If you fail to invest in community, you reap a consequence of increased disconnection. And that leads to things like petty crime, vandalism, disrespect, and more disconnection from council, which is already struggling with connection to the vast majority of people. So I encourage you, exhort you, beg you to not cut your community budget, but to double down on it, because times are tough and you're looking at cuts, and that means you need to invest in a different way into your city. Invest at grassroots level, invest in communities, and invest in your community groups. On that note, I encourage you to reconsider community boards. In this city, it feels like and seems like most of the time that there are suburbs that have and suburbs that have not. Rototuna has their bright, shiny new library, and good on them, but the rest of us don't. The poorer suburbs do not have the best footpaths or the best lighting. They need advocates. They need people on the ground advocating to council what they're all about. So I encourage you to reconsider community boards. Don't forget about the suburbs as you focus on reviving the CBD in our shiny new and needed subdivisions. Footpaths need work, the buses are making potholes, street lighting, libraries, parks are all vital to our small suburbs and our ageing suburbs. They need regular attention. When they don't get attention, and this was what I experienced in Waitakere, is that the morale of the city goes down and people stop feeling proud of their city. You want people to feel proud of your city, then they'll invest in it. Your community budget isn't that large. Compared to your spend on contractors, consultants, employees being paid over 100 grand, I'm not opposed to good pay, but a community cut on top of those things feels a bit insulting. It's not a lot of money in the big scheme of things. I'm sure you can make room for it. And finally, a Hamilton East note, we support the footbridge. Cycling is not safe in Hamilton East to go from east to west. Bridge Street is terrible for cyclists. Cobham isn't much better. We need that footbridge for cyclists to travel safely in Hamilton East. And I also encourage you to have courage and don't let the naysayers have their way too much. And I've left a lot of time for questions.
In terms of the opportunities that you see where community could do, could take on more responsibility that council has, but do it better with, or better ways to partner or anything like that?
Oh, look, probably. But what your community team does is they do that already, is that they facilitate with us and help us to be better, which makes their performance better. So your community team is not doing things for the community, they're partnering with organisations already for the community. So I would say that it's already happening.
Okay.
And so that's why I say don't cut the resources, because they're actually doing a great job at facilitating community by partnering with other community organisations like ourselves.
It's good to hear. Thank you.
McIndoe, please.
And thank you, Rob, for your submission. I noted at the outset, and I understand your submission, but you commented that where it's really important to focus more on not having cuts than the rate increase in your view, you made the comment most people will be fine with the rate increase. And yet we're hearing from a lot of people that their rates will more than double over 5 years. Do you really believe that they'll be fine? Where do you get that impression from?
The impression I get is from people I know who aren't big earners, who budget carefully, do the right thing in their households, and they will be okay. In absolute terms, it's not a huge increase. I recognise that house prices are high. A lot of people have bought expensive places. That means their rates are higher. And so I do have some sympathy and empathy. But I also believe that most ratepayers have resources that many of our city who are not ratepayers do not. A lot of the people in your city are renters now, and they're the ones who are struggling even more because this rate rises will get passed on to rents as well. So, so no, I don't have scientific evidence to back that statement. It's an impression based on the fact that we're very average earners. We're going to be okay. We'll have to be a bit more careful than usual. But I don't think that should be the statement of mine that you focus on. It's unscientific.
No, but it's all part of what we have to take into account. Yeah, okay, so we're not here to debate it, and I appreciate what you're saying.
In terms of the cuts, my question is directly, in terms of the cuts that are proposed, or the targeted community rate, which is the other option, what, and you're speaking on behalf of all of the community houses, what impact do you feel that will have on your ability to deliver what kinds of programs to your community?
It has a multiplying effect. It means you're struggling to pay for staff that are needed, that are adequate, struggling to keep you still got to pay electricity, you still got to pay your normal utility bills. You still have to maintain a property, especially for us who actually own our property. You've got to do all these little things, and all those costs are going up as well. And so if you get funding cuts on top of rising costs, you end up having to cut back hours or cut back staff, and that means you end up cutting back services. And especially for those community houses who do a lot of after-school care, etc., it just gives them that level of capacity, and it means they're not stressed. So that's a big part of it. Yeah.
But could you tell me what the services are that you think will be most impacted?
It's different for every community house, to be honest. So for us, funding cuts mean that we'll probably have to be open less, which means less capacity to serve people. So we'd end up just serving less people, meeting with less people and helping less people. But I can't answer that for every community house. They're too varied. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you for coming in and talking with us. And obviously we'll respond when we've gone through our discussions and deliberations. So
I appreciate it. All the best,
thank you
everyone.
for the work that the community houses are doing. I've been to most of them. I don't get as much time as I used to. And I know there's good work going on in the community, so thank you very much for that. Next up, we have Steve Burgess from Portis. Good morning. Oh, no. It actually feels like morning, but it's afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hi. Hey, Tim. I'm not Steve Burgess. Good afternoon. I'm Hayden Porter, and I'm here today representing Murray Porter of the Porter Group and our various business development companies, namely Porter Properties, Empire Corporation, Brima Heights Limited, and Chinaman's Hill Limited. Today, our focus on this verbal submission is on the proposed development contribution policy. We believe this policy is not sustainable. If it were a business plan, which it effectively is, it would certainly lead to insolvency or bankruptcy. Unlike rates, which is guaranteed and perpetual for the council, DCs are not. If there's no development contributions, and without the DCs, there's no growth, no attraction to work and live here, and it cycles downhill from there. Hamilton City Council would be significantly out of revenue to fund infrastructure planned on, and therefore would not be able to deliver these, or the council would have to incur even more debt. This proposed DC policy, if adopted, would be the final nail in the coffin for many. Developers in Hamilton have for many years been concerned about the approach that the council has adopted in calculating its DC charges and administering these DC policies. Developers have even gone so far to illustrate this to you by taking it to the High Court. The proposed DC policy and the Council's aggressive approach to the interpretation of the law in relations to determining when the DCs can be assessed and charged. This, coupled with the Council's track record of significantly increasing DCs at every opportunity, means it is no longer viable for developers to continue to invest in Hamilton. For businesses like us, we struggle to see a future where we can continue to choose to invest and develop in Hamilton. The risk now is simply too great, especially when there are alternative locations contiguous to the Waikato where these uncertainty and risks do not exist. So that is where we are likely to now invest, unfortunately not in Hamilton, if this proposal is adopted. Industrial DCs in Te Rapa and Ruakura are double of that of Horatu and Hautapu. Residential proposed DCs in Hamilton are double of Cambridge and 5 times higher than Waipa and Waikato. The council is not a business. However, if it had to stand on its own 2 feet, it would struggle. The council does have the luxury of just taxing their way out of many years of bad management, poor vision and planning. The consequence of this falls on the ratepayers and not you individually, if you were an owner of a business. As a result of the proposed DC policy, we're already seeing developers invest their capital elsewhere. Cambridge has experienced a mini boom in the last few months as developers from Hamilton are now purchasing property in Cambridge to secure their immediate and near futures. Rather than work with developers and share the risk of developing infrastructure to service the city, Hamilton City Council has taken the approach of recklessly spending on non-core and gold-plated infrastructure that they believe the residents of the city needed, even though we can't afford it. Citizens are being forced to live in smaller and smaller houses and apartments, as this is all that they can afford. Is this what we're wanting the urban design to look like? Probably the most obvious example of this currently is where we now have a bridge to nowhere in Peacocks. Our suggestion to the council to maintain a sustainable position for the future is to radically reduce the spend on projects, only deliver on essential projects and infrastructure, roads not cycleways, eliminate the gold plating, and therefore Hamilton City Council must delay its policy, DC policy for a year while they undertake thorough review, seek independent development and valuation advice on the sustainability of a new DC policy, certainly provide for the developers and end users, and utilise private developer arrangements to partner with developers to equitably share the costs and the risk of providing this infrastructure. Much of this that I've said today has been echoed by many submitters today.
Okay, too busy looking at your submission. Okay, we've run out of time for questions, unfortunately, but thank you very much for coming in and giving your points, and we have got your submission, and we've heard from another number of developers today, but we do really appreciate that.
Cool.
And once again, as we've said before, we appreciate the assistance you gave us as a company in getting those panels to Belgium as well.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, we have, now I'm going to pronounce this very wrong if I'm not careful. Elisan Siur? Did I say that reasonably? Elisane. Thank you so much.
Tēnā koe e te rangatira o Kirikiriroa, Paula Southgate, me tō rōpū kaiarahi o Hamilton District Council. I greet you, our Mayor, Paula Southgate, and also our esteemed councillors who are in the room with us this afternoon. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Alisa Lassi, and I thank you for the opportunity to, I've got stand here, but to sit before you, all briefly, as constituents of the Hamilton City. So we have some people behind. We also have some people who are downstairs in the lounge as supporters. I'm here on behalf of and representing groups who are affiliated with the Living Wage movement here in Hamilton, Kirikiriroa, the Hamilton East Methodist Church, the Waikato Thames Valley District Women's Fellowship, Braemar Hospital, Len Reynolds Trust, Hamilton Tongan Community Trust, the Young Workers Resource Centre, Waikato Community or Community Waikato, Anglican Action, Waikato Tai Nui Te Pito Whakatupu Team, House of Grace, Hamilton Methodist Social Services, the Fijian Hamilton Community, PNG Student Association, PLSA Waikato, E2 Union, and PSA Union, and the AWANZ unions. So we are aware that our council is at present paying a living wage, which is well needed in our present economic climate, and we thank you for that. You are giving the recipients the opportunity to live life to the fullest by providing for their families with dignity. I know that the living wage makes a positive difference to individuals, but especially to families who are finding it very hard to survive here in Hamilton, Kirikiriroa. So we are here to encourage you to make the living wage a permanent fixture of this council, to become a living wage accredited employer. Hamilton City Council are but a decision away from making this happen. We represent faith groups, workers, unions and community organisations. So why do we want this to happen? When the going gets tough, as we've heard from other speakers, previous speakers, it is the people at the bottom of the socio-economic scale who suffer the most. We know that when decisions are made on behalf of our community, it is the vulnerable and the marginalised who need to be included or a significant part of any package that the council or any other organisation presents. Once the council becomes an accredited employer, this council, our council, continues to reflect care, dedication and justice for the less fortunate. On making the right decision by becoming an accredited employer, View the Hamilton City District Council will put what I'm going to say into action or into effect. First of all, the security of not losing this wage. Care and respect will be given to your employees, and this will affect their own personal lives, the lives of their families, and there will be a ripple effect, as we all know, back into the community. And is that not what we want? I mean, I've heard previous speakers, all people living with dignity, supporting each other and giving it back to this wonderful city that we are all a part of. So please, on behalf of us who are here, downstairs, and others in the community, do the right thing. So thank you for hearing me, and now I will pass you on to Robert Prescott. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Malo lele. My name is Robert Prescott, and I am a proud son and a water service person at the council along with my father. I attended Te Kura Kaupapa Māori o Whakawātea for primary and intermediate. I went to Hamilton Boys High School. I have performed at many of the big events here in Hamilton, along with the talents of Pacifica Academy, also known as TOPA, alongside our beautiful mayor, to showcase our talents and diversity of the Chon. And I currently play for the local rugby club, Hautapu Sports, which is the best, to be honest. Hamilton is my community, it is my people, and it is where I belong. As a young man, only 18, I had aspirations to be a mechanical engineer. I wanted to finish from high school and study. But as life and cost of living rises, I don't see much hope in studying while my family is struggling to make ends meet. My previous employer did not pay the living wage. I sacrificed furthering my education for minimum wage, and that did not even help with our living expenses as I thought it would. Now working for council, I am getting the living wage. It may not seem like much to you sitting there behind the desk, but that extra 100 a fortnight for me gets me to the rugby fields, gets my parents to work, gets my parents to church, gets us to be active members in this community. The living wage seems like a great idea to you, but it is the difference between thriving and surviving for us workers. I am not alone in sharing how much of a difference the living wage makes, the positive impacts it has on Hamilton as a whole. I urge you, decision makers, to do the right thing and get accredited. You have already made steps towards the right decision. Why not give workers the certainty that council serves the people by providing them with a dignified wage they can thrive on here in Hamilton? Malo apito, and praying for the right thing to happen on the submission.
Thank you. Any other speakers? No. We have some time for some questions. Is that any question? Are there any questions for councillors? No. And that's because your thoughts were so well expressed and straightforward. So we appreciate the submission and everybody taking time off their work to support your submission is also noted. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we not got Michael next? No? Taylor?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Sorry, Michael, just if you don't mind waiting, just thank you. Thank you so much. Off you go.
Oh, I have a PowerPoint presentation.
Won't be a second, should come up any minute.
Okay, if we could go to the first slide, please. Hello, my name is Taylor. I'm a biologist and I'm here to talk to some sustainable methods for reducing the demand on our water infrastructure, improving our resiliency against climate change, healing our rivers and acquiring water. I first want to speak to the example of LA. They were recently able to acquire around 3.2 billion litres of water from one extreme rainfall event. They mitigated the flooding in their city and now they have enough water to supply their residents for an entire year. And they accomplished this via sponge infrastructure, replacing impermeable surfaces like concrete and to a lesser extent lawns with permeable ones with plants. And I think we can accomplish something similar here in Kirikiriroa. Some options include bioswales, green roofs, riparian buffers, particularly for our river and lake health, and encouraging our residents to recycle their grey water and to capture their rainwater. Next slide, please. So lawns are only slightly better than concrete when it comes to their permeability, around 5 centimetres of water per hour, whereas forests can absorb 35.5 centimetres of water per hour. And this is very important when it comes to mitigating flooding and for recharging our groundwater supplies. So what I am proposing is replacing our non-essential lawns, such as our berms, with self-sufficient food forests. This will dramatically reduce the mowing that we have to do and the associated expenses and energy consumption with that, as well as our use of herbicides, fungicides, pesticides and fertilisers, which are expensive and also polluting. Next slide, please. So food forests are ways of producing food and a whole lot of other benefits by mimicking a natural forest system. Next slide, please. And we can make these systems self-sufficient when we plant plants together that can support one another, otherwise known as companions. And some of the functions that we want in these companion plants is ground cover, which will act as a living mulch, dynamic accumulators, which have a very long taproot and can access nutrients that the other plants with shallower roots can't reach, nitrogen fixers such as kowhai, pollinator attractors, aka flowers, aromatics, which are our culinary herbs, our onion and garlic, things that smell strongly and confuse pests, and then pest predator attractors, things that will bring in ladybugs to eat the aphids or birds to eat the slugs and the snails. And when we plant densely and diversely, we can really support these systems to thrive. Next slide, please. And with food forests, you also have a variety of canopy levels. Next slide, please. So riparian buffers are the planting that occurs on the banks of rivers and lakes, and these are essential for filtering the nitrates from pastoral farming so that we don't get algal blooms and the associated toxicity in our lakes. They also prevent soil erosion and help to mitigate flooding whilst they're doing this essential work of improving our water quality. Next slide, please. And bioswales are these urban strips of vegetation that redirect stormwater and filter it in place, again alleviating the strain on our existing water infrastructure. They can mitigate flooding and also redirect water away from critical infrastructure. Next slide, please. So we're very fortunate here in New Zealand to have a lot of resources on this subject, including the Koanga Institute and Go Eco, which is based here in Frankton. And a lot of the information I shared with you today, I sourced from our Hamilton City Library, so please keep the libraries going. And I've also included a couple of international references there just to demonstrate that this is actually taking place around the world. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I have a question from Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paul, and thank you, Taylor, for your thoughtful submission. I'm surprised by one claim in it, in which you write that the the water quality of Hamilton Lake is terrible due to nitrate contamination of groundwater due to dairying.
Yes.
What's your evidence for that, given the urban nature of that particular
Well, the
location?
groundwater is, you know, we've got these underwater systems that enable the water to travel. And, you know, our city isn't actually that big, so it is completely viable that the nitrates are getting through to that area.
So you don't think that in any way it's leachate coming from cars, for instance?
Oh, that's
and road
definitely,
surfaces?
that's certainly contributing factors, and again, that's due to our impermeable surfaces. So increasing our permeable surfaces will help with the stuff coming from the roads and from vehicle activity, but also with stuff coming from farming activity.
So would it be possible, as you're calling for significant fines, would it be possible to apportion those in a way that is justifiable?
Well, I think we simultaneously need consequences for environmental offences, but we also need to encourage and support farmers to not commit any environmental offences in the first place. And I think a fantastic way to do this is helping them to invest in hemp, which Fonterra is already investing in.
Getting slightly broader than our LTP, I'm afraid. Probably a very interesting discussion, and having been on regional council, I know where you're coming from, but I think we need to leave that one there. Thank you very much for your time today, and thank you for the amount of detail that you've been able to share with us. So,
Thank you for listening to me.
we now have Michael Law. Thank you for waiting.
Hiwi huhu mai nei, tēnā rā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. So mine's really a simple individual submission from a pensioner household living in Hamilton East. The nuts and bolts of it can be codified, they follow the form. What I wanted to stress today was the importance of avoiding an austerity or cutback program that will scar the city for decades. To use a popular catchphrase at the moment, this is the time for social investment. And you've heard that in some of the submissions that precede me. What I think we don't always appreciate is the opportunity cost that is involved when cutbacks occur at a level such as a council. Much of what the council does has an enormous multiplier effect in terms of the quality of life that exists in the city. And I learned a lot about that, as Councillor Tim knows, when I served on Trust Waikato for 8 and 9 years and had a chance to see over that time the enormous work that is done in our community, essentially by volunteers. So if you take Galloway Park just along the road from me, that's a cost for the council. But all the activity that takes place there, soccer in the winter, cricket in the summer, that activity is the result of hundreds of people giving of their time as volunteers, raising funds, finding uniforms and all the rest of it. Without the council, it couldn't happen, it would take place in the street. But once the council provides the opportunity, the wider community takes advantage of that opportunity, and the multiplier effect must be 100 to 1. It's enormous. And we see it, we've got the privilege of seeing it every week along there or down at Steele Park. The other thing that's is important in this whole debate is the opportunity cost of cutbacks. We used to see this on our television screen from Chicago or in the cities in Europe. Now we can see it closer to home from Auckland. Since the super city has been established and Manukau City Council and Waitakere City Council abolished, those areas have been starved of resources in my observation. I'm in the old Manukau City at least 10 to 15 nights a year. And what we have seen there is under the Rodney Hyde model of a super city, we've seen enormous transfer of wealth and resources from the poorer suburbs to the rich. Go to Maraetai, there's no problem. Come to Mangere City Town Centre, and it's all in front of you. Now, once upon a time, that area had its own city council. It doesn't now. Waitakere is the same. Why are we seeing murders in the streets of Waitakere, the old Waitakere city? Because that is the opportunity cost we are paying for the shifts in policy and the shifts in power that have occurred in Auckland. If that replicates itself here, we will have a lot of safe suburbs, but we'll also have some even more dangerous ones. So that's the thrust of my submission. I think I support the rate increase. It's not going to be easy, as a previous submitter made, but it is, in actual terms, not a lot of money. And I also support targeted rates in the areas that were mentioned in the request for submissions. That's it. I'll answer questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Must have been too straightforward and clear in your submission, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship.
And we appreciate you taking the time to come in. Tony Dixon is next, please. Good afternoon, Tony.
Oh, yeah, it's good to be back again. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to your long-term plan. It's the same old story, over and again. Big increase in rates for 2 years, then a lower increase, and everything will be fine. We'll start making a profit in the 4th year, and everything will be fine. This has happened on the last 3 occasions I've spoken to this long-term plan, and you still haven't got it right. Whatever happened to sticking to the plan? What you need to do is to publish the fact that the increase in rates is only needed to make the books look good so you can borrow more money. And borrow more money to go ahead with those pet projects. The people in Hamilton have had enough. The simplest solution, stop all your pet projects, and there's no need for an increase in rates. Simple mathematics. But my main concern today is about the health of Hamiltonians, which you choose to ignore. You can scare us with fears of climate change and flood risks, but the Council ignore the increasing levels of electromagnetic and radio frequency radiation within the city, admitted by cell towers and 5G antennae. I would suggest that this ignorance is largely through the intellectual shortcomings of the Council. I've monitored these levels for the last 4 years, and whilst they were high even then, recently they are getting higher and higher, to a point now where there's an increasing number of people are becoming electro-hypersensitive. We're all electrosensitive. About 35% of us show signs of sensitivity, and about 3% are electro-hypersensitive, continually showing signs of effects like migraines, dizziness, and tiredness. I invited some of them along today, and at some risk to their health, and most of them refused, but I did bring along Judith, who's kindly offered to come, who has suffered electro-hypersensitivity for a number of years. She lives in Dinsdale, close to a tower which emits high levels of radiation. Fortunately, she is well shielded by trees, and they've made provision in the house to do things. These people are real, their symptoms are real, and you have to answer to their predicament. I'll close with a quote which was sent to me this morning by another person who's electro-hypersensitive, but she said, I cannot come, I cannot access a place like the council chamber. and this is from Professor Olli Johansson of Sweden. The electorate representative must in every situation and by all available means demand respect, representation and power. They shall very clearly reject all approaches which reflect a mentality of feeling pity for them or caring for them. Inaccessibility is not a personal problem. It is a problem for society. Inaccessibility is not about attitudes, it's about discrimination. And discriminatory actions and conduct shall not be dealt with by well-meaning talk about treatment. Discrimination is already unlawful. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. I've got one question from Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Tony, nice to see you. Do you agree that RF is very different to X-ray radiation?
Boy, radio frequency, yeah, from X-ray. Oh, so totally, yeah. There's non-ioning and ionizing radiation. Yeah.
And the medical reports that I've read say, unlike X-ray radiation, which can be harmful, RF hasn't been deemed to be harmful. And so I'm just surprised by your concern with cellular towers in the city.
Okay, yeah, there's plenty of proof that cell towers, 5G antennae in particular, are harmful. There's masses of evidence.
To be honest, I don't think we can afford the time to have a debate about this at the time. You've asked a question, got an answer.
Yeah.
We'll read your submission and all the details that you submit and any other information that you supply outside this process.
I'll give you just a few references.
Sure. Yes, if you could just... Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Tony, for coming in. Thanks, we appreciate your interest in what Council does and taking the time to submit. We do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Rika from the Y. Yes, am I right? Am I on the right page? Yep. Hi, Rika, and everyone from the YWCA. It made me want to sing because it's been that kind of day, but I won't. Hey? Go on then, I was going to do my version of YMCA to YWCA, but...
Please do.
No, I haven't thought it through enough, the actions.
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
So my name is Rika, I'm General Manager at the YWCA, next door to YMCA. We are an organisation that is very dedicated to supporting young women in general, in Hamilton and the wider Waikato. We are here today to talk about your support for community organisations like ours. It is very crucial for us and we're very thankful to have been a recipient of the multi-year grant in the previous years. Obviously this year we didn't make the partnership deal or partnership category, but we hope to continue to receive funding from you in the future. Handing over.
Kia ora, inga mana, inga reo, inga hau e wha, tēnā rā tātou katoa. So my roots in community began at the YWCA. In 2017, I was fresh out of high school and I was looking for opportunities and I didn't realise that for a job you had to have job experience. Anyway, I seen an opportunity at the YWCA to apply for a scholarship to go to Outward Bound. I was successful and it was the first ever time that I was successful for an opportunity like this. I was so enriched and grateful for my experience that it immediately helped my sense of belonging. From this, I got to share my Outward Bound experience, speaking at schools and also engaging with the programs at the YWCA, empowering the young women. From that opportunity, I got a job at the YWCA. I got to further my experience and share my passion for the young women all across our city. This unlocked new opportunities for me to connect in the community sector, connecting me with the Electoral Commission and also Seed Waikato. I stand here as a board member speaking to the power of organisations like the YWCA, who empower pathways of opportunity, self-exploration, leadership, but most importantly, create a sense of belonging and connection. So we signed in support of a collective rangatahi strategy submission. We know that community shapes and creates pathways for rangatahi and young women just like me, which is why we are asking for community grant funding to be retained. We know that organisations can deliver their services and continue to impact and empower young women across Kirikiriroa and empower the lives of our young people. Number 2, we need a rangatahi strategy. We would love more youth voice reflected throughout our city and reflected in council to further create more accessibility for a thriving city for our rangatahi. Tuatoru, we need your support, kaitiakitanga, to hold space initiating co-designing processes with youth and with the youth sector. So bringing all of our collective wisdom together, we will ensure that young women and rangatahi and the narrative surrounding them are done in a mana enhancing way. Kia ora.
Thank you. I think you said it really well, and that's it for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council? No, there being none. Thank you for the example and for the work that you do. I know you do excellent work, so I appreciate also the support that you give to community engagement with politics and women in politics as well.
We appreciate everything that you come and when you come through our doors and help us to get the message through how important civil participation is for young women. It makes it so much more meaningful when you all participate. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have Ron McKinnon and Selwyn Wilson. Tēnā kōrua.
Tēnā kōtau. Tēnā koutou I runga nā mana ki tangi o hōna mana. Mā teo tamo wairu tapu nā nera pono me te māngai tautoko mai ai anei ake nei ai. Tēnā koutou ko tatu mai nei, ko whakawātia nei tēnei wā mā māwa nei hei kōrero. Ko tāku nei tino kaupapa ana ko tō mātou reo kore I roto I tēnei wāhi. Now, these two old people here are my grandparents. They were the last family to live at Nukuhaupa. Over 60 years ago, we lived there with them. And we were Ngāti Ngāmuri Kaitaua, and we have no say within a body that give the okay for mana whenua. For Nukuhaupa, we are mana whenua. We have not died. I've heard that adage that Ngāmuri Kaitaua are extinct. So long as we are breathing, we are still alive. We may not have a marae, we may not have a tūranga waiwai or a place to stand proud as Ngāmuri Kaitaua, but we are still here. We are still here. The processes that are used, when the land was taken in the early 1860s, it was stolen off my people. It was stolen off my tupuna Inouai and Tipi. And many of the paths through Kirikiriroa, they had the mana whenua over them. It was Ngāti Ngāmuri Kaitaua, but we're not included within Te Hā o Kirikiriroa. What you got within Te Hā o Kirikiriroa is Ngāti Wairere, Ngāti Mahanga, Ngāti Tamanui Pō, Ngāti Haua, and Ngāti Koroki Kahukura. We don't have a place. There are other karanga within Kirikiriroa that aren't included. Ngāti Wainganu is one of them. Ngāti Waikai is another. And there are a few others. And the question is, why are we being excluded? Why do we not have a place in that arena where we are considered, we are the mana whenua? Why don't we have that say? And so, you know, I just buried my mother last year. She was 94 and she also is Ngā Muri Kaitawa. It's only my sister and my brother and myself left alive from those of Ngāti Ngā Muri Kaitawa that lived at Nukuhau. There were only four main families there, because to the back of us was Laurie Peacock. To the other side, across the gully, were the Jenkins. And then, I can't remember the other family that lived just up the road. But there were very few families that lived there. This was over 60 years ago. And so what's happened in those 60 years, there's been a Waitangi tribal settlement, and it had gone to the trust board, the tiny trust board, and we never got back any of the stuff that was stolen from us. So we sit on the outside and still with nothing and still with no say. I would like, as a descendant of Ngā Muri Kaitawa, to have a say in those areas over mana whenua that were ours. This young fellow here is a mokopuna. He is another one who is a descendant of Ngā Muri Kaitawa of Inouye. Now you fellows have named a park on Dixon Road, just around Dixon Road, Inouye Memorial Park. You'll give his name to the park, but the lands that were Ngā Muri Kaitawa's do not come back. And that kind of bothers me. Why did you name the park after my tupuna and we had no say on those areas? Whatu Kōrero is another pa of his, and we have no say over it. And these things confuse me. I've been away from here for a long time. I went back to my Ngāti Kaupata people down in the Manawatu, and coming back here and finding that we don't have a place. And it concerns me. And I'd like to see spaces like Nukuhau, us being allowed to go there and do things at Nukuhau instead of being closed out. You know, kāre tōraki nei, haku kōrero ki a koutou katoa, ko tāku tino, me ki te nako nei o tāku kōrero ki a mōhio mai koutou ana kei tōre tonu a Ngāti Ngā Muri Kaitawa. Anei māua, anei māua. So, koena tāku. Ko e te hati o nā kōrero ka whiua nei ki te mokopuna, māna e whakatakoto i nā wana whakaaro. Mo e te hatu pera i the environment, those types of things, I runga Nukuhau. Nō re mehe pātai kōtou ki au nei me, whiua mai.
Thank you very much. We do have some time for questions, so thank you.
I have something to say.
Oh, sorry, you haven't finished?
If this panel pleases, my name is Saumu Siminamira. I am a descendant of Inouye and Pōwhiro Kihi, tangata whenua of Nuku Haupā, and I whakapapa through them to Ngā Muri Kaitoa, referenced as Ngā Muri in historically records. As mana whenua and the naturalised tribe of Nuku Haupā, we have been impacted by the westernised treaty settlement, resulting in the loss of our governance, including providence. We are seeking discussions with Tainui and Representative Thorpe to co-manage our ancestral lands and hold discussions about their support of Peacock's 5 development. 3 Statement 108 made by James Searle report. Objections are entered as the terminology of mana whenua. We, the iwi hapu and the mana whenua of Nukuhau and Ngā Muri Kaitawa, are committed to preserving our cultural heritage and also protecting the long-tailed bat reserve. We seek to work collaboratively with the Council Historic New Zealand, the Environment Court and Tainui to ensure that our waihi hapu, gullies, streams and cultural sites are preserved before any development commences, as we believe the preservation of our cultural heritage is essential for our future generations and the well-being of our community. I now provide the archaeological reports made from Warren Grumbly. He noted that most, if not all, S14/490 has been destroyed recently in the course of formation of a stormwater treatment pond in relation to the construction of the construction of the new road formation at Peacocks. Objections are made for the destruction of cultural sites by future developments and include stormwater runoff. Also, ample evidence for archaeological deposits lie within lots 1-3 DPS 480757. statement read, these sites S14/161 includes borrow pits and associated Māori-made soils that are an extension of S14/210 to the east of Mr. Grumbley's report. It has also stated that we believe it's imperative and necessary to have our wāhi tapu protected and would like discussions with said groups before development impacts to these archaeological findings. Also, clarification is sought from the Council regarding to the intention of stormwater wetlands concerning Nuku Haupā, and specifically whether they fall under the creation of wetlands to address the loss and fragmentation of moderate and low value habitats, as referenced in the stormwater report, and if so, whether they meet the key habitat and bat buffer specifications for the bat reserve of a 20 metre and a 0.3 lux measures at the boundary. The pā site of Nukuhau, located on the Waikato River, is in exceptional state of preservation. With the help of Warren Grumbley's report, which includes aerial shots and record artifacts, local iwi hapu and mana whenua intend to verify waihi hapu, urupā, archaeological sites, ahi, pits, including artifacts on lands that should be classed as historical sites and to be recognised by the Council. We will also make a comprehensive list through Heritage New Zealand for urgent assessment. By these means, let's empower iwi hapu to reclaim and preserve the historical significant archaeological sites in Nukuhau, as confirmed by Warren Grumbley's report. Before any construction begins, let's work together towards a brighter future for the long-tail bat reserve and preserving a safe and sustainable ecosystem for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We've run out of time for questions, but I do feel I would like to offer... Huh? Oh, we've got 0.42 seconds. But I was going to offer Moko the chance to ask his question.
Kia ora tātou. Nā ku whānau whānui, ko te tahi anō no roto mai niki o ngā muri kai taua. Anei te o ngā uri no konei huki anō e tuake ki te tuku mihia tiki a koutou. Koutou tahi anō te whānau whānui. Kua tatu mai niki ana te kaupapa i mua anō te aroaro re tēnei te ngā kai kauni hera nei. Nō reira tēnā koutou. I feel it appropriate to stand and to mihi to my whānau, who have come in to present a kōrero. Kia ora. And whilst I believe that kaupapa rests specifically with our tribal whānau, I want to acknowledge that we've heard what you've had to say, and I think there's a discussion that needs to be had, and it looks like you're having that discussion. I certainly appreciate you bringing our young men along so that you can expose them to this type of environment, so in the future we don't have to have these sorts of discussions like this. But I appreciate the rangatira, the tupuna that you have shared. I appreciate the time that you spent away down in Ngāti Kauwhata, but kua hoki tahi mai koe ana e te pāpā, nō roto mai niki ana I tauna whenua. So, just to my learned colleagues, first of all, I was invited to speak. I was going to stick to time, but my colleague Ewan advised that I get up and give an appropriate mihi. Thank you, Ewan, for giving me the nudge. But I just want to acknowledge the whakapapa that you have to the city. And so while this is a conversation that needs to be had with our wider whānau, thank you for coming along and sharing your kōrero with us today. I don't think there's anything further we need to discuss because we've got some other people that want to have a crack at us too. So we might let you get on your way, but I'm certainly here to entertain and to have that discussion should you need. And we have my colleague over there, Jenna Carson, that will be able to help facilitate those types of things. So kia ora whānau.
Thank you. Now, there wasn't really a question, but thank you all the same for doing what I otherwise might have done. So I do want to thank you. I know it's not easy to come in here and submit on topics you feel strongly about, so we do appreciate it.
Kia ora koutou.
Kelly. Oh, a few others. Oh, go eco, excellent. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to present today on the long-term plan. My name is Simon Gascoigne, and I'm joined today by my colleagues from GoEco, Alan from our biodiversity team, and Jay from our Bike Hub. So Go Eco is an environment hub, a centre for learning and a catalyst for change. All of our work is framed firstly by Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We support the recognition of iwi, hapu and whānau to realise kaitiakitanga and kawanatanga aspirations for their rohi. Secondly, the urgency of climate action. We have only 6 years to meet our Paris commitments. Accordingly, we urge Council to invest in the resilience of the Hamilton community with a balanced and people-focused approach. We realise that compared to other councils, we have been underrated historically, and because of this, we support an increase to rates to enable our city to have the support required for community resilience and well-being. We support the targeted rate for community resilience. We can be smarter with how we distribute the rates increases. Council could develop additional criteria to make rate increases more equitable than what the local government New Zealand offer does, perhaps by considering household income and also things like rebates on a sliding scale. If we do not increase rates now, we are going to have a much larger financial problem later on, with less resilience to cope with what is coming towards us, which is not just financial in nature. Climate change and its effects actively seek out and accentuate existing divisions in wealth, gender, education, equality, and accessibility. So we ask the City Council to help build local webs of resilience, the connections between people, to help them thrive even in financially difficult times. For example, the City Council could develop a food strategy that addresses land use, that upholds Indigenous food sovereignty and addresses food security. You never forget a tree or a garden that you plant. Go Eco has recently been harvesting bananas from our small garden in Franklin, and we also harvested 25 odd kilos of kumara in a couple of small garden beds. We support spaces that foster creativity and imagination. The generations that come after us have so much potential for solving problems in new ways. They are just waiting for your investment invitation to be involved. Curiosity inspires creativity, inspiration, and life-changing outcomes. And I'm now just going to hand over to Jay from our Bicycle Hub.
Kia ora. I work in Go Eco at the Bike Hub. Part of the Bike Hub project is to facilitate getting people on bikes and comfortable on bikes. This is done by giving people familiarity with the skills necessary to maintain their own bikes. A lot of people have this kind of discomfort about what if I'm out routing and I get a flat tire. Our aim is to empower people with the knowledge to be able to deal with these things on their own, so that everyone has, more opportunity to get out and cycling. Transport is a very big issue, and it will be, very, very important going forward. It's very, very important that as climate change comes upon us, we build up resilience and, my apologies, pathways across the city that allow people to transverse safely. A Bike Hub visitor I know called Stephen texted me yesterday morning to let me know he'd been in an accident. Luckily, he's okay. But these are the things I hear about all the time from people who come into the Bike Hub. And I feel like I have a unique perspective on the daily challenges faced by people who choose to cycle in this city. It's important moving forward that rather than small patches of very nice cycle infrastructure, people can get anywhere across the city they need to. And that Go Eco supports a systematic transition away from car-centric infrastructure and works to provide rapid, reliable public transport and options that help people move away from car dependence. Transport infrastructure moving forward also has to account for a sad history of land confiscation from whānau, hapu and iwi, and they must be consulted in designs moving forward in building up smart urban areas that allow people to access what they need readily. We believe it's important for the Hamilton City Council to continue to commit to the Access Hamilton strategy, as well as the Biking and Micromobility program. We support, in principle, a walking and cycling bridge as long as this remains accessible to everyone. We continue to advocate for the school link as part of a wider cultural shift away from car dependence into independence for young people. Personally, I've done several workshops around cycle maintenance at Hamilton Boys High School on Peach Grove Road. And I know that there's a good culture of cycling there, as I've had some of those young men come back to the Bike Hub and offer their services volunteering with us, which is very, very encouraging to see. So we believe the Peach Grove Road corridor is especially valuable in strategy for that. I believe that's all I had written down. Thank you for the opportunity to submit. I'll pass you on to my colleague Ellen from Biodiversity.
Good afternoon, everyone. My role is community organiser within the biodiversity team, where I use my tertiary background in zoology, ecology and wildlife management to support various biodiversity projects. We support retaining the full fund for cat desexing. We would like to see increased moves towards national cat legislation and bylaws introduced by Hutt City and being consulted on by Tasman District Councils. The large numbers of unwanted strays and kittens evidenced by the filled to capacity rescue shelters have to continue to be addressed. It's stressful for community members to attempt to deal with strays, whether out of compassion or in response to a nuisance animal. Desexing is one of the main methods in managing this, and according to a New Zealand survey result, the top reason for not desexing pets was cost. Let's not enable this to be a barrier. Additionally, to contribute to shaping the future of Hamilton, continuing to support methods of cat population control is critical for native biodiversity. Wandering cats, let alone wandering stray cats, will be impacting native species such as our birds and lizards, and with emphasis, the nationally critical Peka Toroa long-tailed bat that we are privileged to have residing in the city. We also support an increase and delegation of work and funding to community organisations. It would be a fiscally responsible decision for Council to devolve aspects of its funding and workload back to the community. Invest in the people, the heart of communities, to achieve shared outcomes. We believe the community wants to see a distribution of work back into public hands and is capable of carrying this out, evidenced by the large amount of work already carried out by volunteers across various sectors. More than ever, civic participation is needed to increase empowerment and cohesion. People want to see and know that their ideas for local improvement and growth lead to secured, tangible outcomes. GoEco has been working in this space for the last 30 years. We have seen what the community is capable of, especially when enabled to do so. Council has to trust the fact that local communities know what's best for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a little bit of time for questions. Councillor Thompson.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thank you so much for your submission. Just your last point was an interesting one. What kinds of services do you see would be better delivered by community organisations with council funding being devolved?
Good question. Basically anything that's probably kind of, sorry, I'm just trying to think how to word this, sorry. Probably community services that are predominantly for and empowered by the community. Of course, there would be services that are kind of legislated or outside the scope of community work, but yeah, I think there is models out there that talk about what some of those services are. Sorry, I can't answer very specifically right now.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you want to send any further detail on that, we'll receive that detail and circulate it in answer to Councillor Thompson's question.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the team for Go Eco for the good work that you do. We appreciate you taking the time to make a submission and come speak to it. Thank you. We now have Alec Forbes. Good afternoon, Alec. Have we got this in the right way? Right. Yeah, yep.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. I've been living in this town for nigh on half a century now, and the town has changed. If it was Fountain City, it's now Kirikiriroa, Hamilton. It's become a city. It's grown up. It's changed. A city has responsibilities and obligations, I believe. And so I'd urge you to consider carefully, to reconsider cutting support to the arts, to community organisations, because they are what make this a city. Not a town anymore, not a small truck stop, a wrong turn on the way to somewhere else. We are a city. We are Hamilton. It's, we're still derided. But now we go, whatever, because we believe in ourselves. There's a change in this town, I believe, that has come. So, accountancy, I believe, is a dark art. Numbers and figures can mean anything. To you, the numbers that we're talking about are nothing. To the groups that they're going to affect, they are everything. So I urge you again to consider carefully, and yes, please, raise the rates and fix the water and do all the things that need to be done, but at the same time, keep the other part of the city beating and alive. Beating is the wrong word. Encouraged and alive. I spoke on behalf of the regional theatre, and now I'm, in a way, speaking on behalf of the Meteor, because I'm not connected with the Meteor anymore, but theatre is my thing, as it were. If the Meteor disappears, then the regional theatre will be this wonderful edifice that'll be like an isolated island on Victoria Street. Number 1 Victoria Street, the south end, the entertainment precinct, will be decimated. Theatres work better when they are together, when there is more than one. There's a communal synergy that happens. Yeah. Well, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for making your point so clearly in your submission. Are there any questions? No, there being none, but we do appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We're running a tiny tad behind, so please bear with us. We've got John and then Paul. So John is next, and then Paul, please. Hi, John. Good afternoon.
I'll start with one of the main consultation questions. What services do you not want removed? My answer to that would be road and footpath maintenance, drinking water cleaning, distribution and pipe maintenance, wastewater collection, transport, storage and treatment, rubbish and recycling collection, stormwater system maintenance and flood protection, city maintenance general, street lights, buildings, road signage, mowing parks, maintaining and tidying vegetation. Maintaining libraries and their collections of physical books and records. Hamiltonians have been seeing declines in the level of maintenance around Hamilton City in recent years. Gardens and traffic islands not being weeded, parks not being mown, damage to roads and infrastructure, debris in cycle lanes, and the neglect of street signs and malfunctioning street lights. That's just the easily observable decline in maintenance. What is happening with underground infrastructure and inside large facilities and treatment plants outside of public view is of great concern. The regular sight of shiny new surveillance cameras installed over dirty, overgrown or degraded street signs is symbolic of the future that this council is creating for our city. Despite the framing in recent council communications and the careful choice of consultation questions, it is possible for council to cut spending on staff and reduce costs without cutting important services. Here are some targets for cost cutting while keeping important services. The H3 venues, Seddon Park, the stadium and Corlands Event Centre, need to be put under new management with the aim of making them self-supporting. H3 needs to stop costing the City Council many millions per year subsidising commercial events and private benefits. I recommend that Hamilton City Council keeps ownership of the land and building, though leases them to new community trusts that will run the facilities and pay for staff, maintenance and building upgrades. Across most of City Council, you're going to need to reduce staff. Reduction in staff and consultant costs should target management and communication personnel rather than staff who provide practical frontline services. According to data published by the Taxpayers Union, I'm not sure how up to date it is, but it should give an indication of the picture in Hamilton compared to other cities. More than 1 in 5 staff at Hamilton City Council is counted as a manager, with managers getting paid over $110,000 a year on average. The same data also states that Hamilton City Council has over 29 full-time equivalent staff in communications and marketing. Compare that to the data for Christchurch City Council. It has less than 1 manager per 15 staff and only employs 21 FTE of staff in communications and marketing, despite being a larger city council. Christchurch City Council also does performance-related dismissals of staff in recent years. Dunedin City Council is less than 1 manager per 10 staff, and Invercargill City Council is 1 manager per 11 staff. Wellington City Council is more similar to Hamilton City Council, as it's closer to 1 in 6 staff being a manager. It outdoes us by having over 40 FTE staff in communications and marketing. And in a similar situation to Hamilton, Wellington City Council is also planning to inflict a doubling of rates on their population by 2030. From my estimates, halving the number of managers and reducing communication staff to just 3 people would save Hamilton City Council over $14 million per year in staff costs alone. With a significant reduction in management and communication staff, we could also expect added benefits of greater transparency and a reduction in propaganda output from Hamilton City Council. I'll refer you to the rest of my written documentation that was submitted to the consultation earlier in the month.
Thank you. We've got a small amount of time for a question if there is one. If not, your submission is very full and has lots of detail in it. We appreciate the time.
One question, Mayor Paula.
Yes, sure.
Thank you, John, for your submission. You mentioned the idea of transferring H3 assets into trusts. Can you give an example of where that's happened, where the trust has performed better? For example, Mount Eden Stadium. Do you know if they actually have done better?
Well, from my perspective, it's up to the community and the interest groups that use these facilities to make them solvent. If it's sports teams, those sports teams need to stump up and run the facility and make it work. They can't rely on the wider community to support them indefinitely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. And now we have Paul, please. Thank you for waiting. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Right, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Just to emphasise, this is a private submission. I'm a born and bred Hamiltonian. I've lived all my life in Hamilton, apart from my OE and a period in Auckland during my 20s. And I see that I'm now older than all members of the council. It may not have been the case last time, but it certainly is now. Now, the councils presumably were elected on the premise of keeping the rates down. And a lot of the councillors here today were part of the long-term plan 2021. And from that, I thought I'd look at the 2021 plan to start at. In it says here, Hamilton City believes it will balance its books, Hamilton City Council, balance its books by 2023-24, meaning we will no longer be borrowing to pay everyday costs from your own plan 3 years ago. The government compliance targeted rate then, 4.5%, one-off, annual increase 4.4, first year 8.9, followed by annual increases of 4.4. That would give a compounded one of about 25% over the 5-year period compared to the 113% proposed. If you read the Herald yesterday, the Auckland Mayor has now proposed a revised 10-year long-term plan, water and rates and water charges combined, 6.8% first year, 5.8% second year, 7.9% third year, not more than 3.5% thereafter. And we are comparing ourselves with Auckland, saying our rates are low in comparison to other municipal cities. As you see, I represent the seniors. There's an extra 1,000 Hamiltonians a year turning 65. Our main building, Celebrating Age Centre, has now been closed for 2 years. I've never stepped inside the building. We have report after report after report. Then we leave it to the new council. Then we have more reports. Now it's ended up in the long-term plan. It is a priority for the Hamilton senior citizens. We have a lack of community facilities in the CBD. I doubt if I'm ever going to get the opportunity to perhaps even go there. And today, I think just about, Hamilton Gardens, I've just been over there, taken a few pictures of the glass house. It's iconic to Hamilton. It's going, before we know it, gone. Like most things in Hamilton, all we end up with is a facade. We'll be known as Hamilton, future city of the facade. We've got the new theatre. A few bouquets though, to tag busters. If you've been overseas and you've been to some of the European cities, there is not a scrap of anything that is not tagged. They do an excellent job. The other comment, having lived here all my life, it feels more like Noddy Town every day. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions. Councillor Thompson. All right, Councillor Hutt. Oh, Paul, we have a couple of questions. Councillor Hutt, then.
Sorry, we still want to talk to you. Hi, nice to see you. I'm pleased you mentioned the Celebrating Age Centre because it wasn't in your written submission, but I was just curious, you didn't support the community infrastructure targeted rate, even though that could be used for something like Celebrating Age Centre? Just wondering if you wanted to elaborate on that choice. You don't have to.
Well, I think, the only targeted rate that I can remember was the Hamilton Gardens, which we supported as a community. I think this is sort of not part of, separating it out, that's all.
Cool.
Thank you, Mayor Paul. Sorry? It's still time for one more question. And thank you for your very clear submission. I've noticed that you are somewhat supportive of reducing council services and costs, but you haven't given any detail. Given the fact that we inevitably face some very tough challenges as a council, can you just give us a steer as to which particular services you think we could trim back on, or maybe cut altogether?
I think the previous speaker's probably covered that for me.
The previous speaker. So you're John's comments. Okay, thank you.
No, that's a mystery. Thank you. No, thank you. Thanks for your submission.
Thank you very much for the time you've taken and coming to speak to us, Paul, and for being very patient in waiting. We now have John Dobson. Hello, John.
Hi. Excuse me. Another John, or another Johnny, as some would say. Thank you very much, Your Worship, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission. My name is John Dobson and I'm Chair of the Hamilton Gardens Development Trust. That trust was formed in 2008 to initiate, plan, guide and construct public gardens at Hamilton Gardens for the betterment of the Hamilton community, and to establish the Hamilton Gardens as a major artistic and cultural attraction for the region. My trust is passionate about Hamilton and passionate about the gardens. The gardens is the jewel in the crown and has really put Hamilton on the map, not just in New Zealand but globally, and it's about to get even better with your help. The Trust has two key roles. Firstly, ensuring the completion of the development of the gardens, and that's the development of the whole Peter Sergel vision, which is an amazing vision. And secondly, we spearhead the community's involvement in funding the development and partnership with Council. And since our formation, we've raised over $1 million towards further developments of the themed gardens and associated infrastructure. Since Momentum took over the lead fundraising role, our Trust has been less active, but your draft long-term plan has changed that, believe me. We are absolutely gutted that the draft plan does not provide for development of future gardens. We can understand your predicament driving the need for an unprecedented rates increase, and in my view, most of this can be sheeted home to past councillors who have let politics get in the way of sound commercial decision-making. I'm not putting the finger at anyone here, but we've made decisions in the past which mean we've got deferred costs that now have to be dealt with. I trust that the lesson has been learned. We need to invest in our community if we want a strong, vibrant community. I'd have to say, though, that given the financial pressures on Council, it's a little ironic that you would contemplate spending $16.9 million of ratepayer money on a cycleway bridge with little economic benefit, where that money could complete at least 5 themed gardens with considerable economic benefit. And that's even before the community puts their hands in their pocket to support what is a really good cause. Now, I'm not pulling out a bomb, so don't worry. This book, our latest project, you all have a copy. And no, it's not a bribe, but it's essential reading for you all, as it not only tells a wonderful, entertaining and educational story, but it showcases the gardens that need to be developed to complete what will then be a museum that tells the story of humanity. It's not a garden, it is a museum. And we need to think about how we might rename it to open up more avenues for funding in future. I'd like to just quickly read 2 quotes from Peter's book, which sort of help fill in the picture from my point of view. And it is an extremely entertaining read and a very good text. Ultimately, the main purpose of this book is to show the Hamilton Gardens has a serious and quite unique concept with its own integrity. Like a play, movie, or the various instruments in an orchestra, if you take bits out, it loses a lot of its meaning, validity and impact. The book explains each existing and most importantly proposed garden in the collection and how gardens can help us understand the world. And we certainly need help in doing that, I believe, the world today. The second quote is along the same theme. The existing and proposed garden collections outlined here in line with the Hamilton City Council's 2020 Reserves Act Management Plan for Hamilton Gardens. And I think you all need to reflect on that. It's a very good plan, very well thought out, and it was well consulted on. Some people have looked at the plan and said if they win Lotto, they'd fund its completion. I think I might have been one of those, and Peter's picked up on that, and he will remind me the day I win Lotto. Even though it's a very long-term plan, there will also be those who tell us we've already got enough gardens. That can feel a little like someone pulling random pages out of a novel and saying you've already got enough to read, or being told your missing front teeth don't matter because you still have enough to eat with. Someone even suggested that removing gardens from the collection would be a bit like removing bits from a cow. Before long, you'd have a non-functioning cow. I'm not sure that analogy works, but some of history's most important garden forms are yet to be developed. There's also a hard economic strategy behind this wider collection backed by a number of overseas studies, And the council, I don't know how many economic impact studies you've had over recent years, but they've all said the benefits of completing the theme gardens will be immense for this community. There's a big difference in tourist spending between a quick stop off on the way to Rotorua and staying 1 or 2 nights in Hamilton. So when someone says there is too much to see in one day, that's just what we want to hear. The eventual completion of the Hamilton Gardens will provide significant benefits for the regional economy through longer stays. So, in preparing for today, I referred back to our submission to the last long-term plan, and I'd like to quote from it as what we submitted then is still relevant today. We had a vision for the gardens, a world-leading garden experience promoting an understanding of the context, meaning and history of gardens. So have we achieved our vision? Are the Hamilton Gardens world-leading? In our view, not yet, but they could be. And I quoted in that submission a world-renowned, recognised expert on garden tourism, Dr. Professor Richard Benfield, who said that Dr. Sergle's plans to complete the development described the theme gardens and plans for the future as unique in the world, relevant to casual visitors and educators alike, and visually spectacular. It has the wow factor. The concept is by far the most exciting I've seen in my 20-year career as a researcher in the field of garden tourism. Hamilton could join the ranks of the 5 destination gardens of the world. This is because the vision, as stated, is unique indeed. I said back then our trust acknowledges the challenges facing council in balancing the books and that there are many competing demands for funding. The world does not change, it doesn't get any better. And I do feel for you guys, you've got some pretty tough decisions to make. The gardens are a jewel in our crown. Hamilton leaders need to take a bold step and invest in our future. So that was then. So what about now? You have our submission. I trust that you had a chance to read it, but just summarising the 3 main points. Whilst we would prefer that 50% of the charges went towards development, we believe that plan should at least provide that any operating surplus from the gardens be invested in the future development of the new theme gardens. So if the charging structure you implement is successful, as the plan would say, there should be operating surpluses, and that operating surplus should be put towards the community funding to do more gardens. The plan should make it clear that council is committed to the future development as community funding becomes available. It doesn't at present. Without this commitment, it will be impossible to raise funding from the community. And thirdly, Momentum should be mandated to continue to seek funding for future gardens, and council should actively seek funding from other sources, including neighbouring councils, philanthropic trusts and government agencies. To close, councillors, I urge you to read that book. If that doesn't inspire to support the future development, nothing will. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thank you, John. One quick question was just, if you're I understand that the car parking is often oversubscribed and right now is also sinking / quite messy looking. Just interested, would you prioritise a new garden or improving visitor facilities like car parking?
No, I think you have to look at the whole suite of what's available there. If you don't have good car parking, you don't have a great visitor experience. So there has to be a balancing. I might suggest that when charging comes in, you might have a few less car parks. You did consider at one stage introducing a parking charge as well. I think we were against that at the time. I think if the charging is a success, we'll have more funds to actually invest in the garden infrastructure as well in the future. You know, at the end of the day, you're going to introduce them, let's see how it goes. There's a good argument to suggest that more people should be paying for the experience. After all, I pay for the zoo every time I go, and I'm a Hamilton citizen, and I pay dearly for it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You asked, I think in your written submission, just to see if I got this right, that that in our long-term plan, even if there isn't any council money for the next couple of years, that it be noted that should money become available through revenue or external funding, new gardens will be developed. That Is that what you were asking?
Sorry, I can't hear you. You need to speak into a microphone, Your Worship.
Apologies.
Yeah.
I think from your written submission, what I got is that you would want us, even if we've got no funding for the next couple of years as a council, we still should include in the long-term plan that should there be revenue and should there be external funding, new gardens could be continued to be
Yes,
developed.
and the council is committed to doing it, okay? Because if you're not committed to doing it, you're the ones that actually do the build. You have the right to do it. The community aren't going to get in behind it.
Right.
So they're not going to put money on the table. At the moment, we've got almost all the money for the medieval garden, need 300,000 more, but no one's going to pay over the money to council until we get that 300,000. And people have to know that you're committed to completing the garden.
Right.
Because it does involve, there's a lot of hidden costs in developing a garden that don't necessarily show up.
That's right, and the OPEX.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and I was just asking to make sure I understood
Yeah.
what you were. Thank you so much for the detail you put into it. Thank you to the Friends of the Garden and everyone else for the continuing passion. It wouldn't be there without you guys.
I did say to some councillors at the book launch that I'd be asking them a few questions to check that they'd read it.
Yeah,
I decided that wouldn't be good policy.
I haven't
You read the whole lot, did you?
John, I haven't had the book in my hands yet, but I understand did get given a copy, but I haven't had the book to see yet, but I'm so looking forward to reading it. So
Okay.
thank you. Okay. One more before we take a very quick break, which might be to fill our coffee cups and come back to the council. Might be that kind of a break. But Bruce. Did it sound like that? Oh, good. Bruce. At least it sounded perky, Ewan. If I'd have gone, oh, Bruce, you would have...
Kia ora koutou. Mayor Paula and elected members, thank you for the opportunity to present your LTP. I've just come away from another one. Ko Bruce Clarkson aho. But my hat today, I need to be specific, is as a restoration ecologist and leader of an MB-funded, the largest and longest urban ecology-funded research program in New Zealand, People, Cities and Nature. I'm taking my submission as read. And there may be questions you have on that later, but I just wanted to give a little bit of extra detail and I'll flesh out a couple of points really, in particular in relation to nature in the city, given some extra information that I've now seen. So I am still concerned about how much slower the slowed program, as it is tagged at the moment, is going to be. Because the first stage of this 30-year program is to increase native vegetation cover by 3%. That is to take cover from 2% to 5% in 2031 and up to 10% by 2050. Now, I know there's been some work going on in the background focusing on the activity that is to occur, and I've now learned of the specific sites that have been selected, and I am supportive. But I just needed to remind councillors of the targets that are already agreed to. It is a sort of a question of credibility, really, and the need to reach them and counter, and this is the scientific basis, the continuing decline and to protect the investment that's already been made. There can be no slip sliding away. Do you know your music, you guys? Paul Simon? Right, Paul Simon. No slip sliding away. Right, and there should not also be the prospect of me coming back in 2050 when I will turn 100 years of age to remind you again, or even worse, after that I come back to haunt you, right? Right. Anyway, so the point I wanted to make though is that native cover target, that is the essence of nature in the city. So when you're thinking about, and you are because of the financial situation you're in, that's the bit that needs to be protected at all costs. So in your deliberations to come, I wanted to encourage you to focus on actual and potential benefits of investments, values and not just costs, and revenue generation related to, for example, tourism attractors, we just heard about that a moment ago, and longer stays in our city. And to be wary, I want you to be wary too of catchphrases. You're seeing them in the paper all the time at the moment, nice to have versus need to have, or essential services versus pet projects. These catchphrases disguise the complexity of the decision-making that you're undertaking. These are not simple questions, and the answers are not black or white. They require insight, they require wisdom. Most of all, they require an eye for the future. Above all, we must remember that all the capitals, not just financial, but social and natural capital, need to be addressed. We in Hamilton City and the wider district are still in deep natural capital debt, and the work we are doing at Waiwhakariki and in the Nature in the City program are scientifically based attempts to reverse this debt, to reverse biodiversity decline, to provide resilience to our city in the face of climate change. I'm just asking you to maintain the progress, to protect the previous investment, to serve future generations. And lastly, please come along on the 1st of June to Waiwhakariki for Arbor Day at Waiwhakariki to celebrate 10 years of community effort. And good luck with your deliberations. I know what you're going through. I know the pain you're going through, and it is difficult. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Councillor Hutt.
I'm sure my colleagues will not be shocked as to what I ask about. But as a biodiversity expert, Bruce, I wonder if you had any thoughts on cat desexing?
Oh, I've got plenty of thoughts on those topics.
You've got 4 minutes left.
Okay. Look, at the moment I know that in central government, because I've been working closely with Celia Wade-Brown and also Barbara Kuriger from the National Party, are currently framing up some legislation to try and deal with the cat issue. I know in the past that we've tried to do stuff about cats, but, you know, let's be honest, Gareth Morgan took the wrong path, didn't he? He went straight head on to people and tried to force them to do stuff. Look, I totally support those concepts. I think we do need central government legislation to assist in the process, because otherwise you've got to do it subdivision by subdivision or whatever, come up with plans and, you know, rules and all that stuff. But it must be addressed. And it is also, incidentally, as you well know, why do we need a fence around Waiwhakariki? Because we will never get the true benefit of the investment until we get the fence in, because we've got to stop the cats, the stoats, the weasels, the rats, the mice, carrying on.
In lieu of the central government legislation going through, would you support Hamilton City Council retaining the cat desexing fund?
I would.
Great.
Thank you, Bruce. Just a question. There was a submission today regarding potentially devolving some of the work that council does to community to do. And I just wondered, I guess, your perspective on that with regards to actual work on the ground and restoration work, really. What that balance is, or if you have a view on that.
Yeah, I'm all for devolving as much to the community as possible, but recognising that there is often administrative and health and safety requirements and all sorts of other technical requirements that you just need to keep an eye on. And I'm a great supporter too currently of the development of some of the new hubs that are popping up over the place to enhance community performance in this space. Now here also the opportunity that is presented by another LTP, which I'm hoping you're all familiar with, which is asking for an increase in a contribution relating to the Natural Heritage Fund. And that also, the alignment, you see, there's opportunities here to encourage this ecosystem of restoration to expand, but particularly to bring more of the community in with some oversight or coordinators or whatever it might need. But there are definitely some cheaper ways of doing some of these things. And we need to really think about, can we do stuff more efficiently and more cheaply?
Okay, Jordan, thank you.
Quick question. I thought I'd never ask a question about cat sexing today, but I am going to. And that is, given the responsibilities of regional council around biodiversity, do you have a similar fund, or that you're proposing it?
A similar fund for?
Cat desexing.
I don't think we do. That's a very good question. But you know, on all of these matters, I would encourage any of you to come and talk, because there may be ways that we can do some of this stuff together.
Oh, I think we've submitted that before, but
Have
anyway.
you? Oh, well,
Yeah.
but was I in the council then?
Okay, good. Try again.
So look, and I really mean that about some of the community involvement stuff. We've got to be aligned here. We've got to be working really closely together, because I think we can actually go much further with the resources we all have. And I say that also as a university partner. And I'm meeting with Luke shortly to talk about some partnership arrangements there, where we are even prepared to do stuff like co-funding the odd publication. These opportunities need to be jumped at. Eh?
More, believe me. Hey, thank you very much, Bruce, and thank you, councillors. We got another big session coming just after afternoon tea, but we do need a comfort stop and a brain break. So we'll be back at, what time will we be back at? 3:45. So you got 10 minutes. Woo! We're going to make a start now, thank you. Thank you. It's been a long day for all. Russell. We're fed and watered. We've, grabbed a piece of fruit, had a drink. We're ready to go.
I just read what I've, my submission is in support of, this is what I'm in support of my submission. I was going to read it. To have a CBD or not to have a CBD. The first of my forebears came to this country, arrived in 1823. He came wanting to make a difference. I have not got his missionary zeal, but acquired some of his genes. I moved here 30 years ago. The city has been good to me, and I have endeavoured to make a contribution, mainly through the classical music and theatre performances. This submission is another way of giving a little back for the benefits I've had by living here. Over the past few years, I have observed the increasing disconnect between those in political power and the people they represent, even serve. This division has become wider in recent years, with now more anger, resentment and disillusion in the country than I can ever recall seeing before. This is not healthy. This disconnect is very apparent in local government, with more groups of active, discontented residents in many cities. We see this reported every day. Some councils are unable to cope. Just look at Tauranga. Part of the problem is that running a city is now far more complex than it was 50 years ago. Unfortunately, the experience and abilities of many of those elected to councils are just not adequate. Yes, many are well-meaning and dedicated, but a lot are out of their depth. Therefore, councils have become more reliant on the management to reach decisions. Control and policies are in effect in the hands of the administration, in most cases competent and professional, but this is a dilemma and I have no solution to that. When reading reports of the widespread discontent occurring, the causes are almost the same everywhere. Anger and frustration at council actions that were not wanted, known about or needed by residents. In several cases, even detrimental to business activity, and not to mention being a waste. It was obvious that many councillors were in the dark about some of the projects, with accusations made that some council departments were out of control, pushing pet projects without any consultation with those affected. Just look at the Auckland parking fiasco in the news today. This is a prime example of the disconnect phenomenon, which was the catalyst for my submission. This year, things came to a head with groups in many cities in revolt on similar issues: poor transport planning, parking restrictions, bus lanes, cycleways, decline in city centres and failing infrastructure. My submission is confined to the CBD issue. The decline of the central business districts is a common concern around the world. Few have come to grips with it, but most councils pay the problem lip service with slogans about the need for a healthy CBD. Look at the one in your own LBT. We want our central city to be the beating heart of Hamilton Kirikiriroa, which always has something going on for our diverse communities to come together and enjoy. This is just candy floss, full of fluff and no substance, but it is worse than that. Of the action points given in the paper to support this warm, fuzzy vision, there is not one referring to what makes a CBD's heart actually beat. This is quite simply commercial and economic activity, not one policy making it easier for businesses in the central city to survive and hopefully thrive. It was as though they didn't exist. Yet without strong business activity, a CBD withers and dies. In preparing my submission, I visited businesses to ask what they wanted from the council to improve things. Also, whether they had been visited by a council staff member to ask to seek their views. None had. Does this mean the relevant departments of the council are not hearing what the needs and concerns of businesses are? Are they just implementing their pet projects driven by their own agenda and theology? There are some very specific recommendations in my submission, all of which came from people actually working in the CBD. Listen to what they are saying. The unanimous cry of all I spoke to was that more and better parking was the #1 priority and would keep them afloat in the CBD. No revelation here. There is no alternative. Furthermore, the successful policy of 2 hours free parking must remain. A major player providing high-quality facilities in the CBD said that he had done his bit, but the council has not, with no improvement in an important aspect of an appealing CBD. Very attractive and very attractive street furniture and paving. This was endorsed by almost all the businesses I spoke to, who stated it was their number 2 priority. I urge you to look closely at the recommendations in this submission, which came from the stakeholders. They know what is best for their businesses. All you have to do is action their very sensible and reasonable suggestions. Just do it. He mihi kaha rawa. And can I thank very much the staff at the Transport Department, who were very good and supplied me with all the information I requested, particularly Martin Parks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We've run out of time, but that was a very impassioned submission from you, as we would expect no more, Russell.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Right, Robin. Welcome. Good afternoon.
I trust all councillors know who I am.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I trust all the councillors know who I am by now.
I don't know, but we've read your submission, so.
Very good. I must say that my forebearers came to New Zealand in 1840 in the first settlership, all right? Dear members of the council and esteemed citizens of Hamilton, today I come before you to not merely as a concerned citizen, but as a representative of the heartbeat of Hamilton, the hard-working individuals, the aspiring entrepreneurs, the ageing population, and the future generations who call this city home. In my 55 years of dedicated service to the industry, I've witnessed the ebb and flow of progress, the highs of innovation and the lows of missed opportunities. And now I stand at a crossroad, a juncture where the fate of our beloved city hangs in the balance. For too long, the relationship between our City Council and the vibrant business community has been one of misconnections and untapped potential. The voices of experience, wisdom and innovation within our business sector are often left unheard. Their valuable insight untapped. As someone who knows firsthand the power of collaboration and consultation, I am deeply troubled by the lack of engagement that plagues our city's decision-making process. Let me be unequivocal. The relationship between our council and the business community is fractured, built on a foundation of indifference and characterised by deafening silence when our voices should be heard. For too long, we have been relegated to the sidelines, overlooked and dismissed. But today, I say enough is enough. If changes do not come, if our concerns continue to fall on deaf ears, I will be left with no choice but to take action. Action that will not only reverberate within these chambers, but throughout our entire country. I have the knowledge, the resources, the determination to move manufacturing and associated opportunities away from Hamilton if necessary. This is not a threat, but a promise. A promise to stand up for what is right, to fight for the future of our city, even if it means making the hard decisions. But it doesn't have to come to that. We, the citizens of Hamilton, have the power to shape our destiny, to demand accountability, transparency, and collaboration from our elected officials. Together we can forge a new path forward, one where Hamilton shines as a beacon of innovation, where businesses thrive and where every citizen has a voice. Yet as we stand on the brink of possibility, we are burdened by the weight of unjustifiable rate hikes and exorbitant fees. The proposed 19.9% rate increase, followed by 4 consecutive years of 15.5% hikes, is not just a financial burden, it is a betrayal of trust, a disregard for the well-being of our aged citizens and hard-working individuals striving to build a better future. These rate increases place an unbearable strain on our elderly population and young families alike, stifling dreams of home ownership and entrepreneurial endeavours. The building levy imposed on the new houses exasperates the housing crisis, stifles growth and punishes those who invest in our city's future. We cannot stand idly by as our city is driven into the ground by short-sighted policies and unjustified rate increases. We must demand accountability, transparency and a genuine commitment to the well-being of the residents. Let us not forget the cornerstone of our municipal governance, the 10-year plan, a roadmap for progress, a vision for the future. Yet as it stands, the plan is marred by flaws and oversights that cannot be ignored. It is imperative that we reevaluate, recalibrate and realign this plan under the scrutiny of our most senior community leaders. Together, we must ensure that it reflects the aspirations and priorities of all Hamiltonians. Let us not merely protest, but propose viable alternatives, engage in constructive dialogue, and find solutions that benefit everyone. Our city's future depends on it, and we cannot afford to let it slip through our fingers. Ladies and gentlemen of the Council, the power to effect real change lies within our collective hands. Let us stand together, unite in purpose and resolve, and let us demand the change that we know is possible. Speaking on the city's finances, it is clear that transparency and fiscal responsibility must be our guiding principles.
I'm sorry, Robin, but you're out of time, so can you finish this last point, please?
I'm getting to the last bit right now. The CEO of Hamilton City and his top staff must bridge the gap between the council and successful business people. The insights and expertise are invaluable for navigating complex projects and ensuring financial prudence. Furthermore, the council must prioritise essential services, minimise reliance on external funding for non-essential projects, and seek guidance from the community leaders rather than over-relying on consultants. Non-performing assets should be divested, and fiscal discipline must be maintained to resist undue pressure from local government.
I'm afraid you are over time, but if you have some more points that you want to leave, we'll get them circulated.
Well, there's only one other thing I'll say, that we have already moved about $100 million worth of production out of the city already, purely because of policies of the company so far. And in the ensuing years, which is 10 years we've been working in research, there is a multi-billion-dollar opportunity, and I don't know where it's going to be. But this city could have it, all right? But it's in the city's hands.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Look, we do appreciate you taking the time to submit.
Do you want any questions?
Well, unfortunately, we're out of time, but...
Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Robin.
So next we've got Chris Field, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Kia ora koutou. My name is Chris Field. I'm making this submission on behalf of myself. I'm affiliated with a number of groups in the city that are doing similar projects, for example, Go Eco, Grandview Community Garden, Fairfield Community Garden and the Sustainable Living Trust. I'd like the City Council to facilitate more community gardens in Hamilton. I mentioned in my written submission that I garden a small plot in the Grandview Community Garden. Growing my own vegetables is one of several money-making habits I've formed, including biking to work, doing my own car repairs, cutting my own hair, etc. That's an easy one. These measures help me to retain a sense of control in my life in the face of multiple cost of living challenges. This is something that generations of Kiwis have done, but nowadays a lot of Hamiltonians like myself live in apartment blocks or urban housing with not the section space to accommodate a veggie garden. For people like us, a plot in a community garden in their neighbourhood could provide benefits equatable to people with their own home gardens. Other benefits to the community include enhancing Hamilton's reputation as a livable city that is community-minded, growing and strengthening networks of resilient and resourceful people. This is a different approach than distributing food packages, as it promotes food self-determination. Creating an alternative source of food to the commercial supply chains such as supermarkets and grocery stores enhances the food security of the city. Just on food security, how much of a difference to food security could home gardens and community gardens really make when commercial gardens can grow food so much more efficiently and in large quantity? That's a question. Well, one advantage that growing your own has is that it tends to foster diversity of types of food crops, and that diversity equates to security against potential risk to crops, plus increases the likelihood of finding new high-yield species and strains which thrive in our microclimate. Let's talk about some practical considerations. So we'd be basically looking for unutilised plots of land in the city that for some reason can't be used for other utilities such as buildings. It would also be necessary for parking to be available close by and a water source. The main things needed from the council would be A, identifying the plots of land that could be utilised as a community garden and the permission to begin. B, helping with water supply. C, any funding available for compost or mulch, although this type of resource can be community source too. Along with my written submission, I added a draft proposal for a community garden project to Go Kumara. In my project proposal, I suggested starting a Kumara garden somewhere in Hamilton West, inspired by the Kumara Garden project of the Tongan community at the Kukutarahia Mara in Fairfield. In that project, they grow a crop of kumara each year, and once harvested, it's distributed amongst their community, which I think we can all agree is a fantastic undertaking. Okay, thanks for listening to my verbal submission.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time to come and share your views with us this afternoon. I don't see any questions, but thank you.
Thanks.
Holly Snape, please. Good afternoon, Holly. Oh, good. Long day. All good.
Excellent. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm going to read mine today because, as you well know, I can get quite distracted. So this is me focusing on this. Thank you for the opportunity to come here, though, and speak today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Holly Snape, and I'm the CE of Community Waikato. I'm sure you know what we do, but for those that don't, we're a community capacity and capability strengthening organisation, working with community groups, social service organisations and Māori entities. We do this through a face-to-face advisory service on topics like building strong governance, building financial literacy, policies, processes and strategic planning. But we also have a strategic role in the community where we engage with decision makers and those that influence communities to help address systems where we can either enable communities to thrive or we can create barriers to communities thriving, and it's in this capacity that I'm speaking to you today. In our submission, we commended the Council for your commitment to tangata whenua through your Hei Paumanua order strategy, Mangai Māori roles and the inclusion of Māori wards. We see that as demonstrating a genuine commitment to the relationship with mana whenua. Community Waikato works in the space of Māori development, supporting marae to capture their aspirations through strategic planning sessions and co-designing marae development plans, which sets out a pathway to achieving those aspirations. Our kai whakarite also work in the space of Māori health. Māori land blocks are now in supporting the conditions to enable Māori land development through papakainga. We see significant outcomes for tangata whenua when local territorial authorities support these kinds of developments through co-design of enabling policies and regulations with Māori that understand the unique challenges often experienced as a result of Māori land ownership structures. So we'd like to thank the Council for your commitment to the relationship with mana whenua and encourage you to find and embrace new opportunities to deepen those relationships. We also acknowledge how challenging the decisions are that you guys are making at the moment, particularly looking to increase rates so significantly in a time of a cost of living crisis. It's painful, and we appreciate the amount of time and thought that you're putting into this. You're balancing those increasing costs with some critical decisions that impact the livability of the city. Cutting projects and activities that can contribute to a livable city can actually have those long-term consequences as well. As someone who's cycled in the city a lot previously for many years, I reflected on the fact that in more recent years I've stopped cycling, and I mean that might be partly because of my age, maybe, but the fact I've recently bought an e-bike has helped with that. But I have to say, I've got back on a bike and I've started navigating the city again, and I am significantly impressed by the changes that have been made. Very simple changes at times in areas of the city that makes it feel significantly safer to be on my bike again. So Tristram Street's a really good example. Those little low concrete blocks that separate you from the traffic, that has been a horrible place to cycle through. And now that we're located on the north end of the city at Community Waikato, that's the path I need to take. So really appreciate the work that's been done there and through roundabouts, being able to take the cyclists off the road, getting through a roundabout section and then coming back onto the road. That has made a significant difference for me. I will point out, though, at the moment that the Tristram Street is all full of debris and leaves at the moment, so it's not actually very cyclable, but that's something you can deal with later. But I did want to say thank you for making those changes. It has made a difference. I have a lot of friends who cycle, and this is conversations we've had frequently. And it's been a pleasure to get back on. So what I want to do is encourage you to continue with those projects. They do have a cost, but there's also a cost to not doing them. It compromises safety and reduces the number of people willing to commute by bike, and that can have long-term health and congestion consequences. And I don't think that anyone expects the council to do all of this at once, but what we urge you to do is to continue to include those considerations when designing new roads and roundabouts and when updating existing ones. I'd also like to thank you for your ongoing partnership agreement that you have with us at Community Waikato. We have a long relationship with Hamilton City Council, and we value that relationship. We did receive a funding cut under this new agreement, but we understand the context in which that council is making those decisions. The funding that comes to the community sector is quite a small part of your budget, but I would argue we make a significant contribution to the well-being of our community. I said in 2020, when we first started talking about the impacts of COVID, that the sting would be in the tail for our sector, and we're absolutely feeling that now. Many of our key funders are facing reduced funding pools as a result of years of diminished returns, and government departments are under increasing pressure to reduce their own budgets, and that is now impacting community contracts. And this comes at the same time as a cost of living crisis for our communities, so the pressure on our community services is increasing with a shrinking funding pool. To understand the gravity of funding issues, one of our Hamilton contract holders who provides financial or critical financial literacy support has been notified of a funding cut of over $100,000 a year. Another similar entity in our region had their funding cut by 75%. And we're now hearing of funding cuts to family harm contracts. These groups have been given 6 weeks' notice of those funding cuts. This is an environment that we find ourselves in. The infrastructure of our sector is being torn apart as funding sources are stretched or drying up, and this will have an impact on our service delivery. And it also changes how we work at Community Waikato. Before, we could focus on planning and strategies to increase impact and explore collaboration opportunities to consider new ways to resolve old problems. This was on the back of COVID, where increased excitement about working together was present and organisations actively participating in joint programs and joint service delivery. We recently collaborated on a cross-sector hui to explore how we could grow our resilience and be prepared for the next natural disaster in our community. Through a range of activities like asset mapping, building inter-sector connections and innovating across the breadth of the non-sector space. And now we have to pivot, stepping into a mentoring role, working through identifying solutions for entities to avoid insolvency. It is reactionary again, and it diverts us away from being innovative and considering community impact opportunities. And I don't say all this to burden you, and I certainly don't expect you to fill this gap. It's too big and it's growing. But I do implore that when you make decisions to cut funding to community and creative sectors, you consider it within this context. And when you can preserve funding or grow pools, think about us first. And I mean the sector, not community Waikato. I think the move to have partnership agreements is admirable, and we endorse this language because it captures the intentional relationship our sector needs to have with council and vice versa if we're collectively to progress the wellbeing of Hamilton City. I want to encourage you to continue your support of our sector through your relationships and influence. We were really heartened to hear the CEO, Lance's submission to the Well Trust plan in support of growing funds to the community sector. This is a welcomed use of your influence, and it gives us confidence you recognise the value of our work in the sector, and we'd welcome this type of impact in other spaces. I don't want to sound all doom and gloom. We are a really resilient sector, and we continue to undertake the work to improve the lives of the people we touch. We have grown some new relationships, and we've strengthened others over the last 4 years. And we get creative in times of hardship and pressure, and we'll continue to do that to continue our mahi. But the oily rag can only fuel us for so long, and so I'm asking in the midst of all of this noise, you remember us and don't consider us a nice to have, but a critical partner of the wellbeing infrastructure of our Hamilton community. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you, Holly. There's a question from Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Holly. That was really clear. I was quite concerned to hear some of the comments around organisations becoming insolvent. I was wondering if you had any thoughts on, I guess, the scope of that within Hamilton, and particularly the gap that those services would mean in our communities in the particular cost of living crisis?
I don't know the extent of the scope yet, because I think it's still happening, and we're going to see it happen more as we see shifts in this government contracting, and like I say, that's exacerbated by what we're seeing in shrinking funding pools. Community organisations are resilient, and so what we're doing is having conversations about what they need to do to be able to maximise their resources and cut down on their expenditure, which means basically reduce services to community. And that is frightening when we're talking about family harm services and financial literacy.
No further questions. Thank you for the time you've put into your written and submission and coming to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up we've got Sport Waikato, I think. Sport Waikato. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Paula, councillors. Ko Matthew Cooper Tokiinawa, the Chief Executive for Sport Waikato, and alongside me is Shane Brodie, the Spaces and Places Manager at Sport Waikato. Firstly, take the submission as read. I'd like to acknowledge and thank Hamilton City Council for the support that you provide Sport Waikato and the wider sport and recreation sector in the city. The Hamilton community were asked to provide feedback on the community infrastructure targeted rate. Sport Waikato support the implementation of the targeted rate for community infrastructure, considering the needs of the growing city and the current deficit we have in the sport and recreation infrastructure space, as outlined in our submission. The community infrastructure targeted rate aligns with the proposal Sport Waikato submitted yesterday to the Waikato Regional Council as a way of progressing much needed community infrastructure, and we know that this concept is supported by our regional funders. Although community infrastructure is sometimes seen as a deficit contribution in these really hard times, and I acknowledge that in terms of your long-term planning around this year, social return on investment of recreation physical activity in Aotearoa New Zealand report showed that recreational physical activity generates significant value for society across multiple wellbeing domains. And that every dollar spent, there is a social return of $2.12 to New Zealand, meaning that the value of wellbeing outcomes for New Zealand is greater than the costs of providing these opportunities. This approach should therefore be considered as we fund infrastructure in the next 10 years in the fastest growing city in New Zealand. We also request that Council continues to fund Sport Waikato as the lead agency in working in partnership with Hamilton City Council to progress play, active recreation and sport outcomes. Sport Waikato does place real importance on return on investment. We recognise partnership is two-way. In 2023, Sport Waikato provided significant value to Council and the people of Hamilton City. Over and above Council's financial contribution, here are some examples, and I thought it's important to highlight. The facilitation of the sub-regional artificial turf study alongside Hamilton City Council and Waipa District Council included bringing in funding from both Waipa District Council at $7,500 and Grassroots Trust at $27,500. The facilitation of the indoor recreation and aquatics needs analysis work in Hamilton City and supporting staff to explore partnership opportunities. Leading on behalf of all 10 councils in the Waikato region, a natural bodies of water network plan to guide future opportunities to support recreation, including bringing $20,000 from Sport New Zealand and $15,000 from the Waikato Regional Council to support the project. Working along council staff and Eastlink user groups to advance master planning of the key regional sports hub across the east side. Supporting the development and funding in partnership with Sport New Zealand's Tūmanawa Fund to the value of $477,000 that was brought into the city with play, active recreation and sport projects designed to get residents of Hamilton City more active. These included projects in schools, community settings, iwi groups and alongside our sporting codes. And finally, bringing council staff from across the region together to support professional development and collaborative regional planning for spaces and places in which Shane leads. We already have a number of agreed priority projects for 24-25 with Council, including a Sport Waikato funded regional aquatics facilities plan, which will be a huge benefit to Hamilton City Council with its aquatic needs to the value of $15,000, which exemplifies a solid commitment already from both organisations to work closely with one another to enhance play, active recreation and sport participation for the wellbeing of our Hamiltonians. Finally, Council, I just want to reiterate the focus of the presentation, and again it was that we do support the implementation of a targeted rate for community infrastructure as part of the initial part of my speech this afternoon. And finally, we request respectfully that Council continues to support Sport Waikato going forward as the lead agency for sport, active rec and play. Thank you.
There is some time for some questions, councillors. Any questions? It doesn't look like it, Matt. And Shane, it's...
But you might tell me it's too peripheral. Yesterday, Matt, and good to have you both here, Shane and Matt, thank you for the work that you do.
Yep.
Yesterday we received a submission from Edgar Wilson on behalf of the Northern Districts Cricket, or sorry, not Northern District, the Cricket Association, commenting on the fact that the cricket grounds in Hamilton, other than Seddon Park, were the worst of any in the Northern Districts area. Now, and so my question is there some aspect of the work that you're doing that is focused on that issue? Do you believe that it is as significant an issue as he raised with us? I'm just trying to get our head around what we might be able to do on it. I'm sorry, it's a bit woolly.
Yeah. We do work not only individually with the clubs, but the regional sports organisations as well. So we've worked pretty closely with Northern Districts Cricket in the last couple of months. They've got a regional infrastructure fund, which we've sat on as well. And there's been that very discussion as how do we therefore fund across the region, in particular Hamilton City Council and into the likes of Hamilton Cricket Club to be more targeted in their funding towards renewal of the artificial pitches, but also the upkeep of the grass wickets, which we know are a substantial investment by Hamilton City Council in the past. So yeah, we do work closely with the sporting organisations and we do work closely with the funders around being real targeted in that investment.
So you can see improvement being achievable. Sorry, I realise it's a little bit off.
Thank you. And Councillor Naidoo.
Thank you. Just a quick one. From your submission, and it's probably well known about the shortfall in indoor rec and aquatic throughout our city. So I was just wanting you to, if you've got a minute, maybe to talk about the role that Sport Waikato can play in developing future partnership opportunities, knowing the financial constraints that we're working within.
Yeah, not just Thanks, Kesh. Not just partnership opportunities. I think a big part of our role is actually looking at the sub-regional or regional context, which is why we guide and lead the Waikato Regional Active Spaces Plan on behalf of all councils, because we know that people travel across the region for play, recreation and sporting opportunities, and they're not just confined to the one council boundaries. So it's very a network approach to, and as Matthew said, from an aquatic side, we know that further work needs to happen in actually analysing what the aquatic needs are. Hence, we are renewing the Waikato Regional Aquatic Plan that was last done in 2017. We're funding that at $15,000 to update that stats right now based off the Sport New Zealand benchmarks that have just been released. And some of the stats that are coming out that, you know, only 11% of the Waikato Regional, and Hamilton is not immune to this, actually go to aquatic centres that are indoor against a national benchmark of 18. So we've got those stats from a national level, and we always plan from a regional and a city context around what is needed, but not just looking at one city, because we know people will travel. It's the same for indoor courts as well for such a growing city, and we have enjoyed working with staff, and we'll continue to work with them around that planning.
I still think, Councillor, the around indoor is a real concern for us at the moment, and the deficit there is growing all the time. So we like Hamilton West, the southwest of the city, and still think there needs to be some urgency around our approach to the southwest around indoor facilities going forward.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time and all the work you... Oh, okay, yes, you can.
Thank you, Mayor Paul. I understand, like everyone, you don't want any cuts, and any cuts in funding do have an impact on services. We are asking our own council for even more cuts. Can you come back to us at some point with some cut that you can still get the best bang for our buck, and allow us to have a sort of compromise position?
The only thing I'd say there, Councillor, would be that I think in my presentation, I think you heard about return on investment. If there are cuts, we would have to probably consider our role, because I've probably just demonstrated that we've brought in, through our partnerships and our national relationships, with $477,000 in Tūmanawa, significant other investment that we bring to the city. And I believe the return is a really good return in terms of your investment of $50,000.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your submission. Phil. Good afternoon. Phil Evans. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thanks for the opportunity to speak to my submission. I'll start by saying that I support the 19.9% rates increase. I've taken the time to understand the real reasons behind the proposed increase, with inflation, interest, depreciation being the driving factors. I know that bike lanes, speed bumps and bus stops are not the reason, and find it very frustrating that the public has latched onto those things. I also know there is no corruption within council, and none of you have been bought like the fringe nutter club would have us believe. I want to thank the comms team for the information they have regularly shared over the consultation period in an attempt to put out facts and figures. If people would just read the words and not make up politically charged nonsense, we would be heading in a much better direction. I have made an attempt on social media to defend council and many of you from the often vile attacks on your roles as councillors. I've received plenty of abuse myself for my stance on cycleways and cycling, and I certainly feel for the staff in the Transport Department for the abuse they have received for simply doing the jobs they are qualified to do. It really saddens and frustrates me that politics is ruining the great progress this city has made in transport. not only from the negative reactions from drivers, but also from the new government. I've dubbed the Transport Minister the Minister of Increased Road Deaths and the Minister of Gridlock, because that is what his stupid policies are going to create. He refuses to consider any evidence, data or facts, and has wiped out the previous government's great work simply because it was led by Labour. I would love to see politics removed from transport. I would love to see a cohesive, all-inclusive transport policy develop that crosses political squabbling, and that allows trained and qualified roading engineers and city planners to be able to do their jobs without political interference. Our transport network needs to cater to everyone and all modes of transport. My written submission outlines a number of funding requests that essentially maintains what we've got in relation to the Hamilton Cycleway network. While some very good progress has been made, it needs to be kept going and it needs to be maintained. I want to touch on a couple of things, including filling a few gaps that I didn't mention in my written submission. We often hear people say they never see cyclists and the new projects are never used. That's actually not true. But I agree the numbers are definitely not where they could be. And the reason for that is not the excellent projects that have been installed. It's the bits in between. The thousands of people that do ride for leisure or commuting are either very confident or can manage with the off-road paths that the River Path, Wairere Drive, Ruakura Road and the Western Rail Trail. The problem that needs addressing is the gaps between the good bits that are not safe, and that is why numbers are low. An example is the new Rifle Range Road project. When finished, it will be a 1.2 kilometre safe, protected and partially off-road cycleway. The problem is that it stops just before the Dinsdale roundabout, and at the other end it stops at Avalon Drive, which is not safe. Norton Road is not safe, and Myrtle Road is a complete disaster. The good bits need connecting with good bits before cycling numbers will increase. You've heard of build it and they will come. That will happen, and that's why progress needs to continue. If it's stopped now, the frustration of the public will be partly justified. They will feel they are right to be angry, and the safety of those riding or wanting to ride will continue to be jeopardised. Could I suggest you look up induced demand? It's a phenomenon used to describe the fact that building more roads does not relieve congestion. The Waikato Expressway shifted a large amount of traffic from what is now State Highway 1C, but within 6 months it went back to the vehicle numbers pre-expressway. The same thing happened in Cambridge, a short period of reduced traffic, but soon vehicle numbers were back up. Induced demand tricks drivers into believing they can now make additional trips on the now quieter roads. For a short period, that works, but far too many other drivers have the same idea and congestion returns. You can use the concept of induced demand to build cycleways that actually benefit driver congestion. Connect the network and more people will be able to use it. The 2019 Wakakotahi survey showed that about 65% of drivers would ride bikes if it was safer. Imagine if half that number felt it safe enough to use bikes for some trips. Tens of thousands of vehicles off the road. That is using induced demand in a way to resolve congestion. Building more roads has never worked anywhere on the planet, and it is beyond me why Simeon Brown refuses to understand that. The last LTP included a comprehensive 30-year plan to create a citywide cycleway network, and that needs to be maintained. Cyclist numbers will increase as the gaps are filled and the network gets better. An excellent example of this is Kalani Road, Queens Ave, which connected the Western Rail Trail to the Hamilton Lake. The separated path along Ruakura Road connected Wairere Drive with the university. There isn't much more that is properly connected and safe, and that is the problem that needs resolution. So I've asked for funding to maintain the existing cycleway network properly, because to date it has been far from satisfactory. It is great to see some of the wooden boardwalks being replaced over the last year. Cutting back foliage, overhanging foliage, needs to be proactive and regular. and replacing inappropriate plants like flax needs to be included in that. Waipa and Waikato councils have both done it. Hamilton refuses. Repainting the on-road green cycleway lines needs to be regular and at the same time as the white and yellow lines. They tell drivers where they are not allowed to be. Cycle ones across the city need replacing with something that is more durable. I've stopped reporting them because there are so many damaged ones. Concrete would be a far better option to stop drivers of larger vehicles running over them. Parking enforcement of illegal parking on footpaths and cycleways needs to be stepped up. Council needs additional income streams. There is a huge pot of cash blocking footpaths and cycleways across the city and is waiting to be collected. Stop with the warnings and start fining illegal parking that puts vulnerable people at risk of injury and worse, trying to navigate around them. Safety must come before the selfish convenience of drivers. I would like an audit done on the quality and productivity of contractors doing transport projects. They take far too long and are allowed to get away with shoddy workmanship. That applies to the garden teams as well, who are barely able to cut back 50 metres of overhang foliage and cutting weeds back in a shift. The time it has taken to do the Hephycaris Claudelands Park path is far too long. It's scraping off grass, boxing the edges, putting in a layer of gravel and laying a smooth asphalt surface. A couple of weeks max, not to take months. I want to finish with an additional request. Mayor Paula, you have made a real effort to cancel a number of transport projects to save money. I think you've gone far too far and Hamilton will suffer because of it. But there is one location that I would like added into the fully funded budget. It is the intersection of Tristram, London and Norton Road, where Jessica Mosser was killed almost 2 years ago. At the time, the Waikato Times wrote, and I quote, "Southgate said that Tristram Street intersection is part of the low-risk, low-cost project, but work hasn't been undertaken due to waiting on notification of Waka Kotahi funding." That isn't true. That intersection has never been part of any project that I can find, other than a mention in the current LTP under not included and not funded. You are also quoted as saying, "We want to make Hamilton the safest city to get around." No one should die or be even slightly injured getting to and from home and work. But when it happens, we need to properly address it. Ignoring that intersection is basically saying that even a death is not enough to make our streets safe. We cannot forget the people who have been killed while cycling in Hamilton, on Hamilton's roads, and we have to do everything we can to ensure no one else is killed. Please add that intersection back into the transport budget, develop it safely for everyone to move through, and dedicate it to the memory of Jessica Mosser. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Councillor Hart. Oh, you got.
Thank you for acknowledging Jessica as well. You mentioned infrastructure upgrades and acknowledging as well the constraints on central government funding. Outside of infrastructure and maybe outside of enforcement of illegal parking, were there other upgrades we could make that were less about cycle lanes, but other ways that we could improve the experience of being a cyclist in the city?
Well, part of what I've said, and also alluded to in my written submission, is maintaining what we've got. I've tried to be fairly strong, and that's something Mayor Paula has pushed quite strongly, that what we've got there needs to be maintained. The foliage needs to be proactively cut back at the beginning of summer, not the end of summer when it's so clogged up that nobody can get past. So there are plenty of things that can be done on a lower scale, but they need to be funded properly. And I don't believe much of that has any funding in the current plan. So that's what I'm asking for, additional funding to be put back so that the whole experience of cycling around what we've got is much better than it currently is.
And I just cheaply add that Cycle Ones is, we've got a briefing on that at the next Access Hamilton, so we are thinking about that.
Fantastic, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in.
Cool. Thank you.
Next, we have Cara Patterson from Creative New Zealand. I almost called you Creative Waikato. Apologies.
Kia ora.
Mayor and councillors. My name is Paula Carr.
So you're not?
I am not Cara. Tēnā koutou katoa. He mihi ki te kingi tūheitia Pōtato's wherowhero te tua whetū. He mihi ki te mana whenua o Tainui waka. He piko he taniwha, he piko he taniwha. Tēnā koutou. He uri ahau no Ngāti Rūnui i Ngā Ruehine, Ngā Rauru Te Atiawa hoki, ko Paula Carr tōku ingoa. Tēnā koutou. Kia ora everybody, my name is Paula Carr and I'm here on behalf of Creative New Zealand Senior Leadership and our governing board, the New Zealand Arts Council. It's a privilege and pleasure to be here to support the arts, culture and creative community in the Waikato region in Hamilton, Kirikiriroa. For those of you who don't know Creative New Zealand, we are the Tiriti implementing National Arts Development Agency of Aotearoa. We encourage, promote, support the arts in Aotearoa by investing in and developing, advocating, providing leadership in and partnering in the arts. When our funding development team were in Hamilton to hui with your community on the rollout of CNZ's new funding pathways, we heard from many of your artists and arts leaders, and what we heard was that they're seeking greater regional arts decision making through a local lens. And I think it was sometime last year we came to Kirikiriroa and co-hosted with the Arts Foundation, All In For Arts, and we worked with the Hamilton creative community, and we heard from locals who talked about how arts and creativity enriches their life. We hear these stories every day, every week, every year, and we understand the power, the value, and the role of the arts in wellbeing outcomes. Look, we understand the many challenges that Council is facing in preparing the LTP and the competing priorities. We're an investor, a co-investor with Council in Kirikiriroa, and we really value the collaboration and the shared investment to support a resilient and vibrant creative sector in the Waikato region. I guess the main message that I wanted to communicate today on behalf of Creative New Zealand and the New Zealand, our governing board, the New Zealand Arts Council, is that we don't support a reduction in funding or any kind of a reduction in investment across the arts, culture and creativity sector, whether it is through the workforce, through funding programs, through funding through arts organisations. At a very minimum, we are pleading with you to maintain your existing level of investment into the arts, culture and creativity sector. There are kind of three messages that we wanted to, deliver in addition to that main message of maintaining, at the very least, your investment into the sector. And that is arts, culture and creativity in Ngātoi Māori is vital in communities. I just want to recite a quote that Justice Sir Joe Williams spoke at one of our national arts sector conferences, Nui Te Kōrero. No meaningful social change occurs without some filmmaker, some songwriter, some artist, some poet, triggering the possibility long before anyone realises what the triggering was. We know through our own research study, New Zealanders in the Arts, in 2023, that New Zealanders' personal connection with the arts is growing, and that's on a trajectory. We're seeing that trending up. And many feeling that the arts contribute strongly to their mental health and wellbeing. And we also know that New Zealanders are increasingly recognising the economic benefits of arts, and support for public funding of the arts is higher than ever. You will hear from Jeremy and Creative Waikato shortly, and I just want to acknowledge their research, which has found out over 70% of Waikato residents believe arts, culture and creativity is more important to wellbeing of their family, their whānau. In 2023, The creative sector contributed a massive $16.3 billion to New Zealand's GDP. So we know that investing in the arts and culture and creativity in Ngātoi is an economic multiplier. One really interesting fact that we learnt through the Ministry for Culture and Heritage research was Waikato regions contributing $835 million of that $16.3 billion. I thought that was an interesting statistic. It tells a lot about your region. We acknowledge the great festivals, events, art spaces and arts projects in Ngārohe, Toi Ora ki Kirikiriroa Hamilton Arts Festival, Waikato Museum and Art Gallery, Waikato Society of Arts, Clarence Street Theatre, Hamilton Gardens, amongst the many. We acknowledge the many ringaropa artists, collectives and community groups in Hamilton and that bring the arts and creativity to life. Arts is crucial for that vibe and you ponder in your mind whether you consider that whether or to what extent Hamilton and Waikato have that vibe informed by arts, creativity and culture. When I drove down to Hamilton this afternoon, I could see lots of representation of toi across the landscape, and it's wonderful to see those cultural expressions and toi expressions across our landscapes. And it's really important, and I know that that Council is understanding this, the importance of engaging artists and creatives early in infrastructure development projects. And I acknowledge the work of Council in embracing the leadership direction from Te Kingitanga in regards to cultural and customary names of rohe and toi artwork in your region. Likewise, Waka Kotahi, which has embraced cultural design and infrastructure developments and so forth. I acknowledge Hamilton City Council's partnership role with those particular works. Hamilton City Council is a crucial co-investor in arts, culture and creativity in Ngātoi, and the creative sector needs stable, secure support to survive and service this district. The arts and culture and creativity sector is unstable. To take away, and I use the analogy of a three-legged stool, if you take away one leg of that three-legged stool, the likelihood of it toppling is inevitable. And to take away investment by Council in arts, culture and creativity is likely to lead to some catastrophic outcomes. Creative New Zealand's own investment is uncertain at the moment. We're part of the public sector, we're going through cost savings exercise like other ministries and departments. And I just need to communicate that you can't, this region and no other region can rely on Creative New Zealand for propping up initiatives that all of a sudden become unattended to by local council. I'm going to pause it there and I'll be happy to take questions if there are any. But thank you again for receiving our submission and I wish you all the best in your deliberations. Tēnā koutou.
It was a very well set out submission and presentation. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you so much for your submission. As you probably know, our regional theatre is getting there. It's going to be finished soon, I hope. Got my outfit prepped. I was wondering your thoughts on the importance or the critical role of arts funding on the cusp of a new venue like a regional theatre opening?
The critical funding for a new theatre, new capital works project?
Well, I guess funding for the arts sector when you have a brand new venue sitting there waiting to be used.
Well, that's, you know, the regional theatre and regional infrastructure is part and part of the whole ecosystem. You can't have one without the other. You still need community theatres, you still need community collectors, arts collectives, and they all work hand in hand. You know, you're thinking about audience engagement and growing audiences and growing content. You need to rely on both regional and local and small community to be successful.
Is there a potential jeopardising of the pipeline of art from, you know, smaller providers, you know, well, not providers, smaller creatives making bigger and bigger pieces of work to eventually end up in something like a regional theatre?
Look, I can't speak to Hamilton and decision makers, people who make decisions for Hamilton and local smaller projects, except for to continue to fund community development and arts and culture and creativity, maintain those projects. Look, there's always going to be impact if we don't see investment into arts, so that it can reach the wider audiences, regional theatres.
Time now, sorry, Louise. I know you're passionate about that as well. Thank you. Finish that one sentence that you wanted to, or you.
Please maintain your existing level of funding or increase it. Kia ora.
Thank you. Very well done. Thank you. Now we have Jeremy. Good afternoon. It's getting very late in the day, isn't it?
Yes. Kia ora koutou, ko Jeremy Mau tōku ingoa, ko kai whakahaere hau I te toi Waikato, ko hau te kaitito puoro I whānau mai hau I kirikiri roa. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Jeremy Mau. I'm the CEO at Creative Waikato. It's nice to see you all again. I'm joined here today by Creative Waikato Board Chair Sam Kinane, as well as Board Treasurer Rachel Baum and Dr. Amy Anderson O'Connor and Des Ratima from the Creative Waikato team. We'd like to start by acknowledging the Council for your ongoing relationship with us and your funding and support. We appreciate that, and that helps us to do the work that we do. We'd also like to acknowledge the Council and staff for your work in going through this lengthy long-term plan process. We acknowledge there is a lot of work to be done in addressing the immediate situation from a Council perspective, but there also needs to be space for the long-term view and to present that vision in an engaging and inspiring way, and as such I want to support the visions expressed so eloquently by other submitters like Charlotte Chewin, Ross McLeod, the Meteor Theatre and others. This is an exciting opportunity for you all to imagine our future with positive outcomes that support the people who live here to thrive. We hope for a vision that creates opportunities for change. We hope that you will use this opportunity to be creative, to be innovative, and to reimagine our collective future. As mentioned, this presentation is on behalf of Creative Waikato. We are a strategic regional arts organisation focused on creativity, wellbeing and people. We work towards a Waikato region that thrives with diverse and transformative creative activity. We work with individuals and communities to build capability, and we work with enablers locally, regionally and nationally to benefit access and engagement in arts, culture and creativity for all people. I'll take our written submission as read, and we're happy to answer questions at the end of this presentation. In a time of increased need due to economic pressures, social pressures, climate pressures and more, it is not enough to cut things back. We need to prioritise activities and investments that bring people together. We need to enable community connection. If the Council is planning for growth and doesn't want to take the city backwards, then that means that investment in community organisations, activities and initiatives needs to at least annually increase in alignment with population growth, inflation and civic development. Other presenters have talked about well-being and beauty and community connection and youth development and education, and with all those things in mind, the decisions you make must be considered beyond a purely economic focus. The economy is a significant component, but your vision outlines so much more than that. The people of this city care for and invest in our communities, and we just ask the Council to not only value that contribution with kind words in rooms like this, but also to continue to value that contribution with ongoing partnership, investment and support. The council wants the city to be a place where people thrive, a place where people love to be, a place with lots to do. These are exciting things to strive for, and we hope that these statements will lead your decisions. We know that accessible arts and culture and creativity directly contributes measurable shifts in community connection. In some of our recent local work, we have seen how creative activity can contribute to positive impacts like an 11% improvement in feelings of belonging and a 7% improvement in overall satisfaction for life. That's in a short-term initiative. We also need to improve social cohesion and support positive mental health in the city. A recent project we delivered in Hamilton with migrant communities showed that engagement in creative activity contributed to a 32% improvement in self-confidence and a 30% improvement in the quality of community relationships. These are significant shifts that highlight the positive return through these activities. These benefits are achieved through supporting all people to have regular engagement in creative recreation, in ensuring that there is increased access to creative spaces in local communities, and supporting the development of both hard and soft community arts infrastructure across the ecosystem. Whether we want to understand the value and impact of arts, culture and creativity through well-being, social cohesion, growth, economic outcomes, education, pride, innovation, civic engagement, mental health or physical health, there is a wealth of evidence both nationally and internationally that means we no longer need to have any questions about the quality of this investment. The focus should be on how we can embrace innovative and evidence-based approaches for shaping a future for the city that thrives in engaging and sustainable ways. Our briefing document outlines so many of these possibilities in the ways that councils can engage with local communities, individuals and organisations to create the positive shifts that you are looking for. We acknowledge the multiplicity of roles played by organisations in our community that address community development, social need, recreation, climate change and more, but we are here to speak to the value of the creative ecosystem. This is an ecosystem that includes theatres, venues, galleries, museums, libraries, rehearsal spaces and more. It is an ecosystem that delivers events, classes, Ngātoi Māori, workshops, installations, wānanga, public art, concerts, kapahaka and community activations. It is an ecosystem that connects people from birth to death, and there is no time limit on creativity. It is interwoven through people's lives and shapes the stories we create and the future we build. As the council meaningfully sets intentions for now and into the future, it is vital that you become champions for the essential role of your local creative individuals and organisations in the well-being and resilience of your residents. This funding and the return on investment flows through the hard and soft infrastructure into the local sector and communities. And this is a sector that regularly makes each dollar go far further than its initial monetary value through the passionate support, countless volunteer hours, and in-kind support from local businesses and professionals. These contributions are significant, but if we don't value them, we will lose them. Arts, culture, creativity, and Ngātoi Māori shape the reputation of the city, both internally and externally. They help us make place, they engage tourists, they inspire communities, they make people want to move here and live here and contribute here. The arts are part of our international relationships with sister cities. They shape the imagery of the city as utilised in council documents and travel brochures. They inspire businesses to want to be based here. But we regularly have to be in spaces like this defending these things. Perhaps instead we could all just collectively prioritise them as a part of our future. We certainly want to take a moment to acknowledge the strategic connection between Creative Waikato and Hamilton City Council and take this time to remind the Council of the Waikato Arts Navigator, a regional art strategy included in the submission, and also to present the Waikato Creative Infrastructure Plan, also included. These are strategic documents developed by Creative Waikato as a way to work with councils and communities to help achieve broader impact across all societal systems. We know that our submitted documents are a lot to take in a process like this, and you've had many submissions, and so we offer to reconnect with council and key staff to work through these opportunities outside of this process, hopefully with more time for discussion, to better support the potential positive impacts for your local community. We are here to make Hamilton and the wider Waikato a thriving creative place to be, and we work alongside council with other regional organisations like Sport Waikato, Community Waikato, and funders like Trust Waikato to amplify the strength of the heart of your community. That's the people. So we can work together on that. In my final moments, taking my organisational hat off and closing this as a father, community volunteer and creative professional who is proud to call Hamilton home. I've been educated here, worked here, contributed here, made friends here, made a family here. My wife is a creative, our son is a creative. This is a place we hold a strong vision for. I know that Hamilton can be a cultural and creative icon in this country. I know that we have some of the most engaging and compelling creative people who live and work here. I just wish that I could see our city embrace these things into the future and contribute to the development of an ecosystem so that more creatives could stay here. People want to be part of thriving things, but those things need to start somewhere. We've developed a strong foundation, and it would be a shame to see any of that slip away. I thank you for your time, patience and consideration. Look forward to any questions you may have and to continue our strategic journey together. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you very much. There's a little time for question. Councillor Pike.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeremy and the team, for the great work you do in our community. Funding is one way we can support our creativity in our city, and I appreciate your submission and time on this and advocacy in this space. If you could pick one other way Hamilton Council could help uplift the creative sector, what would that be?
There are a couple of things that immediately jump to mind. One is the removal of kind of red tape and helping things to happen. So there's a number of people who run events in the city. That process is complicated, and that slows some of that process and stops people from delivering those activities. So really streamlining those processes would be key. And the other thing is actually thinking about how you include engaging with your creative sector on other civic infrastructure development. So if you're looking for things like city safety, embedding art-based light works in footpaths can create a more vibrant place that people want to be, and public art has been shown to improve safety and engagement in communities. So there are a range of different ways you could do that.
Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the time and all of the information that you've put both in a written form and shared with us today. In fact, you did a very good job of cramming as much as possible into the limited time.
I had to return the favour. We worked through your long-term plan documents.
Fair enough. Touche, I agree. All right, well, thank you so much. We're coming to the end of the day and we're trying to hang in there because every submission is important, and we do have Julian with us this afternoon. Oh, online. Hi, Julian.
Hi, good afternoon, councillors. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Thank you for your time. These submissions are given on behalf of BB Syndicate Limited, and they're in addition to the written submission and material that you have. I've got sitting with me, just off camera, Fraser Campbell, and on his behalf, I've tabled a statement of evidence, which you'll have in front of you. The two of us have considerable experience and working knowledge of development contributions, which is what I'd like to talk to you about today. There is a constant and consistent theme that's been expressed by other submitters from the development community to you, which I share. That is that the proposed development contributions policy in its current form will impose significant and crippling costs on the development community, amongst the highest in the country, in fact. These costs come on top of other significant costs and a challenging economic environment. Inevitably, those costs will be passed on to the consumer, and in the case of our development, adding nearly $80,000 to the bottom line of each residential section. In my client's case, there is an increase of 41% in development contributions from the previous policy, and in the order of a 71% increase from when the first stage of the development was approved. These costs are in addition to the infrastructure costs already required of them. They are staggering, and one can only wonder how we've got to this. Fundamentally, the development contributions policy as proposed, in my view, has serious flaws, both in how the development contributions have been determined and when development contributions themselves will be collected and imposed. concerns about how the development contributions quantum have been determined. You are obliged to ensure that your approach to development contributions is fair, equitable and proportionate. That is a requirement, fundamentally, of the Local Government Act. Development contributions can only be required if the effect of development is to provide additional assets or assets of increased capacity because of growth. The methodology and determination of key metrics such as existing capacity of infrastructure, the costing basis, whether the costs have been historic or future costs for projects, and the anticipated levels of change in service cannot be determined. And this is a difficulty with the schedule of assets attached to the development contributions policy. These metrics are fundamental elements of the policy, which the Act requires you to set out transparently. They, of course, determine the quantum of development contributions. Mr. Campbell and I have sought further information from the Council about these matters, but regrettably, it hasn't been provided. So we're unable to comment on it, putting us at somewhat of a disadvantage, especially given the considerable amount involved. Just pausing there for a moment, the overall contribution that my clients are looking at in respect of their development based on the proposed policy is in excess of $74 million. So we're talking about a lot of money. Talking briefly about when the development contributions are collected, Council is purporting to reserve a wide discretion as to when it will collect these contributions. In exercising that discretion, a list of non-exhaustive factors have been set out, allowing Council to decide whether to collect the contributions at title stage, which is subdivision, at infrastructure connection, or at building consent. In a project and development such as this, that could be a time horizon of in the order of 5 to 10 years, and this creates tremendous uncertainty for the developer. And that's because the development contribution cost needs to be factored into the development, even though we've got no idea what it's going to be or when it's going to be collected. Other development contribution policies of which Mr. Campbell and I are aware of around the country give the developer the opportunity to pay these contributions in advance of a future policy if they want to. So they can, if they choose to, elect to pay the contribution at subdivision stage rather than leaving it to the uncertainty of a future purchaser. And if the point I make is that if Council had its asset planning, costing and infrastructure model correct, there shouldn't be any difficulty with a developer paying at that early stage or in it being deferred because the cost collection is the same. So the conclusion, in my view, is that your proposed policy adopts an aggressive approach towards growth-related funding, and it fails to provide the fundamental certainty and transparency required of it. In my view, it lacks the transparency required, and in its current form, it fails to properly recognise and implement the principles required under the Local Government Act. Councillors, that completes what I was going to talk to you about, and with the remaining few minutes, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. That was very well set out. Are there any questions? No, there are no questions. Oh, there is a question.
Me Paula, and thank you, Julian, for your presentation. So I just wanted to be really clear in terms of what you're asking around the timing of the DCs. Is it that they're set earlier on at the subdivision stage, but that they're charged at the code of compliance stage? Is that?
Not quite. As I understand your draft policy, it says that Council can impose and collect contributions at either 234C, which is subdivision, building consent, or infrastructure connection, and that's consistent with what the triggers are in the Local Government Act.
Yeah.
The quantum of that is set, though, when the relevant application is made. So, in the case of subdivision, for example, the application in this instance was made in 2021, I think it was. So that would fix the amount under that policy, but it would then be collected at 246.
Yeah.
But the difficulty with your draft policy is it says council can impose and collect these contributions at any one of those 3 points. And so for us, that means we don't know when it's going to be, but more importantly, we don't know how much it's going to be either.
That's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission, especially at this time of day. We appreciate all the detail that's gone into it. And of course, we'll be deliberating and discussing this in full order in a short while. So thank you very much.
Well, I'm pleased to be lucky last for the day.
You're lucky second to last, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, second to last. But
Okay.
thank you very much. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lucky last. Maybe you don't feel lucky to be last.
Doesn't bother me.
Tony McKenna.
I've quite enjoyed listening to the last one. I've listened to 5 presenters, and I can't help but be struck by the fact that, well, apart from the last gentleman, he wants to save money. Good on him, but all the others want to spend it. You know, and I was quite taken by the comment the last presenter made about, and I quite like the wording, diverse ecosystems. I'm going to use that a lot more in my vocabulary. You know, I currently am involved in quite a diverse ecosystem, so it's not really new to me. What it is, I'm a landlord. I'm part of that new criminal class they call landlords, particularly by the last government. And over the years, I've had up to 60 houses and a huge number of tenants. They come and go, but I did a survey 18 months ago. 77% of my tenants were Māori, and they're all pretty good tenants. So I live in a rather diverse ecosystem, so I've captured that word. I want to comment about our friend from the cycle lobby, and I'm going to start at the end of my submission. I hope I can get through it quickly enough. I'll begin at the end, and it's about this this disaster between Rifle Range Road and Swarbrick Park. And I state, to finish with an example, well, I'm not finishing with, I'm starting, of total financial and social incompetence, the recently completed cycle lane between Rifle Range Road and Swarbrick Park will prove to be a disaster. And I hope I'm in a position to ring some of you councillors to come out in winter when rugby parents are looking for a car park, because they will fill the cycle lane and there will be verbal altercations and assaults when told to move. Because I know I would probably be one of those people getting involved in an assault if I was told to move on when my young fellas were playing rugby back in the day. This lane will exacerbate parking issues. Already, within days of completion, illuminated signs have had to be erected warning of no parking. I regularly pass here and to date have not seen any cyclists. I might be corrected and say one. I have seen cars parked in the lane ignoring the signs. So good luck, councillors. It's on you, or whoever. I mean, I know council doesn't pay for all of that. I know there's a subsidy from central government, I believe. Don't tell me otherwise if I'm wrong. The financial challenges the council are in are not new. In 2014, concern was expressed in council chambers by 2 gentlemen, Rod Bowman and Brian Haskell. I used to thoroughly enjoy reading Brian Haskell's letters to the editor. I found them quite illuminating. He seemed to be quite a confident and capable financial accountant. Now we're faced with rate rises of 19.5%, 15% going on and on for goodness knows how long, but probably forever, because, you know, every decade or so, every X number of years, under government mandate, you have to do long-term plans. They always seem to come with more rates every time. It doesn't get better. If rates go up, these what I call economic bleed points will be exacerbated. And that word doesn't really sound strong enough. Extreme hardship or crisis is more appropriate, not just for ratepayers, but also tenants' rents will go up again. And that new criminal class called landlords, I've referred to that already. As a landlord, I consistently kept my rents 20% below market. And I've just had an example where I sold one of my properties and the new landlord came in. Now, he might be able to be referred to under the criminal class. The rent went from $420 a week to $600 for a 3-bedroom townhouse. That's heavy. Council needs to be more like Brian Haskell or Rod Bowman, who for many years warned of financial Armageddon. The rating model is broken. Central government must play a bigger role, and local government New Zealand must be the interface for that. Make them work for you. Here are some hard decisions you need to make urgently. Sell or demolish the event centre at Claudelands. Set a timeline to close the City Library and its branches. Cancel the proposed Hillcrest Library. Don't need libraries. Technology is going to solve the problem for you. Now, I had an attachment to my submission outlining my thoughts on libraries. Please read it. Sell or close the zoo. We don't need a zoo in Hamilton. Auckland have got one. It's only, an hour up the road. Seek private equity capital or sell or demand greater financial support from New Zealand Rugby Union and New Zealand Cricket for the Rugby Stadium and Seddon Park. Don't let them push you around. Independent review of all staffing levels, community support grants. You know, someone mentioned this new theatre, this regional theatre, that's going to boost arts and culture. What a disaster. I thought we were opening the river to the city. Quite the reverse. Cancel Te Huia. Looks as though that's a foregone conclusion. It's a pipe dream before its time. Recently, I think the Mayor of New Plymouth came out with quite an interesting comment about statistics showing that councils raise...
We're over time, but I'll let you finish that one point if that's okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Raise 6 to 8... Now, this is a very important comment, I thought. I actually liked it when I read it. Councils raise 6 to 8% of taxation in New Zealand. How accurate these are, I don't know, but you'd think you'd have the facts. But they have to build and maintain 25% or more of our public infrastructure. That's unsustainable for councils. You guys need to get into the current government. You need to get into LGNZ. They need to advocate for you and get that rating model fixed, because you can't keep throwing it back on the shoulders of ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have got your full submission, so we have read that.
Good.
Thank you for taking the time and hanging in there and listening to everyone else before you got your chance to speak. We appreciate it. It's been a long day for you. It's been a long day for us. All right, thank you so much. All right, councillors, we will not prolong the day. We'll see you tomorrow morning for the last day in the day when we wrap up with some questions. We have to.